I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody can pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go shop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love it. The refinery, navigator, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, they can't bring up. With the move, I pay the master.
All right, enough of that nonsense. Let's just get started. When we both play Wayo and all that, where's that guy even from? Does anybody know where where's that artist? With the artist on that music? I don't even know him. If anybody knows the name of that guy and where he's from, put it in the comment section. The guy, we play him all the time. I don't know who he is. It was just one of the subscribers sent it in, and it sounded nice, and I just continue to use it. So if you know the name of that character on that little ditty, please send it in. So good day to you, good to be in your company. Good day to you, good to be in your company. And how are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Yet another afternoon session. We are reacting to the explosive interaction between Rufai Oseni and David Umahi. So that's what this session is all about. So we'll be reacting to that particular interaction, whatever it is. So we'll be reacting. Good to see you, Emmanuel. It's been a moment. And please say hello in the comment section, just as Emmanuel is saying there, so I can know you're there and I can say hello back to you. So like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. Do all those things, especially super chat towards the stream. Let's just get started. We get started immediately so that we are able to manage the time a bit better. We kick it off, start it off from here.
One of the landmark projects of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government since he became president is the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. The federal government has recently approved an additional.
And by the way, the Dave Umahi's appearance on Arise TV is a lot more expansive than that just little cameo with Rufai Oseni. But as ever, anytime that a guest appears on that Arise TV, Rufai Oseni becomes more of the story than whatever the guest has to say. So the guy went there, Dave Umahi, he went there to discuss the progress of Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, but as ever, Rufai Oseni hijacks that whole session and then turns himself into the headline.
Additional 100 kilometers to the coastal highway so that it can pass through Edo State. This brings the total length of the highway to 800 kilometers and the number of states covered to 9. David Umahi, Nigeria's Minister for Works, disclosed this last week at an Independence Gala night hosted by the Edo State government at the State Villa, Benin City, on October 1, 2025. Yesterday, a chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Segun Shoumi, commended the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway project, describing it as a fantastic vision and a totally wide infrastructural initiative that reflects a renewed sense of progress and ambition for Nigeria. Joining us on this show to discuss the progress so far on the ongoing construction is David Umahi, Nigeria's Minister for Works. Good morning, Minister Umahi, and thank you for joining us on the morning show. Hello, sir. Can you hear us now from the Lagos studio?
And my brother, friend, Rufai.
Good morning, my very honorable minister. Good morning to you, sir.
Okay, Honorable Minister, you've been talking a lot about the Tinubu administration's achievements in the area of infrastructure. Most recently, you were in Edo State, and you talked about, look, the Lagos-Calabar Highway even being extended. Now, just take us through, the infrastructural with regard to roads achievement of the Tinubu administration, which was a major item in President Tinubu's October 1 Independence Day address. What's the update? What's the latest situation for the benefit of our viewers worldwide? Hello, sir.
Yeah, I don't know why this is disconnecting. I heard about it briefly and it cut off. But can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly now. I was just asking about update on infrastructure and achievements of the administration, which you have been talking about.
So the session starts in a very sedate, civilized manner. Of course, as Ruben Abati and Dave Umahi are experienced people from a cultural background engaging in topics important to their nation. So what you're going to hear between Ruben Abati and Dave Umahi is a conversation. Very often they would not disagree, but it is very rare that you find them being disagreeable. So a conversation will take place between a journalist pushing for what he purports to, what he perceives to be the interest of the people. So you hear a conversation between a journalist pushing for what he perceives to be the interest of the people. And then you hear also the counter arguments from a minister then that speaks on behalf of a government and is trying to highlight what he perceives as the achievement of his government. So that's the conversation you're going to have. Two civilized people engaging in a matter of common interest, which is the Nigerian state. So it starts off there. Before we get to the animal kingdom, that is Rufai Oseni.
Yeah, before I go into that, Dr. Bati, oh my God.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. We can hear you.
What? Okay. Now, before I go into that, Dr. Bati, Maya, and Rufai, I want to say, talk briefly on the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway because I listened to, the PDP chieftain that came on this program yesterday about this time, Otumba Segun Shoumi, and I was very displeased with a number of damaging information, that Rufai dished out to the public. And I feel that it's very important that I clear, such damaging information. Rufai was very wrong when he said that I was struggling to give figures on Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway cost. That is, very disrespectful because this is my profession. And I was in your studio, Dr. Abate and I ran the figures from the basis, takeoff sheets, and arrive at the cost. Now, what Rufai is asking me to do is to give him cost per kilometer, from Section 1 at Ahmad Bello Way in Lagos, down to Cross River, Calabar. And that is very unfortunate because he wants to learn engineering from the back door. There is no two sections, or even within a road project, even where there are no challenges, that you can get a cost of 1 kilometer the same with the cost of the other kilometer. And I thought that I had sufficiently, explained the cost of the coastal highway. And I thought that each time there was award of any kind on infrastructure and other awards in Federal Executive Council, would always come out and then give out the analysis, to the public. And so what Rufai was saying was very inciting. And I think he's very good at doing this, and he should desist from that because it's actionable. Number one, the Section 1.
That Rufai Oseni is actually an enemy of the Nigerian state, is anti-progress, is antithetical to the progression of that country. It stands as a barrier towards that country moving forward. So Umahi, he has come on this particular studio. I'm not quite sure why it still comes, by the way, but I can guess that I can guess as to why he comes on Arise TV. Dave Umahi goes on that space because he knows that that is the opposition narrative. So that's the space that is most opposed to the progression of Nigeria. So Dave Umahi's thinking is that if he goes to the space that is most opposed to the country progressing and he can win the argument there, then he wins the overall argument. So he cannot go on NTA because NTA is a government-owned station. So he has to go to where the opposition spaces are, where they congregate and present his argument there. So he can present that argument and they can push back against that argument. But there are only two things that we insist on. Be fact-based in your conversation. That's the first thing. And be civilized in your tone. So Rufai Oseni, in all of his reputation on straddling media spaces, he's been known for many things. He's not been known for facts, and it's not been known for civilized conduct. So it's just like a barbarian that has been put in charge of Buckingham Palace.
And the 30% component of it is, Naira denominated. The 70% is a loan component. And he knows that this loan component was put out to the public, by the developmental bank. The Deutsche Bank put it out to the public, to financial institution. And he knows that this subscription, it was oversubscribed by $100 million. And they said that, the cost of the coastal, highway was very cheap. And they had to come to site to, inquire about the standard, why the cost should be that low. And so I have done all that I should do. But if you decide to stay, before the public and then, damage information because you don't like one administration, the other, it's very unfortunate. But that job is ongoing. And I hope that Rufai will have the opportunity to follow the road, one time to appreciate what the president is doing. Now, he took on me again on win hopes. And I want to, put him on a task. This win homes, I'm sure that he had decided not to understand, the truth about it. The woman that is in charge of win homes development, from available facts before me, bought 12 hectares of land from the villagers, the natives, according to her, in 2022, and bought it 12 hectares for 50 million naira, not dollars, 50 million naira. And these investors, from what I have, because they have contacted me, two brothers bought 5 hectares. One person bought 5 hectares. That is 10 hectares already, and they're all based in Nigeria. And as of 2021, she has started selling. But the document I have says she bought this land in 2022 and only 12 hectares. And then she was selling 21 million naira, not dollars, in 2021. And as at the time we started construction, she started selling a plot for 70 million. And a plot is 675 meters squared. That is what her own plot, was said to be. Now, these are the questions. Who are these investors? That's number one. Number two, you bought, 12 hectares within a very developed area, for 50 million in 2022. If you go there, you see a lot of houses around there. And so how come, was it properly bought from the native? That's number two. Number three, did you register the concern with Lagos State government? Can you put up the document before the public? You should send it to, the attorney, Mr. Rufai, so that he can look at it. Number four, who are the people that bought this land? Did they pay in dollars or they pay in naira? Should be able to publish it. Now, I took journalists last week to Lagos at the point of, and Rise was there. And they had to explore the entire premises. And if there were buildings there and they were demolished, the tendency is that you will still see even some few rubbles there. If the land was reclaimed, you will not see the original vegetation. So they didn't discover any evidence that one building was put up outside the gatehouse, which we demolished. We, valued it and we demolished it, and that was 19 million. That's what they valued it for. And then there was also no evidence that there was approval for any building by the Lagos State government. If there was, they should put it forward. Number five, they should also show us those buildings where they were located and the monitoring of those buildings by the Lagos State government, because you would not be building without being monitored in Lagos State. So these are the issues. And she contracted a civil society organization. And when I demanded for these documents, she started quarreling with them. So why are we not probing into issues?
Okay, so let's pause for a moment and reflect on the reasonability. How reasonable is what Dave Umahi is saying? How reasonable is it? So this woman, I suspect, if we find out who that woman is, she might well be a Southeastern woman, because the style of doing business is very much a Southeastern style of business. So she proposed to have bought these 12 hectares, not acres, but 12 hectares of land for 50 million naira, not dollars, in a prime location in Lagos State. So that's the first alarm right there. She proposed to have bought that. So that purchase, it wasn't registered with the Lagos State government because she didn't register any ownership. She goes on to sell those lands. The people she sold it to are not registered with the Lagos State government. She claims that that area is being developed. There is no sign of any development there. In fact, the whole of the area is still vegetation land, it's still green space, still grown by shrubs and whatnot. So the totality of everything is a lie. And everything that Dave Umahi is asking for, there are things that this woman should either be able to provide. It's easily verifiable. Just go to the archives. If you go to, there's the archive in Alausa right there in Ikeja now. Just go to the archives in Alausa, do a search, see if that land is registered, whose name is registered to, go to the consent office, see what consent is granted for what buildings. So there is nothing registered to that space. But she's trying to use that same technique that landmark guy used to go through some ethnic noise making to try and cash out against the Nigerian state, because the landmark guy, he got what, countless millions of dollars just because of the ethnic noise that he was making. So they are trying to use the same ethnic noise. This seems to be the Igbo scam now in Lagos State. They will go to Lagos State and start to shout Igbo, Igbo, and then to shut them down, somebody will pay them off. So she's looking for a cash out based on ethnic jingle.
that could damage the country. And why I'm interested in this matter for us to dig into the end is because she's using diaspora investors. Who are these diaspora investors? Can she publish their names and how much they paid and the allocation given to them? As of today, from the information available to me, she has allocated more land, she has allocated 300 plus of land. If you multiply it by 675, you'll be getting about 22 hectares of land, whereas what is on paper is 12. And her land is bounded by a very weak fence and about 10 meters of very funny constructed, drainage. Okay. And so the whole thing is there. Okay. It is there for everybody to go there and see. Minister, has Rufai gone there to see it? Minister,
Minister, would you
then lastly on this, yes.
I need a right of reply. And I'm sure you will allow me do a right of reply because it's obvious you came for me today, my very good minister friend.
Rufai,
hang on a minute.
I'm still talking.
Hang on a minute.
To finish.
After you went to report me to, you can finish, but after you reported me to President,
10 meters of very funny constructed, drainage. Okay. And so the whole thing is there. Okay. It is there for everybody to go there and see. Minister, has Rufai gone there to see it? Minister,
Minister, would you
then lastly on this, yes.
Sorry, I spoke extensively there, not knowing that I was muted. No, I was just saying that so now we have a very important minister within the Nigerian space. The importance of Dave Umahi is not the importance of the person, but the importance of the ministry that he straddles. He straddles the Ministry of Works, which is one of the most important ministries within the Nigerian space, and is taking on one of the most, if not the most ambitious project that Nigeria has taken on over the last 20, 30 years, over the last 30 years, more than 30 years. The most ambitious project that Nigeria has taken on over the last 30 years is this Lagos-Calabar Superhighway. The only other projects that you could equate in terms of importance, you could say the Third Mainland Bridge is of some importance, but certainly not anywhere near the importance of the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway. The only other thing that you can equate to this project that Dave Umahi is speaking on is the entire building of Abuja. The importance of the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway is as important as the building of Abuja. That's the only parallel that you can draw. You can say the building of Abuja is more important. I consider that because it's a capital city, but that's the closest in terms of analogy to the importance of this Lagos-Calabar Superhighway. So this important minister, who is a subject matter expert, because Dave Umahi is an engineer and his specialism is entirely around that construction space. So he's a subject matter expert speaking to an area of his specialism about a matter that is germane and of vast importance to the Nigerian people. So that's what he's speaking on. And very, very quickly, this short little runt of the little element, the monkey on Arise TV, is going to stymie all that, all this important conversation that Dave Umahi is having with Nigerians. Very, very quickly, the little gimp, that little gimp on Arise TV, for reasons of his own insecurity, is going to cut that minister short and then take it to his own ego and start to abuse the minister. So let's watch on.
I need a right of reply. And I'm sure you will allow me do a right of reply, because it's obvious you came for me today, my very good minister friend. You know, after, hang on a minute.
I'm still talking.
Hang on a minute.
To finish.
After you.
So now the guest said, now I'm still talking. Allow me to finish. What I'm saying is important for the people to hear. But forget all that. It's all about the ego of the little gimp on Arise TV.
You went to report me to. You can finish, but after you reported me to President Tinubu, you are on here with me again today. But it's fine. I will respond to you, Minister. Go ahead.
You were quoting a. Abati, am I on?
Go ahead, Minister. We can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. Yes. Now, the third one, Rufai became an attorney, darkening counsel without knowledge. She said, oh, there is a case in court. Yes. There were and there are still cases in court. The first case was 39, people that their properties were demolished and properly, evaluated, and they were paid. Even shanties, the president directed us to pay, because he wants to alleviate their problems. Naturally and normally and by law, we don't pay for shanties when they are destroyed. You pay for properly, registered, properties, and when you destroy it, you pay. Now, the 39 of them, which Win Home was one of it, the court dismissed the case. Then she now single-handedly on her own went to Federal High Court and stated another case. That case is on. Probably that's what Rufai, SAN is quoting. And then there's also another case she instituted, diaspora investors. This diaspora investor, there was no registered, evidence, and so they cannot sue or be sued. Now, the question is, in the court did not put any injunction against the work. And in any case, we had passed the road even before they went to court. If somebody sues you, Rufai, and says that, you passed, against the traffic, which you did sometime, you broke the law. And it does not mean that, you are restricted unless the court evidently says so. So these are the issues. Now, the diaspora, the investors, who are resident in Nigeria, with me and you, they have come to me, they have sent me a letter, they want to come to the office to see me. And I'm willing to see them. I wanted to take on the woman because when she's using the issue of diaspora investors, it makes other people, genuine investors that want to invest, to be afraid. This government is very friendly with, diaspora people. And so we wouldn't allow her to use the name and damage, the administration. So I had wanted EFCC to come into the case, DGSSS and police, and even the Interpol. But I have left it to the investors. When they come, they are willing to do that, they will process it. So these are the issues about the Coastal Highway. But notwithstanding, the Coastal Highway is going on very well, it's very competitive. We are in session 2 now. We've opened session 3 and 3B. 65 kilometer in Calabar and you know, and Akwa Ibom. This section 4A and 4B going on at Ogun, and also at
Minister, I
Ondo.
would like to interject. This
So
monologue
that is
quite
about
long.
the.
All right. So you see, you know, I said a lot of things about Rufai Oseni right there. So now the evidence of everything I said is just what's happening now. So I already described the Lagos Calabar Superhighway as the most impactful, most important project that Nigeria has taken on in 30 years, and the minister now is giving us a detailed breakdown of the very impressive pace of progress being made on that particular project. So it's telling us the sections that have been completed, the sections that have been fast tracked, the sections that they're initiating works in order then so that as the thing continues to progress, it links up seamlessly. And the reasons why they're doing this in portions is that there are certain topography within that coastal road. There are certain topographies within the pathway of that coastal road that need a lot more work than other spaces. So the spaces that need the most work, that needs to be worked on, and then needs a period to settle and rest. So those sort of areas, they are going in there now to do the preparatory works, the first stage works, in order then so that when the road continues to come through, if it hits those portions, it will just go on seamlessly rather than the road being held up in order then for them to do what they had to do before they could pass through that area. So they are going through all of the difficult terrains and topographies and doing all of the preparatory works there. So this is all of the things that Dave Umahi is telling us. This is all of the things that Dave Umahi is telling us. Very important, because of course he's come there to speak about the Lagos Calabar Superhighway. But Rufai Oseni is very impatient to shut him down because he just wants a street fight around his own ego, so that the whole of this important conversation now, the outtake of this conversation is going to be the interaction. It's going to be Rufai. It wants to be the headline. You know, he doesn't want that project or the minister in charge of it to be the headline story. He wants to be the headline. And by launching at the minister, he very much succeeded in that. But this is why people call him a monkey.
These are the issues about the coastal highway. But notwithstanding, the coastal highway is going on very well, very competitive. We are in session 2 now. We've opened session 3 and 3B. In any case, we had passed the road even before they went to court. If somebody sues you, Rufai, and says that, you passed, against the traffic, which you did sometime, you broke the law, and it does not mean that you are restricted unless the court evidently says so. So these are the issues. Now, the diaspora, the investors, who are resident in Nigeria, with me and you, they have come to me, they have sent me a letter, they want to come to the office to see me. And I'm willing to see them. I wanted to take on the woman because when she's using the issue of diaspora investors, it makes other people, genuine investors that want to invest, to be afraid. This government is very friendly with, diaspora people. And so we wouldn't allow her to use the name and damage, the administration. So I had wanted EFCC to come into the case, DGSSS and police, and even the Interpol. But I have left it to the investors. When they come, they are willing to do that, they will process it. So these are the issues about the coastal highway. But notwithstanding, the coastal highway is going on very well, very competitive. We are in session 2 now. We've opened session 3 and 3B, 65 kilometer in Calabar and Akwa Ibom. This section 4A and 4B going on at Ogun, and also at Ondo.
I would like to interject. This
so that is about the coastal highway.
Minister, I would like to interject. This monologue is quite long. So at first, Minister, after you had gone to report me in front of President Tinubu and said all sorts, Anyway, I am not beholden to you. My job is
You are
accountability.
too small for me to report you to the president.
No, but they are
You are
empirical.
too small.
Minister,
for me to
minister,
report
let,
you to the
minister, let
president.
me
Who are
speak.
you? Who are
Minister,
you for me to report you?
minister, let me speak. I have empirical evidence. The world watched it on the commission of the project when you mentioned the questions I asked you to the president. That was reporting me to the president officially. The world watches, so you don't need to dilly-dally about that.
So you can see where the whole thing is now. With Dave Umahi, an important minister, in conversations with the president of the country, out of all of the matters, the funding for the Calabar, for the Sokoto Badagry Superhighway, they've not discussed how they are going to perfect that yet. The completion of the Lagos Ibadan Lagos Ibadan Highway, they've not, expressway, they've not discussed all that yet. The continued funding and progress report on the Lagos Calabar, they've not is Rufai Oseni. The window, because Tinubu is a very difficult man to access for reasons of being the president of the country. So all these ministers, they get only a short window of access to the president. And in that short windows of access, they have to discuss the most important bits of their portfolio in order to speak to where the stress lines are, what the president needs to do, what they require, etc., etc. So within that short window of opportunity of all of the things that Dave Umahi could be discussing with Tinubu, he was discussing the short little game on Arise TV instead. So that's just what it is. So you can see that this guy then is narcissism. It's a second level, next level.
Minister,
yes,
Minister, I would like to interject. This monologue is quite long. So at first, Minister, after you had gone to report me in front of President Tinubu and said all sorts, anyway, I am not beholden to you. My job is accountability.
You are too small for me to report you to the president.
No, but they are empirical.
You are too small.
Minister, let me speak. Minister, let me speak. I have empirical evidence. The world watched it on the commission of the project when you mentioned the questions I asked you to the president. That was reporting me to the president officially. The world watches, so you don't need to dilly-dally about the empirical facts. I don't talk without facts, Minister. You know, when I have my facts, I talk. And I insist on my question when I ask on cost.
Let me only address you,
Minister. You will not allow me speak. The problem is you will not allow me speak. You spoke for over 20 minutes, over 10 minutes.
Because you don't know what you are speaking.
But let me speak. Let me speak. You will not. You will not allow me speak. You see. If you can just keep quiet and be calm and just allow me speak, I'll be happy.
So did you hear that right there? If you can just keep quiet and be calm. So for you that find English a bit of a struggle, that means shut up. If you can keep quiet, when somebody tells you to keep quiet, they are telling you to shut up. So the civilized and the polite thing to do and the professional thing to do is that, Minister, give me a moment, please, to land this point. Just excuse me, let me land this point. I'll be very brief and then you can come in. So that's the language. But if you can be quiet, can you tell, okay, use this analogy in your own personal experiences. Can you tell your mother or father to be quiet? That's the equivalency. So I'm not sure that Dave Umahi is old enough to be his father. Maybe he is, maybe he's not. But in terms of the seniority of his position, and certainly is significantly older than Rufai Oseni, can you, in your own personal life, even tell your uncle or auntie to be quiet? Can you be quiet? Let me speak. Can you say that to your father? So that's shut up, isn't he? But then, of course, Rufai Oseni is not a trained journalist. He has no professional understanding of that space. He's a shock jock. Is there for impact and effect and to rile up the guests and knock them off track and turn the whole experience into a street fight. That's all he ever does, and that is what he's doing in this instance as well.
All right. So my question still persists as regards the cost per kilometer. You cannot tell me that we don't have a right to know the cost per kilometer. Even if it's an undulating landscape, give us all the facts and the details of the cost per kilometer. That's all we'll ask for. Other questions as regards the loans taken. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Listen to me.
Minister, you will not allow me to speak. The minister will not allow me to speak.
No. Don't do that with me.
Minister will not allow me to speak.
I was in your studio.
Minister will not
and
allow
when
me
the first section was on, and I ran the figures. And what you're asking us is 750 kilometers of coastal highway. We should tell you cost per kilometer. So you multiply by 750. That's nonsensical.
No, so tell me the cost per kilometer. There's nothing too hard for you to tell me that figure. You've not still told me that figure. So I was right on that point. The second point.
Because you don't understand anything.
The second point I'm trying to make is
You don't understand anything. I'm a professor in this field.
Okay.
You don't understand anything.
What university gave you professorship in this field?
You cannot ask me to tell you a cost.
What university gave you professorship in engineering? I didn't know you were Professor Umahi, Minister.
You see, so now that's a feeble attempt to set a trap right there. I think we all know that. We all know when we all know what he meant by I am a professor in this field. It's no more than an authority in this field. But he wants to he wants to straddle that narrative of the what's that Uche Nanji. He wants to straddle that narrative and bring it into this conversation. And if Dave Umahi had not managed that particular little cameo right there, if he did manage that properly, Rufai Oseni would have gone on his Twitter space to be headlining then that Dave Umahi claims he's a professor, but he cannot provide certification. When he said, I'm a professor in this field, I think everybody listening to that conversation knew what he meant to say that I'm an authority in this particular area of specialism.
Didn't know. So please, you've not been able to. You've never
been professor in practice.
In practice,
I'm professor in practice.
Okay.
I understand engineering very well.
So secondly,
and you have no knowledge of what you're asking.
If you will let me,
you have no knowledge.
If you will let me ask.
So you keep quiet.
Okay.
And then stop.
Okay. Minister, it's all right. Keep dignifying yourself and let the world see you for who you are. If you allow me speak.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? That's from a journalist. So can you imagine Ruben Abati speaking to somebody? Can you imagine Maokwe Ogun speaking to Maokwe Ogun? If the guest wants to interject, Maokwe Ogun will pause, let them have that interjection, and then or that correction or that addendum to whatever it is that she's saying. She will pause for that moment and then pick the conversation up. But this guy, of course, is just there to be. I think it's just there to insult people. It's not even combative. It's not probing. It's not holding the feet of the. It's not holding the feet of the government to the fire. It's not doing any of these things that he imagines he's doing. It's just there to insult the guest. And it's crude street insult. Telling the minister to shut up, telling the minister is an idiot. So this little thing that he says right there, if you understand language, it's just called the minister an idiot.
Understand engineering very well.
So secondly,
and you have no knowledge of what you're asking.
If you will let me,
you have no knowledge.
If you will let me ask.
So you keep quiet.
Okay.
And then stop.
Okay. Minister, it's all right. Keep dignifying yourself and let the world see you for who you are. If you allow me speak. The other 100 kilometers that you said they've added to it, we would like to know the cost per kilometer.
You have no knowledge.
So there it is right there. There it is right there. I'll play it again.
If you will let me ask.
So you keep quiet.
Okay.
And then stop.
Okay. Minister, it's all right. Keep dignifying yourself and let the world see you for who you are.
So there it is right there. So what the interpretation of that, for those who don't understand language sufficiently, is just called the minister. Not only did they tell him shut up, the monkey has now just called the minister an idiot.
If you allow me speak, the other 100 kilometers that you said they've added to it, we would like to know the cost per kilometer of that one. And the Winsome Homes, the case is in court. Now, I would like to know the cost per kilometer for that one. I would like to also know the over 700 billion first tranche of loan you guys got for this project. Has the money been spent? How was the money deployed? I would also like to know. I would also like to know.
No, the money has not been spent, All this dizzying pace of progress that we're seeing on the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway is coming out of Tinubu's personal pocket. It's nothing to do with the loans they took or the 700. Look, if you dollarize 700 billion naira, it's no money. And if you look at even the investors, they are saying the cost of that project is too cost efficient to the point that the investors are inspecting that road step by step. because the cost is too low. But for the scale and ambition of what that project is, the cost is too low. So if you dollarize 700 billion naira, it is not money at all. And this little shit on a Rice TV is just a vacuous noise from an empty head.
The terms of that loan. All right. How many years? What's the payback period? What's the payback moratorium of that loan? And for the Winsome Homes, isn't it interesting that as somebody that's been a governor in the state, you know the law, a case is in court, and then you're coming to talk about the details of the cases in court. Because you deny that the case was not in court. Now you've already accepted that the case is in court. So is it not just better you thrash it out with the woman that is been reporting a case in public that we all heard, and I ask you questions based on that? So, Minister, just answer the questions. I've got no axe to grind with you. You know that. We've spoken many times. In fact, when your people call to book, I booked them, and I said you should come on air. So please just tell us those information. It's very important.
So yeah, notice that little thing that Rufai did there. When your people called to book, I booked them and I said you should come on air. So what is letting us know then is that it was actually Dave Umahi who invited himself to the Arise studio, not the Arise TV inviting him, but it was actually Dave Umahi who invited himself to the Arise studio. So he thought it was, he in his own little mind, Rufai Oseni, he thought that was a moment of gotcha, that you begged to come on so I can speak to you however I choose to speak to you. But that's not a moment of gotcha. It didn't get anybody. There's no gotcha going on there. Dave Umahi requested to go on Arise TV because he knows that that is the most verilously, most violently opposed to the government platform that there is. So he's taking his argument, he's taking his scorecard, his report sheet, to the most aggressive space that is opposed to what he is doing. So his thinking is that if I can take the argument to the heartland and the heartbeat of the opposition politics, then the presentation there should win the logic of the day. So it's going behind enemy lines to make that presentation. So that's what Dave Umahi is doing. But the short little, it doesn't have a partner, by the way, Rufai. It's 52-53. It's not a small boy. Rufai Oseni is 52-53. But it doesn't even have a partner for reasons of being 4'8" and a bit retarded in the mind.
Important, Minister.
I'm not hearing, even though this guy is not. Yes, in certain cases in court, you say, you do no case submission. Rufai does not know what he's talking. And I think he should come to learn, one, how to talk. Number two, Mayo.
He answered the question. How have the loan been spent? What's the cost per kilometer of these new 100 kilometers? How much is it going to cost? And how?
And it continues to badger and badger.
You have the floor now to please respond to the questions that have been posed to you.
So do you know what that lady just did there? Is inviting Rufai to shut up. That just shut your mouth, man. You're turning into an embarrassment. So what he's saying there is, Mr. Umahi, you have the floor now. So that is to tell the little runt, the little monkey on Arise TV to shut up.
Okay. Number one, this guy makes me, it makes me, to laugh, at a very high level of ignorance. I was in Edo State and I said, listen, the president has directed, 100 kilometers of the coastal highway to pass through Edo State. And this man is asking me how much per kilometer. This 100 kilometers has not been designed. There has not been a soil report on it. And so why are you asking me, is it to name a child or to do a birthday for a child that is still in the belly of a mother? That's what he said. So, and he's doing it, what is the cost per kilometer? You know, what is the cost per kilometer? Listen, in this kind of project, you are not dealing with a cost per kilometer. You can't say this is an average cost per kilometer. So I'm teaching you English now. You can talk about an average cost per kilometer because every 1 kilometer is different in cost from the other kilometer. So you can talk about cost, average cost per kilometer. Now, Rufai, that project has not been designed. The soil report is not out. That process is ongoing. And when that is done, the ministry will do their own, evaluation. We now go to BPP and ask for selective tendering of the project. And when people have tendered, then we will now evaluate and send back to BPP. BPP will now evaluate and we send back to Federal Executive Council. It is at the end of Federal Executive Council approval that we'll be able to say this project is costing this amount and the average cost is this amount. Did I answer you?
Okay, so you have not designed that project, yes. What about the cost per kilometer of the one you have done thus far? Can you also tell us the details of the cost per kilometer and the over 700 billion Dutch bank loan? Can you also tell us more about that? Has that loan been used? What part of that loan have been used? And what are the terms of that loan?
You know, there's somewhat of an irrelevance to the questions being asked by this little runt here. So he wants to know the cost per kilometer. It's like imagine at your own rudimentary level of function. Imagine then you give out a building contract to a contractor to build you a house, let's say a bungalow thereabout, and then you agree the cost. You can even do cost per unit, whatever it is, but you agree the overall cost. So it will go to quantity surveyors. It will give you cost of materials, labor, etc., and you condense to an agreed cost. So the cost now established as the builder now starts to build. Every single day, you turn up at the building site and you say how much is the cost of that block and how much is the cost of that scoop of cement. So every cement that the bricklayer scoops, you're asking them how much is the cost of that cement you scooped? How much is the cost of that cement you scooped? And then when they take it to lentil level, how much is the cost? You know, it's just a nonsense. And that is why the minister is saying the conversation is laughable. But then, of course, Rufai Oseni is not there order for any other purpose other than just to rile the guests. It's just there to rile them up.
Yes, these are elementary questions, and it makes no sense. A process is ongoing. Payments is being made, and you are saying, how has this money been utilized? The money is meant for the project, and the money will be paid according to work done. When a certificate is generated, and that certificate, is approved, through a process in Ministry of Works, and then it will be given to the funders, and the funders will come and they will check, is this work done? And if it is done, they will release the foreign component of that loan. That is the process. And if I have to continue to teach Rufai this profession, then there must be payment for it. Because it's darkening counsel without knowledge.
So the cost per kilometer of the work done thus far, Minister.
All right, Minister.
Cost per kilometer of the work done thus far.
This is elementary. How can you be asking for cost per kilometer in the process of construction? No, Mayo, hold on.
Okay.
Let me explain something to
we have
him.
very limited time,
When
so I would like to interject here. When I ask my question, then you can marry all of them together, please. Thank you. And I just wanted to mention.
Explain.
No, you will explain, sir.
This man is usurping your
No,
time.
no. That's why I'm coming. I want to ask my question. Thank you so much. The reason why we are asking is that we are speaking on behalf of the Nigerian people, so it's not necessarily to want.
I really resent that actually. When all these characters say that she's not speaking on my behalf. Certainly Rufai Oseni is not speaking on my behalf. He doesn't speak my language. He doesn't understand what my interests are. It doesn't speak to what my want is, what my expectations are, how I want to interrogate. It doesn't speak for anything pertaining to me. So they are not speaking on behalf of Nigerians. They are speaking on behalf of a pecuniary, uh, a particular interest, of a particular section of the political narrative. So they're speaking on behalf of the obedient, which is just a tiny little subsect of the wider Nigerian space. So they are not speaking on behalf of anybody outside of the Igbo people.
Time.
When
So
you
I would
asking
like to
for
interject here. When I ask my question, then you can marry all of them together, please. Thank you. And I just
no,
wanted to mention.
explain.
No, you will. You will explain,
And
sir.
this man is usurping your
No,
time.
no. That's why I'm coming. I want to ask my question. Thank you so much. The reason why we are asking
Go
is that
ahead.
we are speaking on behalf of the Nigerian people. So it's not necessarily to one person. It is speaking to the Nigerian people. Now, the question I'd like to ask is beyond the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, which this administration has been very proud of. There are also questions around existing federal roads in Nigeria and the state of existing federal roads in Nigeria. So some of them have been tagged as death traps, and it'd be great to hear your thoughts around the Lokoja, Okene, Okbela, Auchi, Ewu Expressway, for instance, the Ewu Uromi Agbo corridors. So these federal roads beyond the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, what are your plans in terms of maintenance, in terms of fixing, so that we don't lose Nigerians on these roads as a result of the state of them?
Thank you, Mayo. Can you? Yeah.
We can hear
Okay.
you. We can hear
This
you.
is a very it's very good question, and it's very useful, and it's a question to help the country. Number one, we've been in office about 2 years plus, and every part of this country, the federal road is calling for attention. And the question is, will this road destroyed to this level just within the past 2 years that Mr. President came, in office? Number two, where were all of us, all these years that these roads were damaged to this level? And the man came on board divinely, and he had decided not to construct roads, but to build roads. I was in Ewu the other day, and the governor of Edo State doing very, very well. And he has said, look, you have constructed part of this Uromi Abo Road. We want to take part of it to construct, to help the president. And I was there physically to, hand it over to him. The process of procurement is ongoing. And, very soon before the month of November, work will get, started there. I was also on the Benin to Warri route. We have 3 sections there. There's section done by Levant, very poorly, done in terms of, very slow pace of work, but very good quality work. And we have terminated that job because nothing meaningful was going on there. So we terminated it, and graciously, the governor of Edo State has taken about 31 kilometers of that. The remaining 23 kilometers is a bit stable. And then we get to Give section. That is an MPC, funded project, and the president has given a matching order. All these projects should continue, even though an MPC are pulled out of the funding. And that project is ongoing. You have the other section that is done by SKCC, which is from the boundary of Benin to Delta. So let me put it this way. The president is tackling, and decisively, all the very major, projects within the economic corridor. You cannot say of any particular route that's within the economic corridor of the nation that the president is not doing. Some people were writing about East-West Road. There are about 7 contracts going on in East-West Road, and they are all very well, being executed. And mind you, we are not constructing road. We are building roads. If roads were built like what the president is doing now, and we have had roads that could last for 50 to 100 years, we will not be in this mess. And so the reinforced concrete technology the president brought to bear is such to guarantee that when road is constructed, the road could last between 50 and 100 years. Now, tell me, when we came on board, which section of the country, federal road that had, 100 kilometers of road that you could ply on without having a challenge. And so the president is doing a lot, apart from the 4 legacy projects, even though they are connected. And these 4 legacy projects, they are investment, driven projects. For example, the section 1 of Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, there are a lot of people that want to come and give the whole money that was used in doing the project and take up the project and then toll it. So is it Abuja Kano project that is ongoing, about 725 billion? That project is ongoing, sections 1, 2, and 3. Is it the project Enugu to Onisha project? It's ongoing. Is it Port Harcourt to Enugu project? It's ongoing. Is it Sokoto to Zamfara, to Katsina and Kaduna? It's ongoing. So there is no section of the district, but it takes time.
Minister Umahi,
Yes.
Very quickly, thank you so much. Is that
They don't like to hear that, or they don't like to hear anything that sounds like progress, because all of these things that are, and I keep on saying, as Tinubu's projects and policies continue to compound, the obedient space, they will continue, they will have to reverse back into ethnicity, because they cannot, because they will not be able to query the performance of the government. A lot of these roads that is saying is ongoing. By the time we get to 2027, a lot of them would either have been 90% completed or totally completed. The Lagos Calabar Super Highway, by the time we get to 2027, over 50 to 70% of it will be completed. All of these internal roads that Devomai is talking about, that is saying they are awarding 7 contracts for one road, that is to tell you then they're looking to fast track it and finish it in as quickly a time space as possible. A lot of these projects, they would have been completed or 99% completed by the time we get to 2027. And then you put on the other policies, the tax reforms, the student loan, the loan for all of these policies, the whole raft of everything, the local government autonomy. When all of these things, by the time they compound, they would have started to compound by the time we get to 2027, that it will be impossible for anybody to tell us that they want Tinubu out because it's not progressing the country. People are reporting 24 hours electricity in places like Lagos, Abuja, and some of the major cities in Nigeria. 24 hours electricity, not just as an occasional thing, but as something that they've now come to take for granted. One of them was even saying in some interview I saw that, in fact, several of them, that they cannot remember the last time their light was taken. It's not even 24 hours, it's just consistent electricity taken for granted. So by the time we get to 2027, it will not be on the basis of performance or progressing that country. So the obedience space, they will have to revert back to ethnicity, where they want the presidency because they are Igbos and they want an Igbo president, not because they want the country to progress. They want it because they want their tribesmen to be president and because they hate the Yorubas. So that has to be their narrative in 2027.
Coastal Highway, there are a lot of people that want to come and give the whole money that was used in doing the project and take up the project and then toll it. So is it Abuja Kano project that is ongoing, about 725 billion? That project is ongoing, sections 1, 2, and 3. Is it the project Enugu to Onisha project? It's ongoing. Is it Port Harcourt to Enugu project? It's ongoing. Is it Sokoto to Zamfara, to Katsina and Kaduna? It's ongoing. So there is no section of the district, but it takes time.
Minister Umahi,
Yes.
Very quickly, thank you so much.
You notice that Dave Umahi is not saying we are planning it, the contract will be awarded, etc. He's saying it's ongoing. And when he says it's ongoing, they are working on it relentlessly every single day. So that is to tell you then that by the time we get to 2027, a lot of these things would have been completed. And when they start to roll out achievements in 2027, it'll be very difficult for Peter Obi to argue other than outside of, he will not even be able to use religion anymore. He will just have to go ethnic, full Igbo, Igbotic will be the argument for 2027.
Is there a website or any platform that Nigerians can track the progress on roads and also report perhaps some of these, because I recall that recently someone had made a video and you responded quite swiftly. Is there a platform that Nigerians can take pictures, eyewitness reports of bad roads or federal roads, and where they can also track these projects that you're talking about?
Mayo, yes, we have a website, and we have directed, the governors of each state to deploy the state commissioners so that they will monitor what we are doing. And I have directed that in this major project, we should list out major TV stations that will be able to go and be part of the operation. They will video the operation, they will video the method statement, and then deploy to social media. So they can go to our website, and so we begin to download the operations to the distance, not only for the public to track the progress of works, but also to enable our young engineers to also learn. Those who may not be able to do the IT on site, they will also be able to learn. So these are ongoing, and we are starting a process that is going to outlive all of us, and that is by building a road that is properly constructed. And you can see it when I said that the coastal route is so beautiful, and that if it's this beautiful, I don't know how the street of heaven will be like. And I expect my friend like Rufai not to defy the law, and so that he will make heaven alongside with us.
Well, on that note,
you have not answered the cost per kilometer question. It's just a shame.
On that note,
look at the expression on Ruben Abati. Even Ruben Abati is pretty much had enough of this guy, the little monkey in his studio.
Defy the law, and so that he will make heaven alongside with us.
Well, on that note,
you have not answered the cost per kilometer question. It's just a shame.
On that note,
Abati, tell this man that cost per kilometer of road that the section completed. There's nothing like that. In the road project construction, you may finish a pavement, you have not done the drainage. You may finish drainage, you have not done the solar light. So there's nothing like cost per kilometer until it is fully finished before you can know. And the Rufai, the word is average cost, not cost per kilometer, average cost. Next time, try and use it.
Okay, on that note, Honorable Minister, Senator David Umahi, we would like to thank you very much for joining us on today's edition of The Morning Show.
And there it is, right there. Monkey see, monkey do. That's just the only way to sum that up. Monkey see, monkey do. Certainly not monkeys. Midwest people join us, and so does Ola Kidola, who's not been with us for a good while. Good to have you, gentlemen. Still more spaces. Anybody wants to join? I will start it off, kick it off with Kidola. So, Kidola, I mean, you are not even a Nigerian, so what's your interest in this matter, Kidola? Ola Kidola. Are you there or not, man? This is what I don't like. Oh, all right, let me just remove you since you're clearly not here to speak. Midwest people, are you there? Oh, all right, we don't appear to have anybody willing to speak. I'll play a little bit of music. If anybody wants to come on. If you don't come on at the end of the music, we shut it down and then we meet again in the evening. Let me just play you a little bit of music. And then what should I play you? I want to play you something that is no more than 1 minute. Let me play you this.
Of problems that V2B has, attracting even street urchins, classless street urchins. So we will buy you there. I saw another classless street urchin of the cooking. So cookie level, no cooking. All those rabies infested, dogs that anything you do, because they are ill-bred, they are very ill-mannered, ill-tempered street urchins. These are kind of followers that he's attracting now. Look, we will buy you there. We will buy you there. What was that? What so we will buy you there? I don't know what it is. But this, can you imagine in a society that other leaders are attracting distinguished people? The people you are attracting are strict urchins of the Kajon, people that fabricate things that are non-existing. If there is anybody who is a political jobber, who is eating from both PDP, APC, LP, is Kajon. So how can I meet somebody in a movement and in a political party that he's not a member? And he confessed, he said that he's still a member of PDP. Is there any still serious politician who is still a member of PDP? And then he is coming to call Kenneth Okonkwo unashamedly. Please, there is nothing wrong whatsoever in lobbying for any political post if you're a politician. So if I lobbied for any, I'll be bold enough to say I lobbied for this post. It's not a crime. What is wrong with it? When I left Labour Party, I was bold enough to speak out on the reason that I left Labour Party. I said, look, anarchy is going to come into this party because people who are supposed to take decision have refused to take decision. And since they've refused to take decision, I have no business remaining there because I don't like to join on serious organizations. I made it public. And by then, this level of anarchy has not even come. Meaning people now know that I'm saying the truth. So do you think it is giving up being a presidential spokesperson? I gave it up. I didn't have any political party. I didn't have any politician for months.
So it's not even me saying it, or it's one of their own saying it. Kenneth Okonkwo, the people making noise on social media are Igbo street urchins. That's not my words. Those are not my words. Those are the words of Kenneth Okonkwo. So joining, quick to the rescue. We have Ogben in the house. Ola joins us as well. So thank you for turning up. Eh? I was just about to bail, there's nothing that rankles more. You say, okay, speak, and the person is just there waiting, maybe not anyway, but there it is. Good to have you. What are you making of this interaction between Rufai Oseni and David Umahi?
Yeah, I watched it some days ago. I can't really just understand what exactly motivates Rufai Oseni. You're a journalist. I keep saying it on this platform. One of the problems I have with him is you to be professional, there are ethics in your profession. There are things you don't take things personal. Okay, that's it. As a journalist, ask questions as much as you can, extract information from your guest as much as you can. But first thing, you have to understand that the person that is coming to your station, whether a high profile person or a low profile person, is your guest to start with. So they deserve to be treated with respect. They deserve to be treated with all, without indignifying them. So I can't really understand what exactly motivates this guy. I know we come from different backgrounds. I don't know how the way they trained him, but even if you have a very poor training in terms of bringing up, but now that you find yourself in a noble profession in journalism, then there's a standard, there's a benchmark that you should, get to improve yourself. But I understand, people hail him. With this interview now, you see people will still hail him, they will support him, they will tell him, they will head him on, go on and everything. And such kind of thing motivates him. But I think he's old enough by now to understand that the same, particularly when you just oppose this guy to somebody like Okinbaloye will still hit you with those same questions without being rude, without being idiotic, without being how can you tell the minister that it's a shame because he's not answering your question? And he kept answering your question in a particular way. Said, this is my answer to your question severally, not even today. This man has been answering this question to tell you that when you have a project, I don't know if Rufai has ever conducted any project before. If he has a building project or a very large project he has managed before, he should understand what that minister is saying. He's telling you that you have a big project. This project is being carried out in phases. You are in some sections of the phases, not even everything consecutively. So when you pick a particular part of it, you cost what exactly will cost you. And what this minister is trying or avoid to say, I don't think it's as if he can't tell you this is likely to be the average cost eventually. But what he's trying to avoid is so that it won't make one cost and bloom like the normal arise thing, and then you just blow it and say, oh, see what the minister said. He said it's also billion per kilometer. And then later they will now verify that there are some part of the project that is not even up to that. Then boom, you start. Then if they later realize that there are some part of the project that is also more than that, boom, they will still go out again and start making noise. That is what the man, he said it along the way in that interview, that what I'm avoiding is giving you a figure that you now generalize with that figure and said it's cast on stone. If we can't see the project within this particular range, then it means there's something wrong somewhere. But what disturbed me most about I think these Rufai guys, probably they should be doing a mental check for people to, before they put somebody on TV to be talking or to be conducting an interview. Because if not, how can you be, because somebody is not really answering your question the way you want, or somebody is not giving you the answer the way you want it, then you now say it's shame on that person, not even to think of his office. I know as a minister you are meant to be our servant, you are serving us, fine, but not to indignify you because you are serving us, not to deride you. You are serving us. Yeah, fine, you are serving us, but how can you say that last comment? Put me back a lot. I can say shame on the minister because the minister is not answering. You're taking it too personal. Then is that something personal about it? That's what I'm beginning to. And if you go back to Oseni's Twitter, even before this man came to the studio, Oseni had already been trolling this woman on his Twitter page. He has been talking a lot, talking down, and right from day one, Rufai Oseni has been the one talking down on this project. Is it that you don't want the project? Is it that you don't want the progress of Nigeria? Is it that you don't want the progress of that particular region? You don't want this project. So what exactly did you really want? I keep asking it. So how can you say shame on the minister? And at a point in time, you even say the minister should just talking to show how you are to the whole world, you dignify yourself, more like shut up. And what kind of the guest you are having in your
Have you ever heard a journalist speak to a guest like that ever in the history of Nigeria? You know, is Rufai Oseni a better journalist than Maokwe Ogun? Can you imagine Maokwe speaking to anybody like that?
Never. It used to be, and she wasn't even that rude. She was just being firm. Khadija, that lady, talk to Khadija. I don't even know where that lady is now. That lady used to be very firm, a journalist, a straight talker that would ask you hard questions, but you hardly see her. That northern lady, I don't know if you know her, Khadija or something like that.
Kadira Ahmed.
Yeah, well, that is the kind of firebrand, interviewer that I have seen, at least so far in Nigeria, that I know are very close to this Rufai Oseni thing. But not that she would ask questions in a very rude manner, not that she will cast aspersion on your personality, not that she will be so petty to pick little thing. Okay, the man said, I'm a professor in this area. In the context in which that woman is using it, an average intelligent person, you don't even need much intelligence to know that the man is saying, I'm an expert in this thing, I'm an authority in this thing, I understand it more than you. And then you spin it immediately to say which university gives you. So if that man had not corrected that impression now, before you know it, Rufai will join on his Twitter to tell you that they should verify his certificate because he said he got professor without getting professor from. So I don't understand, and I don't understand. I know Arise TV is doing his business, fine, you're doing your business, but what is NBC really doing to train these people, retrain these people, you let there be level of awareness and then give them time within which...
Sorry, Ogbeni. Segun Showumi and Joe Igbokwe, they came out on this matter recently. Joe Igbokwe said he would never go on that platform again on the basis of how Umahi was treated. And Segun Showumi is calling for stricter rules around the media space in Nigeria. So all of this off the back of Rufai Oseni. Do you agree with those sort of arguments?
Now, I agree. I don't agree. I think, what NBC do is, in most cases, they go after the journalist. I think they should be instead of going after the journalists, I think they should be going after the management of the media outlets. I think it should be more on that, so that nobody see it as something being personal. So if the management is not setting up a good ethics, they are not setting up a good system to manage what is ethics, what etiquette and values that your journalists are following, then you should be held responsible for that. That's the way I see it. So it's an organizational thing. So if at the see the way Abati was even looking, particularly when he said shame on you, shame on your minister, it sounds like something that somebody would just say maybe in a protest, maybe there's a protest and you are maybe in motor garage or motor park, that other low level gathering, and people talk to politicians, but not when you're a journalist and you are I don't even know why people still go to Arise TV to grant interview. I'm telling you why, because I see there's a particular program that Abati does alone. If you go to that program, it sounds more intellectual, more mature, people talk. But when you go to the one that's been handling all these guys, you realize that what they just do there is they're trying to raise sentiment and get more traffic to themselves and more news. And to validate this point I'm making, immediately you will see, if you go to Rufai Twitter immediately after this thing, you see him going there to be posting things on what just happened in the TV, and you see him throwing a lot of tantrum in that space. So what I don't understand is you have to form a balance between what you personally believe and what your organizational standard is. So if you're asking a question but you disagree with what that person is saying, there's a way you can elicit information out, and then you leave people to judge. And lastly, I want to comment on the way most of them always use the word Nigeria. I saw that you had a comment on it. They just fabricate something in their head and just get some imaginary things and think this is how Nigerians should think. And then they come online and they tell you they are speaking for Nigeria. And I wonder sometimes, how many space do they even really find themselves? Delefa wrote to me recently. I was challenging him. I took him up on some of his points he made, and he blocked me immediately, on his Twitter page. And I said, okay, you're speaking for Nigeria, but you are blocking Nigerians. So you're not really speaking for Nigeria, you're speaking for a particular sect of people that believe in your whatever idiotic thing you are doing. So you're not really speaking for Nigeria. And people like him will still come online and be telling you that you're speaking for us. You're not really speaking for everyone.
If I may interject.
Yeah.
You see, that line you just mentioned now is where I disagree with you on that media. You see that media that you say they should go after their management. I think it is only when they say something criminal or something that can attract legal. So the thing is this: if the media person, if they are saying something that is against the law, they should have the day in the court, not necessarily the government going after them, except they violate the time of the license. Because one credit I'm able to give to this government is they are not necessarily vindictive like the previous one. So I think they allow them to fester and to say whatever they like.
No,
so
But we have a code of conduct bureau that guides.
Yes, get my point.
But the question is this: can we really say Rufai has violated? I'm not necessarily supporting Rufai.
I think it's a violation of now to tell a guest to shut up, call him an idiot, and say he should be ashamed of himself.
So
a senior member of government.
I think it's just a bad manner, because Rufai is more of influencer. To me, Rufai is not a journalist. Rufai is just an influencer that is using a well-known platform to build his social media for value realization, just to make money. I don't see him as a journalist, though.
See my point. My point is this: MBZ has his own rules, right? Then the personality you attack, they have their own rules. The one you are speaking about is maybe a private individual. You can sue for defamation, you can sue for slander, you can sue for a lot of things. For instance, if the minister, and that's why minister said it's actionable. I've explained to you severally that there's nothing per cost kilometer. And I've explained to you what exactly I think the value is. You still went ahead to deceive Nigeria, to misinform Nigeria that I was struggling of that, and I couldn't really give you the exact this thing. I came back to your TV station, I explained again, you still continue with that. And that's why it means that this is actionable. So a private individual can do that, and I think they've been doing it, which I'm happy about. I've said it on this platform before. I said freedom of information, freedom of information, freedom of expression, free speech, free press is not a license to recklessness. It's not. And I'm so happy that there are some figures now, public figures, that have been taking them up, taking people's up on this. They've been suing on this. So if you come and you say you are exercising your freedom, but what you are saying is actually contradictory to what fact is, then if I sue you, that's another thing. But the area I'm going is NBC. What's the role of the NBC? They have a role to play. If we talk about their role basically is to protect code of ethics, code of conduct, and professional ethics of journalists, to register media outlet and do a lot of things like that. Now, one of the code of ethics is, first, you don't even misinform the public. Now, there's a thin line between you being fair in your comments and misinforming the public. You can be fair in your comments, but if care is not taken, you can actually misinform the public on that. And I think it is that tier line that differentiates between a government that is not going after press and a government that wants to go after press. If the government wants to go after press, they will say they are just tilted to the right side. Meanwhile, what they are just doing is they are intimidating the government. But that does not mean that NBC should still abandon their primary duty, even if it is warning. And what I'm saying is this: I don't think NBC has the primary duty towards the journalists. I think it is about the management of the media outlet alone. And the question they should be asking is, what is the standard that they are upholding in a particular?
Ogbeni, I was thinking about another way around that actually, rather than going after all this individual management or journalist space. I think the NBC they should review and reset the minimum bar standards at the minimum threshold for somebody to appear on TV, maybe in terms of training, etc., and then they give them a short window for everybody to comply by that. So with that, they will send people like Rufai, etc., they send them back to school to go and get the proper training. But Ogweni, bring it home, and then we'll move it around a bit. Yeah.
No, I'm okay. I'm just my own is I won't want what they call censorship. That's press censorship. I'm not advocating. That's not what I'm advocating. I'm an advocate of free press. I'm an advocate of freedom of speech, and I think Rufai Oseni, to be sincere to what they are doing, they are achieving the purpose to a very great extent. I remember when they started this Coastal Road thing. They were very skeptical about it, even Abati and all of them were very skeptical. And their media out there was the first to come out and say, look, they will abandon this project like other projects. The project is too ambitious and everything. Who knows? Probably that is the reason why the government still continue pushing, because so that what they said will not come to pass. And you see them, they are so visited on that project. Yes, some Nigerians may say, oh, why they visited? Is it only? Yeah, but it's good. It puts the government on their feet, and then everybody continues to work. And even when they said they've done 30 kilometers or something, they brought it on their platform to come and say, look, you have not done it, until Reno went there and back and forth. And we can see how the project is progressing, and the other people are pushing back on it. Yes, they are achieving the purpose. But the ultimate standard in this thing is what I'm talking about. And it's not only in Nigeria. If you look at other developed countries to UK, US, and others, you realize that the bar is so low these days. My concern is not social media. Social media is not regulated generally. But my concern is mainstream media, where we should still be seeing a level of sanity. You don't pick somebody, even if it's not your minister, and you say, shame on you, because you are not answering my question the way I want you to answer it. I think it's too low. It's too low for a standard for any media outlet. Thank you, Mama.
All right, brilliant, excellent. We do 5 minutes monologue just to move around the room quickly. We go Ola, we go Midwest, and then Comrade Omoru Fatai. Ola, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Woman. You see, people like Rufai, I think the problem a person like him has is like when you think you know sometimes, and you need to open your mind so that when you don't know, you can easily retrace your steps. So a person like Rufai, he may looks like he's doing fact finding, which is not necessarily bad, but his approach is more of trying to ridicule their guest instead of even trying to unravel the truth and let people understand what is happening. So I see person like him as someone that cannot function within within something that is moving positive. Rather, they capitalize a person like him will capitalize on opportunity in chaos. That's exactly how I can define Rufai. You see, one thing is this: it's not bad for media house to have some expert they can confine in, so that when the like of Rufai comes out just to show their ignorance, someone can quickly put them in order. Someone told you clearly, because when you look at it, there was nothing ambiguous in what Umahi is doing. Yeah, you need to hold Umahi to accountability, but then when you want to do that thing, you must know exactly what you are doing, because at the end of the day, what Rufai did, I know some people believe that, oh, Rufai won. He didn't win. He didn't win anything. Rufai just ended up embarrassing himself, for those people that really understand the profession. You are asking for cost per kilometer. This man told you that there are different terrain. Even where you think they are very close enough, you can have this terrain may be different from another terrain in the next kilometers, in the next few kilometers. And this guy lets you know that you can only do this thing by average, what you spend by average kilometers. You can't just say, okay, cost per kilometer. You are now saying that, okay, in the terrain where you need to build a lot of bridges, where you need to do a lot of pilings, you understand? And you now want to go and compare that to a place where you don't need any of those stuff. Abba, it's a common sense that when you see someone that is driving his own narrative through facts, you just have to apply brake and give that brake. But the next thing is this: you now descended to like area boys like statements in just an attempt to shame, so that by the time you go back to your Twitter, you will see people coming. So that's why I see this guy as nothing more than influencers. It's not there for any journalism. And I think the thing should, uh, if Arise TV, if they still have shame in them, especially the management, I think they should understand that they are not being professional in the way they handle things. And credit to this current government, like I said, not vindictive like during the period of February. You understand? They just allow you to run that thing. But the more, even they allow you to run, it doesn't mean that you should reduce your value over time, because the light of Arise TV is just a matter of time before they will become very unpopular. Because how do I mean? When Fata figure out, Fata figure out, catch up with their narrative, so there'll be nothing to say. Like Ogbeni just said the other time now, they condemn Lagos Coastal Road, Lagos Calabar Coastal Road, and everybody can see it now. Even some of the enemies, some of the oppositions, gradually they started coming back, because common sense may not be common anyway, but they started reasoning out that, okay, people start looking at the value of this road. You understand? They talk of something like a student loan. You say, oh, it's rubbish. They are giving it to member of APC. They were not even going to know what they do with the money. They came out and said about 510,000 got this thing. You still they still, instead of keeping quiet, you will see these people still fighting on the first on the first premise you have before. Those are the kind of things you don't do in journalism, because when you do this, you are giving some kind of opportunistic politicians the way just to come in and take over that advantage. But you know what I love in this particular regime is this: even the supporter of the regime, they are not even backing down. They are not backing down. They are coming with counterfacts. that is such a manner that by the time you present that counterfeit or reasonable opposition, they just disappear. That is what I'm saying now. So it's such a shame, to be honest. It's not a shame that the like of Rufai we think that misleading people just for you to now go and make money on social media is the way to go. No, a person like him is supposed to be a national builder, but unfortunately, is turning toward more of a national destroyer, a nation destroyer. You understand? So, which to me, it's unethical. It's unethical, and and I don't mind regulation really, as long as you are not returning decree number 4. You understand? If it just regulate and make sure that everybody that be slept will properly be dealt with using the instrument of our law. So that's what I have to say there. I don't know if there's any other topic on ground, but at least let me.
Let's move it around just so that other voices are not held for too long, and then we'll open it up after everybody has spoken. I thank you, Ola. Stay with us. We go on from Ola to Midwest, who hopefully is ready for us now. Midnight, your 5 minutes starts now. Midwest. Oh, all right. It's clearly not there. Let's go to
I'm
Comrade
here.
Omori.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
I'm
all right.
here.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
So,
to
Floyd yours. Yeah.
Mama, I greet you, I greet the whole house. But I don't have much to say. You know, Olaf just explained my heart because, to be frankly speaking, the question the guy was asking really they were very, very important. Nigeria want to know how they spend their money, but the manner at which the guy was approaching our minister is very, very bad. We have to be honest. I didn't even see any iota of professionalism in what he was doing at all. It's very bad. They have to work on it. They should not just take the what will I call the quietness of the government, uh, thinking maybe they are helping anybody. At the end, they will destroy the company because the Arise News itself is a business, the media business as well. So there's business aspect of it, and if these high profile people in Nigeria, even particularly those ones that were supposed to question, they have this opportunity to just capitalize on the way they talk to people, they will abandon the place. They say, no, I don't want to go there. Look at the way they don't have respect. And there's no reasonable Nigeria that will agree with what he has just done. I think they have to change. Questioning David Umahi, what are the costs, is very, very important. To be frankly speaking, I think that project is more than 2 years now. And if that is the case, how much do they spend at the first year? Don't we have balance sheet? So if we don't have balance sheet on how they spend Nigeria money, then we have to work hard on it, because you require those balance sheets to know exactly what is happening. What if the project is underestimated? You know, sometimes when they give estimates, underestimate for the cost of that of the project. So at the end of it all, it is what is reflecting on that paper that will make the government to say, okay, we have to add more money to it. It happened across the world, even with all their professionalism and methodology to really see the accountability aspect of it and finance aspect of it. Sometimes they arrive in a place where, but if it cares not taken, they will tell you, man, the cost has doubled. So inflation can change it. Sometimes not getting the accurate topography of those areas. Sometimes they start jamming rock. They have to jam. They start jamming soil that cannot hold those concrete properly. And they have to do something, and then they will not require more material. So, like in Nigerian situation, this is the aspect I quite not agree with these guys. The way they actually spend our money, the government have to really do something about it. Nigerian want to know. They can't just throw money because we love the project, we want it, we want more development. The minister will just come out, it costs this, it costs that. Sometimes the president himself, they can even put him in a situation what I call job man, because they said we want to give him a legacy. And Nigerians, I will tell you, more than 80% are waiting to see that project fade. And the president is not going to allow it anymore. And people will just be coming, we need more resources. So how does this one reflect in the paper? It's very, very important. So I will appeal to Arise News please, Rufai, if you want to do your job, do it in a way that when other people see it, they will be happy. Your questions, everything you did, nobody is going to agree on your manner. The manner at which you question David Umahi have destroyed everything. So I don't even know where you were going or where you were coming, but it just like a market women argument. So they should stop this attitude. It's not good. It's not healthy. But the government of Nigeria should start creating a true accountability how people spend money. Because this road that they are building, I keep on saying it. If you want to give Tinubu good legacy, there must also be a plan for maintenance. And that is the culture we don't have. Because those barbed wires and metals below the surface, if
all
they
right,
start surfacing,
you're going into other territories now, but
okay.
thank you.
Let
And I
me
agree with you, by
this
the way.
one.
Yeah.
Okay. When those metals start surfacing, compare with the other neglected federal road. So please let the federal government try to do their best to check all these ministers. I love Tinubu policies to some extent, but the Nigerian citizens factor should not be neglected. Thank you, my brother.
Oh, all right, thank you, Midwest. Stay with us. I agree with broadly what you're saying. Yes, of course, we must hold the government to account. There must be transparency in how our money is being spent, and the government must be called to question intermittently regarding projects that they're expending our money on. So it's not Tinubu's money that they're spending on the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. It's not David Umahi's money. It is our commonwealth that they're spending, and we have to interrogate every single naira of that. So that nobody argues with that. But this crude, rudimentary, vulgar, telling people to shut up and calling a senior minister a fool and Ola is exactly right, by the way. That guy is just it generates this controversy so that it's the headline, and then he will take it to his social media space in Twitter, etc., and cash out there. So that's just all he's doing. I've never yet known an interview on Arise TV where Rufai Oseni is on the panel that the headline is not what he did or what he said. It's never anything about what the guests had to say. It's always how this guy assaulted them, attacked them, and was aggressive and abusive. But we go on to Comrade Omori. Comrade Omori, we're talking about Rufai Oseni's interaction with Dave Umahi and the outtakes from there, the spill outs from there. Give us about 5 minutes, Comrade Omori.
Yeah, thank you, Woman. Greetings to everybody on the panel and our audience across the globe. I thank you for the opportunity. I think I will have the freedom to speak my mind without intimidation. I thank the last speaker, my brother Midwest, for trying to attempt a balance. We can't be accusing Rufai of being biased, or Arise TV generally of being biased. On our own, we can be able to have a balanced analysis. I'm not here to say Rufai was right. Actually, according to my brother Midwest, he was making an attempt at the right, at asking the right questions. Do you know the altercation would have been avoided too if David Umahi, had answered the questions? If you're telling me, this is a contract that has been signed, sealed, and delivered. This is not gambling. The contract is already at the execution stage. It's not before you start any contract, especially that has to do with construction. We have what we call feasibility studies. This will, before the contractor will even tell you this is the cost. This is the cost of. You already know the length of the road, right? You say it's 100 you constructing 10 kilometers, for example. If it's costing you like $20,000, you already know cost per kilometer is about $2,000, right? So the argument was unnecessary. Cost per kilometer is the same thing as an average cost. If you deal with your go there and find out the cost per. The per means average. It's already expressing the average nature of what you are trying of the cost. So what are they hiding? What is the problem? What is the big deal? What is the bone of contention? A contract started. They made the first blunder. You embarked on a contract of over 700 kilometers. You came up at some point to commission 30 kilometers. Was that rational in a sane environment? Was that something that was supposed to have been a backbone? That was an effort in futility.
Sorry, Comrade Omori. I didn't mean to interject you, but David Umahi was quite clear on that. He told us in the course of that interview, and he said severally, that the cost vary per kilometer. So you can't say cost per kilometer. So
Yeah,
the cost of kilometer one might be vastly less or significantly higher than the cost of the second kilometer. So you can't ask for cost.
I listen to them, Muhammad. I understand what you're saying.
Yes, average cost, which is the total sum of the project and averaged, and the cost to even remains fluid, really, because it's still subject to the vagrancies of inflation. But carry on. Sorry.
Yes, on the whole, I hope you will not surprise this one from my time. Please, I have a lot to say on this issue. I was dwelling on before you sign the contract, before the contractor even knows what to charge at all, on the whole, the sum total. There's something we call feasibility studies, procurement process, soil testing, inconvenience on the people and the organization along that route, what you will pay as compensation and everything. All these things will have been put into consideration. So, Umahi was just trying to make things difficult because, like I said, if what we're talking here per kilometer, it's not gambling. You don't construct before you know what it will cost you per kilometer. The Midwest made a very valid point. There can be variations at the end of the day. If you're embarking on the construction of a road of 10 kilometers, like I said, and it's costing you on the whole $20,000 or 20 billion or whatever, you already know that cost per kilometer from the ab initio is about 2,000. If there is any, we thank God the exchange rate is fairly stable now. Kudos to Tinubu's government, unlike what we had under Buhari. If at the end of the day there can be variations, either because of unstable exchange rates, inflation, topography, unforeseen circumstances at the end of the day, beyond the initial feasibility studies, the cost of the project can be varied. But to say from beginning to now, the same question that if you look at Rufai, for example, he has been hammering on this issue. That day wasn't the first day. From the beginning, from the onset, he has been trying to know what is it costing Nigerians? What is it costing taxpayers? What is it? It's our money, for Christ's sake. It's our project, not Tinubu's project, not Umahi's project. Umahi has been shying away from that answer for that question. So what are they hiding? Tell us the cost it is right now. If there's variation in the future, let us know. It's not gambling. You throw a dice before you know whether you will win or not. This is a project. There was negotiation. There was an agreement. Before you say this is the contractor is bringing equipment to site, they have agreed on something. If we are working on about 700 kilometers, it's costing us 14 billion. Like I said before, you're talking about, that is about 2 billion per kilometer. What is difficult there to say that you will not be able to say? The grammar he was trying to teach Rufai, it was even wrong. Cost per kilometer is the same thing as average cost. So the argument was unnecessary, except he has something to hide. So that was the bone of contention, and it was unnecessary. We have every right to know how our money is being used. The approach of Rufai, you might have some questions about his approach, but we have them all over. CNN have their own type. BBC have their own type. There are people like that. People are from different backgrounds. So you don't expect people to speak in the same tone. There is a way you ask a question, not what you say sometimes, but how you say it. So I'm not siding Rufai on his approach. He has to work on his approach. It's like somebody now. If somebody like Shogore has something to say, you will know it will be different from the way Mokri will present it. It will be different from the way Bwala or Shogomi will present it, depending on who is talking and his background. And on another thing we are missing, we cannot continue the way we assemble our journalists and start talking to them as if they are houseboys. Shut up there. Holy Emil, keep quiet. I'm talking. We cannot continue like that. Everybody cannot conform like that. There are some people that are deviant. Thank you and God bless you for giving the opportunity.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So, brilliant, excellent. First time I've ever heard Comrade Omo, you actually keep to the time. So, thank you, Comrade. We go on to Fatai, who
I
joins us
always
after.
keep the time, but one man.
All right, I just want to pull you there. So, let's go to Fatai, who joins us after a long period of absence from the platform. Natasha, Fatai, rather, Natasha is back in the parliament now. So, ṣé is that what brought you back? Ìyàwó ẹ̀ ti padà sí sí I wonder if she'll behave herself now. Tán ti jẹ́ kó padà.
One man. It's solidarity. I think maybe I don't know. Maybe if I speak again in public, maybe a few time or one on, maybe I would go back to my Fatai. So I think I wish her well. I wish her. I hope the storm is over, like R. Kelly would say. I don't know. I wish her good luck. Yeah. So, but I don't think we are talking about Natasha now. I think you're just punching me one more. I think from what I understand, you're just in there to punch me, right?
Yeah, no, I just used that to welcome you. But we were talking about the baboon in the studios of Rice TV and the minister that he wanted to devour.
Well, that was actually what is the point. I think where to even start with that one. There's a lot of dimensions to that one. I think first of all, I don't know the minister of money or
You heard it. I heard it too. And I didn't even see him drink water. I heard him drink too.
Wow, that was a little bit uncomfortable to see or to listen to or whatever it is. But anyway, so apart from that, I think both of them. I think what they were that the thing that I think let's use the expression catch fire. The thing that caught fire that they were talking about the average costs of per kilometer or wait, the minister said average cost per kilometer. Rufai was saying cost per kilometer. I think he was asking about the particular one already completed, that the cost per kilometer of the one already completed. I don't really. I think either way, either cost per kilometer or average cost. Well, I mean, technically speaking, Umahi will be more right to say average cost per kilometer, or because the road every turn, everything, things are very different, from on the road. But I don't even either way. I don't think there's much to be gained from either way, either cost per kilometer or average cost per kilometer, because that would be very simplistic way to measure cost of road construction, particularly that kind of a road construction where I think they probably had to do some sort of sand filling, or the do they call it topography of that area is a little bit strange. So you'll be better off to know the cost of different phases of the construction. Okay, maybe there is a excavation that needed to be done. Maybe because I think even that is even the original problem with the road when they were saying that they didn't open it up for bidding, and the government was saying, well, the what is the name? The name iTech has experience because they did the Babbage things and like that. Because so it's a special kind of.
Sorry, Fatai. Ola, please hold the fort for about half an hour. So Fatai, then Simba. Sorry, carry on.
So it's because it's not the regular path. So I will prefer phases, cost of different phases rather than cost per kilometer. It will be more detailed. So if maybe it was like, maybe it should have been better if they wanted to know the cost breakdown You understand? If Rufai was interested to go detail by detail to know how the money was going, it could go the breakdown of the cost to know at different phases how much, you know. You will better, you make my point is you will make better sense out of what the cost, how much they are spending of public resources, knowing the cost per phase of the construction. I think it will be better off for maybe for different. I think now they are in. When I mean phase, I think they have a particular definition of phase. Like they are in what do they even call it? From Lagos to Kiniko, phase 1. That's not the phase I'm talking about. I'm talking about like if they have to. I'm not sure if they have to do some sand filling, for example. That is a phase. If they have to do some sort of little bit of excavation, maybe they have to rearrange the composition of the under the level under the surface or whatever they have to do. I also saw they were doing some steel. One video I saw some steel lining under the road, whatever. So I think that's what I mean by phase. There's different phases to that road. It's not like just pouring asphalt on it or something like that. So because of that, the special kind of nature of that road, I think it probably will be better off to know the cost of different phases of that, of the ones they've completed, as they broke it down to, I don't know how many, maybe if per 15 kilometer of each side of each. They are what they call phase is by I think by per 15 kilometer. I'm giving you rough thing. I don't know exactly the details there. So the different phases of that chunk per chunk, different phases, cost of different phases per chunk of what they are doing. I think they will get better knowledge out of it than cost per kilometer or average cost, or either average cost per kilometer or cost per kilometer. I don't really think it was, so I didn't really see the point of the both sides. I didn't know what they were. I think maybe it's personal between both of them. And so it depends how you look at it. So if you want to look at it from the African tradition, like if when he was saying to keep quiet, maybe you would think maybe the minister is older and whatever, everything like that. Or from the media, because he's a moderator and maybe he could handle it better as a moderator. I don't know. It's not really my thing. But Rufai now, my town, so I support Rufai. Only one day I didn't support him. They were having this conversation. I think there was some guests. It was this whole Pengassin thing, and he was saying, "Yeah, he was bringing out some something with shut down. I was waiting. This one they talk now. When they talk, we are talking serious matter. He's bringing Perica. But guy, go sit down. I'm not saying I just did behind my computer, you know, but that I just vex around. What did they worry this for? I better go sit down when they talk serious problem. It's bringing something. So you know, well, I wish the media well. I mean, it never hurts to be better. So that's what I would say. It never hurts to be better. But recently, from my personal experience, this is personal. I find Arise TV. I consider Arise TV a better channel. Arise TV better than Channels TV. Channels TV, those one I think they are clever, but they like to suppress speech. They like to suppress comments. They like to suppress comments, to remove comments. You know, that's not the highest grade, except they want to reduce itself to social media. What do they even call it in Nigeria? Cruise. In social media, people, YouTube, everybody deleting comments and all of these things. Okay, but when you are at a higher level, ethical, you can either block somebody from coming to comment on your channel. You know, a lot of people do that, or you can block your comment section totally, or block somebody. But you are not the producer of my comment for you to be deleting my comment, removing my comments. You know, so So there are a lot of unethical practices from channels, comments, moderators there. So in that regard, I find, but I was even directly punching Rufai in that particular whatever with the no ping. Sometimes I even punch about it, but they never remove my comments. The last I checked, they didn't remove my comment. They don't block me or whatever, or prevent my comment from being seen in public. But channels, they do all of this. Apart from blocking, I'm not sure if they block me or not, I don't know. But they do all of the other ones. So I don't think they are very good for freedom of I don't think Channels TV is very good for freedom of speech. So I support Arash TV. Yes, brother.
Okay, and I just want to see if we can bring it home so that we listen to Simba. Then
Yeah. I already said I was just saying my personal experience, just to say that I support media. I think the media is very necessary for a society, but also they can be better. So I support the media, but I particularly support Arise with regard to my personal experience over a channel like Channels TV.
Okay, before we open it up, okay, Simba, do you have something to say about this Rufai versus Umahi saga?
Okay, yeah. Hola. Good afternoon from here, or evening itself. I greet everybody on the platform.
In a while.
Yeah, Ogbeni. Ekujo meta.
Hey, Otojo meta.
Yeah, well done. Midwest, Fatai, Comrade Romoli, I greet everybody.
Welcome, Simba.
Yeah.
Where's your thing? Good to see.
Yeah. Sorry, what I want to say generally, let me comment about the question first before I comment about Rufai as a person. I think if you are talking, because the question that is asking, I think he has repeated it several times to the same person. And I don't know why he kept on repeating it. The total estimate of the coastal road is out there for everybody to see, and the total cost estimates is there. So if he's looking for cost per kilometer, I think it's a simple arithmetic that everybody can put. Because whatever project anybody want to do, you cannot say this is actual cost that you can get, is an estimate. And even a country, you have a budget, which is also an estimate. So I don't know why he kept on asking for what is the cost per kilometer, cost per kilometer, cost per kilometer. I think out there they said is going to cost about 2.8 trillion naira or so. And if it is 700 kilometers, removing the additional 100 kilometers, they said that they are adding, the cost per kilometer is going to be about 4 billion. So I don't know what he actually wanted to use that information for, that he has been repeating it over maybe 1 year now that he has been asking that question. So I don't know what he actually want to gain from that. Then the other thing I want to say is, if you have somebody working for an organization and everybody start complaining about you, particularly, you are not the only one working at Rise. And everybody start complaining about you. You are the one that you start abusing people. And, we are good at actually, encouraging and building monsters in Nigeria. And then by the time we build them to certain extent and we cannot control them again, then all of us will start crying. That's what we did to somebody like Kanu. We have some social media people, like even like this Edo guy now. What's his name? Very dark man. I think we enjoy those things, but when the repercussion comes, we don't actually look. We will remember that we are the one that actually encourage it. Even that's the same way we encourage Boko Haram and all these things that is affecting us. When Boko Haram started, people in Borno, Axis, and all those places, they were busy jubilating and encouraging them and supporting them, until when the things started biting them hard. So Nigerians were very good at, I think we enjoy negativity. I think that, and it's part of the thing that is even affecting us all over the world. So I think we need to watch whatever there is a minimum standard that is expected of any profession. So you cannot say that that is the way you are brought up or different people. There's a minimum standard that is expected of anybody for anything that you are doing. So if you cannot meet that minimum standard, that means you are going beyond, is off way. So you cannot say because somebody is everybody cannot be the same. Everybody cannot be the same, and that's why we have SOP for anything that everybody is rule of. But there's a rule of engagement for anything. So if you cannot meet that rule of engagement, then that means you are not capable to do the work. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Simba. Okay, you can go ahead, Fatai.
Yeah, sorry.
Anybody can interject.
Anybody else? Sorry. Anybody want to?
Hold on, Fatai. The floor is open up to everybody, so anybody can interject. Just go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, because I don't know if I even just wanted to say. I wanted to quickly just say because I wanted to quickly dash out. What did I want to say? Oh God. And I forget what I want to talk. No. Anyway, are we still on the? No, okay. So I hope I have nothing against. I mean, you always need the media. You understand? You never. I mean, you always need the media. It can always be better. Everywhere, basically everywhere in the world can be better. I don't, like I said, I didn't really know what they were fighting on. You understand? But either way, it will not be helpful. Either the average cost or cost per kilometer. There's not so much to be gained from that. But the actual breakdown, if Rufai is willing to go into the actual breakdown, if there is something to bring out from there, those ones will be more helpful than just average cost or cost per kilometer. Either way, So that's all I wanted to say. I'm not sure if there is anything there. Sorry, because my mind is already is where I want to go. I don't. My mind. Sorry, brother. I really lost what I wanted to say because I want to dash out anyway already. Thank you very much. Sorry, Jerry. I know. Say hello.
It's been a while.
Yeah, Simba. Simba, Dr. Simba, you made a very good analogy. Yeah, you made a very good analogy, right? Sometimes, if you are the moderator, if you are the host, you ask some questions, not just for your own consumption, not just for your own benefit, but for the sake of the audience sometimes. As you said, as you alluded to, the total cost, the estimated cost is there. All you need to do is just to divide by the number of kilometers you are embarking on, the length of the road. You get the average, which is a simple arithmetic. So you also said something that triggered my attention. Like he has been asking the same question again and again. And the same man has been avoiding the answers, the questions again and again. Two wrongs cannot make it right. The profile might be aware of the total estimate. All you need to divide, like I said, divide by the length of the road, the kilometer, you get the average. Now, if he has been asking the same question, why has Umahi to be avoiding the same answer? So they are both victims of unnecessary altercation. Thank you.
Comrade, let me tell you, if you watch, sorry, Fatai, if you watch the minister along the line told us why he would not give him a figure. He look at their antecedents in that station. If he gives them a figure, if that figure, because of the variation and everything that can still happen, if there is anybody that have handled a huge project like the contract variation, a lot of things will still happen along the way. If there's any variation, they will use it against him and the government. For instance, if they say per kilometer is 4 billion, first thing they will do is to go and pick maybe one project in Ekiti or somewhere in Aba and tell you, how can that one be 2 billion, your own is 4 billion?
Yeah, topography is never the same. Conditions are never the same.
Yes, and that will be the noise for the next 1 year Or
Ogbeni,
if they realize that there's a face of it that is less than 3 million, they will make noise. If they realize there's a face that is more, they will make noise. And that's why he's saying, when we complete this project to a stage, I will tell you what exactly is the figure per each place. And in journalism, if at the end of the day, your guest is not answering a question, is evading the question, then you put the one you have. We do it also in law court. The answer you think you have, put it to the minister and say, I put it to you that this thing is 5 billion. Let him come and say no. Somebody who is not ready to give you answer, let him come and say yes or no. But to now say shame on the minister because he's not answering the way you want, I don't know.
Please, let's correct that impression. He didn't say shame on the minister. He said it is a shame that you cannot give me the cost per kilometer. Please go back
so
to
what's
the.
difference? What is
There's a lot of difference. If I say, are you crazy? You are crazy. I hope you are not crazy. They are two different things. We are saying almost the same thing. Yes, sir.
Let's forget about semantic. That was
So there was
unprofessional.
nothing wrong. Basically, wrong with what he said. Just that the approach. You feel because he's a minister, you feel he's not supposed to be talked to like that way. This is our problem. The minister is just it's our servant. It's our servant. Who is he? Who is he? We employ him to work for us. We have the ability to ask him questions. Who is Umahi?
Wait, comrade. Nobody, even including the minister and even your children, you should express to that like that. Even your own children that you born.
Can you tell me exactly what was wrong in what Rufai said?
There's a mix-up somewhere now.
You say? You can't say shame on somebody that is not answering your question.
Yeah, it's derogatory.
Comrade, are you listening?
I'm listening to you. I'm here.
Can I just say this and go just to last and
no, I think anybody can interject, so go ahead.
Yeah. I think what Arise could do, I don't know, is they could request either whatever means, I don't know, there must be some structure to request the breakdown of the project, either what they have already done or whatever. Then they will do their own in-house calculation if they have questions, and because these on the road calculation, because they have had series of times where it's not working out. So what they could do is both sides do their homework before bringing it to TV. So ask the project constructor for the cost breakdowns. Let them submit to you. You don't need their opinion. You need their agreement. There's papers you could request, and then you do. If you see any discrepancy, then you bring it to television. So you could ask for a load of information. You ask them to send to with the Better Freedom of Information Act to ask them what is the cost breakdown. There is a cost they spent in surveying. There is a cost they spend in social area digging or bringing. So all the costs are there. They can ask for it and I don't think there is a problem. I think Ogbeni, I don't know, remember who said that maybe they will bring a cost from another project. No, there is no problem with comparing costs of a project A with another project B in that. But it's just what is the validity in that construction? What is the amount of validity is the point? Yeah.
Look, there's something in a procurement, or maybe you want to say project management, you say end value. So end value, we just say, okay, the amount you budgeted and so far where you are, what you spent so far, you use it to calculate your end value. So a person like Rufai, when the guy was grandstanding, should have done his own research on how to ask questions. The first question you want to know is this: what percentage completion is that legal? Is that the first part of that project? Now, when you know, okay, so it told you that, okay, this is the part. Okay, how much are you going to spend on this project? Okay, you said, okay, I'm going to spend, let's say, 100 billion. And now, okay, I'm at 67% completion. You now ask a question, okay, at 67% completion, how much have you spent? So There are methodological way of asking a question, and someone will know that you are being empirical, you are being scientific in your approach, than coming in a combative way, just with a mindset of
Those
I'm
things,
going to
they are
disgrace
better
this
off
guy today.
through the FOI. They are better off through FOI
I want
channel.
to go back. Yeah, let me put something there, Ola. You see, my whole angle is this. When it comes to expenditure, there are some, responsibility in the part of the government to share their finance with the Ministry of Finance. But it's very unfortunate in Nigeria case. It's like what belongs to the Ministry of Work belongs to the Ministry of Work. If, for example, they are to share information, finance information with the Ministry of Finance, at least everybody understands year in, year out, there are balance sheets and also what they call a year report of every transaction. Because our government don't have this, it makes people appointed to behave in a very bad manner.
You know that the government doesn't have.
If we have it, why asking this question? Everybody, they can go and find it from there. Because if we...
So have they gone to do that? Wait now.
Okay.
They are right.
No, Umahi himself supposed to have it as well. Because if they have it, if they are mandated by the law...
The Ministry of Work to get money without Ministry of Finance being used, because they are the one that will release money to them.
No. The monetary aspect is different. Because we are talking about a record, because that is what he's asking. Record of the expenditure. That is the question he put before the minister. He want to know exactly. Okay, let me run my point so that you get what I'm saying. Let me give you an example. That project, there are other factors that may happen, that they may demand for more money, or occasionally the government overestimated that project, the cost. So that means they will make more profit, and the government will tax them as well. It happened across the globe. But every companies involved in those construction, they're supposed to give their own accounting book or accounting summation, accounting dealings with that project. The government can see it from there. Now, 2024 dealings, at least we're in 2025. Whatever they spend by now, the details should be clear to the government. We require this.
How long from
you said?
Midwest, can I come in?
You asked me a question, but I didn't get that question very clear. What do you say, Simba?
Because earlier I heard you said it's more than 2 years old.
I think they started this project last year, isn't it?
Yes, now. So it can't be more than 2 years.
Whatever dealings, transactional dealing you did last year.
Last year.
It doesn't mean year in, year out is accounting. December, everything ends. So you must give report. You must give report. Wait now, you must give report on how you arrive, because that is where you have to give the details to the government. And when you submit those details, if there's any suspicion, other agent will carefully follow up. Now, let me also come in here, my dear brother.
Without submission and without approval.
Then why somebody asks a question, the ministers cannot say, please, we've submitted it so yeah. Like for me, where I live, even where you are, every government dealings last year.
Is on assumption.
Not an assumption. This is the true methodology. This is what we lack. Let me round up. Let me just quickly throw this one to you. Umahi have good intention, or the president have good intention. He has awarded a contract, which is very good. Remember, they said they want to give him a kind of a legacy. If along the line they want to job the president, they will continue to act. We should not be, sidelining the citizen factors to every policy. Our people see opportunity like this is my turn. You can't take it away. And some of the reason why they behave that way is what I'm pointing before you. People are not responsible. By now, we're supposed to know what they have spent, how they spend that money. It should be clear in the yearly report. So if they put this method to this ministry, everybody will buckle up. Even when they are stealing, we will still be seeing project going fine. So this is my submission, and I hope the government should also be hearing our voice.
Let me make my 1% contribution. See, there is already trust issue between government and the governed in Nigeria. We've been through a situation where people embezzled 30 billion for a project. Today we are still in darkness. We've seen another situation where somebody embezzled, and my uncle was the works minister. About was it $20 billion was supposed to be for road project in our area. The road was never constructed. So people already have this suspicion whether somebody is embezzling or not. Corruption is already endemic in our society. So at every point, people want to see transparency. People want to see things done differently. People want to see objectivity and clarity in whatever government does, because the people, the citizenry, do not trust those in authority. So there is need for clarity. It would have been a very simple thing. Oh, this is what we have. This is our estimate. Like somebody said, even the budget, the yearly budget you make is based on estimate. Estimated revenue and estimated expenditure. That is what they call budget for a period of a year, which is normally 1 year. So there's no, he wasn't expecting you to say, this is the cost. It will cost at the end of the day, hook, line, and sinker. Like I said before, there are always variations. If there is time for variation, you can also come back to say, due to so and so, due to topographical differences, due to unforeseen circumstances and this to inflation, due to stable exchange rate, we are moving from year to year. Your taxation was unnecessary.
Let me ask you this question, Comrade. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
Simba, we are hearing you.
Okay, so now, as I said earlier, everything is out there for everybody to see. And if you have, let me tell you, the role of journalism is
but he wasn't asking for his own sake, but because of audience, like I said before. He might be asking for the sake of audience.
Wait, let me finish. The role of journalism is not only to be an antagonist or a critic of government. They also have the role to educate the masses. You understand? If the government put it out there that this is the number of kilometers that we are going to do, and this is the estimated cost for the 700 kilometers, I don't think if they arise, they are not actually out there, and maybe they wanted to use certain information against the government, for them to now be fixated every now and then and be asking for cost, because they are the one that's supposed to even educate the masses. Say, okay, if it is 2.8 trillion naira and it's 700 kilometers, I don't think that information is too. Why do you need to hear it from the minister before you know the average cost?
That is the authority in charge. That is the authority in charge. Hearing from the horse's mouth.
It's only people. You people are just being biased, because I don't.
No, you are the one being biased here, man. You are the one being biased.
If they think that people doesn't know, then it's their right to tell the people that this is the cost. They know. So I don't know why it's asking again.
Simba, there's already suspicion from the beginning in terms of the bidding and everything. People are already making a allusion that it was not properly, the bidding was not properly done, that it was awarded to their cronies. People are even figuring the son of the president and their friends in what do they call this, the chagoris of this world. So in an environment like that, when people already have this suspicion, there's need for clarity for people to come up with like, it's not what you think. This is the true position.
You told us you are very vast in politics. You understand? And you are not saying
I didn't tell you. We're not talking politics. Is it politics we are talking right now?
It's part of it now. You know what?
No, at least I don't play politics with everything. Today I don't play politics. We are just analyzing.
You've been a politician in Nigeria.
And no. I'm not presenting myself. I'm not presenting myself.
Now.
Hello, Simba, bro. Sorry.
I'm not presenting myself to you as a politician this time. We're analyzing the topic. Your taxation between Umahi and Oseni. So don't look at me like a politician.
Nowhere, let me tell you, there is nowhere in the world that the masses believe their government. Even where you are living.
Hello, Simba bro.
No, not that kind of percentage compared to that of Nigeria. There are areas where there are
That's why we
distrust.
need
Yeah.
If you have any,
Hello, Simba bro. Hello. Sorry,
okay,
bro. Hello. Yeah, sorry, Simba. Hey, Ola, bro. I thought the other time I thought you were moderating. I didn't know you were not the one moderating. It was a very awkward experience with those guys there. Anyway, thank you very much. Apart from Kenny, and also I think Remy was also all right. Apart from that, it was a very messy situation. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Simba, Ola, everybody. What is his name? I don't remember anybody's name. Everybody, Odabo. Simba, continue. Sorry, so I broke you up. I just want to say bye, Odabo.
Okay, bye. Comrade, are you there?
Yeah, I'm listening to you, Doctor.
Okay, so I agree with you that okay, we have trust issue, but let me tell you, if you continue this way, because since I know Nigeria and this is the same way we have been behaving. We don't even. It's not even about government. An average Nigeria doesn't trust themselves. That is the fact, and that is how we behave.
With the reality on ground, who are you going to trust? I don't understand you, Simba. What are you talking about? Let me get it clear. How are we going to trust ourselves? Let us be honest here.
It's a natural thing. That suspicion is inherent in every human being. It's a natural tendency. But when somebody is not trusting you, you make the person know that you have to be as much as possible to be transparent and open as much as you can. No matter what the suspicion is in another person, you're doing your own bit to say, this is what I'm doing. You might not be 100% correct, but you are doing your bit.
The only way to survive in that kind of environment is to develop thick skin. It can't satisfy everybody. That's just it. We are very difficult people to satisfy.
No, Simba, let me also come in. You see, the same guys that were praising Buhari when he was in office, spending money, many of them have joined this party and they are working with Tinubu, telling us that it is Buhari economic policy failure that is making things difficult for Tinubu. Now, if you agree with me that indeed this is happening, is it not better we start thinking of is a lot of them, like even my Oshomole, when he was there, there are some certain statements he will make now, and when he was with Buhari, everything is correct. Now, this one, all these guys that surround him, everything is correct. They praise him, good, but we have to be honest. Talk about the policy of the coastal road, very good. We want this road. But using the same manner and the same method that lack accountability and transparency is what we are treating here.
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
There are several projects that are going on in Nigeria.
Yeah, many.
So why this fixation of this coastal road?
Well, for me, first of all, it cut across my region. I'm happy. And if they do it and it's good, everybody it also brings a lot of. Maybe I don't understand that your question. You say many projects are going on. Why? What is it special? Let me also say something. Add to that one because that one is part of it. Second one is it will also give legacy to this current administration. They did this road because every government.
The Sokoto Badagry Expressway has been there for more than 40 years that they abandoned. They are doing it now. Legacy project.
It's also a legacy project. Yeah.
So why? How many people are talking about the cost per kilometer of Sokoto Badagry? Why are they doing it? Why are they not doing it? So why the fixation on the road?
Although, listen, maybe because when they started this project, a lot of people doubted it, and at the same time, the minister said it's going to be a legacy for Mr. President. Perhaps it didn't include that, the one you just mentioned, to that terms. So everybody eyes is on there. And they want to see.
All the things that you are talking about is politics, because some certain group of people doesn't want it to be done. Some people are not happy with it that where is going on. It's politics, and we're all calling for it.
I agree.
They have every right not to be happy. Government is not there to make everybody happy. Those that are happy have every right not to be happy. Those that are happy, they have every right to be happy. Yeah, but it is tantamount to putting the cart before the horse. When you want to complete the project before people know the cost. If you go to the market from your house, like sometimes you just come to them like, oh, I'm going to get this, I'm going to get this. This is how much I have. I want to spend. You know, we're doing an estimate. Let people be aware of what you are doing. Let people alone be accountable. Is that too much to ask for?
Okay, Mr. Comrade, is it not better that we make laws just the way other countries that are developing or developing countries, the way they make their laws to checkmate people that you hand over, government responsibility to? Now, I'm just pointing to one thing that is missing here. If, for example, they are mandated, companies and all, although the problem we have in Nigeria, most of the companies that even make supplies and all those things, the accounting book, they are not even mandated. When they do it, you see them manufacturing figure and we accept them. So the problem is this. If they are required to give us the balance sheet year in, year out of their expenditure and their yearly report, all these details have to appear there, how they spend money, because budgeting and spending are not the same thing. The one you have spent, they need record for it. It means you have spent those money and record must go with them. So,
can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
And it's been a while now that you have been talking about all these your accounting.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you have worked in Nigeria before. It's like you don't think that everything that we do in Nigeria is just we don't even have any report.
No. See, the problem I pointed before you, there are some foundational problem that the government don't want to fix.
Let me ask you this, before you start talking about that, have you ever been a civil servant in Nigeria before?
No, I haven't. But they have rendered me. No, wait now. They have rendered me service.
You are just talking. Because this is not the first time. And when people are even trying to correct you, you always believe in whatever you are saying, as if there is no record for anything. Everybody will just put up any figure and just collect it, and you don't have accountability at all.
See, Simba, we have record. But those records are very, very faulty because it is easy for people to.
How did you know that they are faulty?
Okay, let us not be putting this. If you ask a question, I'm trying to clarify you from where I'm coming from. And if you keep throwing question in, you will be, derail me. Just listen to me a little bit, please. See, if those records that they have, they are really accurate, Umahi will not take more than 1 second to just tell them, oh, this year we have spent this. Now, those records is what is missing. That is why Umahi cannot answer those questions. I agree with you that we have record. Don't be confusing me with your question. Where the guy is going is so simple. It's simple because the guy is at a point. He said
I don't know why he's doing that.
Wait,
Simba, can I answer your question?
You can come here, Maruyi, because Simba didn't allow me to clarify myself, so you can continue.
Yeah, thank you. I understand this vividly. I understand your question. Yeah, Midwest, I understand the point you're making. It's like you asking somebody, what's your name? What's your date of birth? He's scratching his head. You are creating room. You are creating opportunity for the other person to suspect a foul play. Instead of saying, my name is Midwest. I was born to It's as simple. These are already things. These are things you know. You don't need to scratch your head before you say it. So if you know where Rufai was going to,
Midwest, can you
it wasn't even a difficult question, so to say. It was a very simple one. So instead of saying, well, which one was even easier? Oh, our estimated cost per perimeter at the moment is this. It's subject to variation. We don't know what might happen subsequently. If you're telling somebody you have to construct before you come up with a cost, it's like tantamount to putting the cart before the horse. You make people feel you are dealing with them in darkness. You are putting wool all over their face. They are human beings.
Well, how will you feel? I know I have an information that I'm asking you. Why am I asking you?
What is your question? Are you asking me the question?
You can tell me, wait now. The only thing you can tell me that the only thing that if you can say journalism now, if you have a media house, the only thing is to ask questions. It's not to give people information. Because
no,
if
it's
if they are reporting their news, they release that, okay, 700 kilometers, this is the estimate of the cost for 700 kilometers. Then why is it not asking again that what is the cost per kilometer? Why?
I already answered you. Rufai Oseni. Okay, you answer the question. If you ask the question, you listen. This was why Oseni told Umahi to be quiet. So can you come and listen when you ask a question? You ask a question. Let me answer you too, please. Rufai might be aware. He's already aware of the total estimate, right? He's already also aware of the length of the road, the number of kilometers, right? Like I said, it might not be for his own personal consumption. For clarity and accountability's sake, he might be asking such questions for the sake of his audience, who might not be as informed as Rufai and others. They are not doing it for themselves; they're doing it for the audience. Okay, and it was a good opportunity to ask such a salient question because the man in charge, an authority in that professor in that regard, according to him, was opportunity to hear from him.
Out there, he needed another information, or what? Why? Why is he asking that question?
Was that a difficult question to ask?
Simba, if I may come in, see, when you ask questions, try to just give that person a little space to explain, because we are all trying to learn from one another. You see, most of the problem we have in Nigeria is something that has to do with accountability. The manner at which we do business, we need to reform them. Now, we are talking about cost here and expenditure. What you have spent, there must be record for it, either preliminary or final record. Now, if, for example, there are subcontractors that those major contractors also involve, they must also prepare their own cost, preliminary and final. And all of them will now end up in one institution. And in that institution, there are occasions that they have to start returning money to those companies, such as VAT that they paid. Across the capitalism system, where you are, they do it at the same time. That is when they start seeing everything. And once they prepare the balance book, that's what I'm trying to point to you concerning Nigeria issue. When they now prepare that balance sheet and that annual report, all the sub-company involved, the material that went there, and the companies that supply them, the people employed, and all various institutions, their record will not be reflected. Because if you employ people, you got to pay them salary. You can't pay salary, whether it's from private company, that the Minister of Finance is not aware. These are the structures I'm always campaigning for when I come here. Those things that are lacking is making Nigeria to think they are smart. My prayer is that this tax reform, with the few knowledge I have about it, and they do it with good faith, you will see that new approach to that institutional civil servant or where you have worked. You will see that things will continue to change, because now there will be kind of a spreadsheet or a kind of what do they call it, synchronizing among all these institutions, whereby those people can easily see and assess what record are they having. If indeed we are operating through good accounting system, Umahi, we just saying, few months of last year, this is what we spent, and everything we settle. Anybody that doubt it, police or whatever or agency that we have, they know where to go and start pinning everybody that are involved. So these things are missing in Nigeria, and I pray by the grace of God, with the way they are going, and when they start implementing and they do it with good faith, then it will become difficult for people to stay. Umahi is a human being, and he's in a country where everybody believes this is my opportunity. Here come a president that is willing to develop his own country. He can't do it alone. He must involve people, and those people, we should join those that want to question them. And there's
Idris, are you still there?
I'm coming. It's like my distance is 40. Are you guys hearing me? Okay, I'm here. I thought I'm out. So, my dear brother, this is what I'm trying to point before Simba. If we are able to restructure the way we end up giving record, stealing money will still be there, but it will reduce and it will become difficult. So I'm not blaming Tinubu for giving out the contract. I'm not blaming Umahi or trying to call him a bad person, but there is that distrust and there is chances for him to say this is my opportunity. Because first of all, he said this will give a legacy. That project, there's no way Tinubu will abandon it, even when they are calling for more money. And if they are asking for more money, they are not asking Tinubu's money. There are procedures for you to say, look, this project is underestimated. We need more money. That is when they start asking for all this book before they will not say, yes, more money should go. So this is what I'm trying to present. But maybe if you don't get it, or you think I'm just trying to belittle Nigeria, yes, those institutions, the way we work is encouraging corruption. They don't synchronize with anybody. I can tell you I employ 100 people. Where do I register them? Nobody is mandated to register people. Maybe for next year, all this law will start biting everybody to. People want to know, you want to collect tax. You want to pay tax, and you want to also collect from government. So record will be demanded. Even when they are manipulating this record, they should understand that the other people where other institutions where you're going to submit some record, we start exposing the foundations of these figures. So in the case, the way we used to live, somebody can put billions there. We brought sand of billion. Where are you taking this sand from? We put so tonnage of cement.
Midwest, I don't know. Can somebody, mute so that the echo will stop? Please. Is it not the same country where people were? I'm not accusing this administration. The same country where people were bringing water and collecting money for subsidy. The same country where people collected money for dualization of Abuja Benin Express. It was not done. The same country where people collected money for light project. Today we are still in darkness. So people have every reason to be suspicious of those in authority. If you ask them questions, it's an opportunity for them to clear the air. It's nothing as difficult. I don't see anything difficult there. Umahi made things difficult for him. Whatever he got from Rufai was, he deserved it. Thank you.
Okay. Actually, you started by saying that you want to be balanced, and I can see the way you balance your arguments now.
Yeah, because the way you are going too, you are making me feel, everything is against Rufai. I wasn't speaking for Rufai for the beginning.
BT,
what is difficult there? What is my name? My name is Omuruyi. What is difficult there? I can't tell you now. I will tell you later. It means I'm hiding something. What is difficult there?
Let us hear from
Comrade, please. Comrade, please allow me. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Simba. It's been a minute. Reverend. I've not seen you in a while.
Yes, I was busy somehow.
I'm not busy. My phone busy, but let me start by congratulating the people of Ogbomoso. I always come on this show and I praise Ogun State for investment. Okay, bringing in investment opportunities. But today I have to give it up for Oyo State. Ogbomoso is there, right? It's not all right. I have to give it up for Ogbomoso for what they did this past week with the Minister of Trade and Investment. So part of the AFCTA thing I've been promoting on this show about those free trade zone, Ogbomoso is set to become a prime hub for that deal for the whole of Africa, part of the Nigerian deal. So when it comes to agro processing, the entire value chain, I saw the deal today. That ties into the Southwest Program for Development, or whatever it's called. So kudos to the government of Oyo State and Ogbomosho. I saw the minister today. I asked her some questions on Twitter, and she replied me. And I love what I'm hearing, and I reply, the Oba is involved. By the way, the airport in Ibadan also has a cargo component to it. So it's also going to be
This is a different dimension, bro.
slash cargo airport. So the one coming up by next year, July, is going to be for cargo as well. So they have a wing for that. So kudos to people of Oyo. We are growing in Oyo. We are growing in Ogun. Lagos is where Lagos is growing. Ondo needs to wake up. Ekiti is doing well, but Ondo and Oshun, please, everybody in our region is waking up and doing the right thing, investing in the right direction. Please, we need Ondo and Oshun, and we are people in those two states to put pressure.
Please, can you give us details of where they are investing it? Where are they putting those investments that you're praising here now? I don't really know.
Sorry, can you mute your mic? I can hear the feedback from you. So I will put the link in for you to follow. So the whole AFCTA deal is for us to be able to trade amongst ourselves in Africa. So we signed that, but it requires a lot of financial input. Okay, so it's kind of stalled that over the years. But with the program that the Minister of Trade and Investment came up with, came into that project, and also what Tinubu created with this so-called development, what's it called again, Simba? Development regional, whatever. It's kind of tied. Yeah. So it's tied together. You know, Southwest, we already had our own done agenda. So pretty much for the Southwest, it's kind of like we're expanding the done agenda for the whole region, pretty much. So that Ogbomoso area ties into. So if you notice in Southwest lately, you see people putting money into cargo airport, train service, bus, mass transit. So it ties into that project. But for each project, you need hubs. So Ogun has the Sagamu area, Oyo wants it to be Ogbomoso for them. So every state in the Southwest is now having regional hubs for agro processing. So the days of just say, okay, we made something in ABC area. You must have a point where everything comes to once you harvest. So can you mute your mic, please? Whoever that is, Femi, please. I can hear myself. Please. So each region is now coming up with their own regional hub for agriculture, for example. You have so many for other sectors, but for they want to be that regional hub. So they brought the minister in, the African trade partners came in as well. I saw the link to the airport where they're going to do train service as well. Cold storage, Simba, cold storage program in the Simba, cold storage. You know, on this program, we always discuss cold storage issue with Nigeria, right? Cold storage is coming to the place. So that place is going to be that hub for that zone when it comes to agro processing for the whole of Oyo State, and they will also key into what is going on in other Southwest states. So I love what they are doing, in the Ogbomoso, and the king is also involved. He was there at the meeting. They were open. They brought everybody in, from the ballets to the KBC to the community heads. Everybody was there. They brought the farmers in. The market, everybody showed up.
BT, the agricultural hub of Oyo State is actually the Ogun, which Ogbomoso serve as the capital.
So that makes sense then. So if you look at the but they want to make Ogbomoso where they will put those manufacturing plants, where it comes into that place and it can leave already processed, at least halfway or thereabout. So from all those Okeogun area comes into Ogbomoso, then they can go from there. So that's what we are doing in the Southwest now. Like I said, Ogun is making a move. Clearly, Oyo is also making a move. Lagos is making a move. Ekiti, I've seen some things about Ekiti. I will look into Ekiti as well, and if they are keen into that project. But like I said, I don't know what is going on in Osun in regards to what we are doing in the Southwest, because, like I said, we are expanding the Don agenda for the whole region. So maybe Simba needs to put pressure on his governor to stop dancing for God's sake and start doing something. Because no, seriously, if you follow that trend for the whole weekend, everybody kept asking about Ondo, or because seriously, Olan and Co. I know much about Ekiti, but nobody apparently in Ekiti you have something going on with Ekiti. You have an airport for agro processing too, but maybe you can tell us that when I'm done. But for some reason, Ondo and Osun keep coming up like nobody knows what's going on.
But do we really like as you said? I don't think they really needed more airports to actually get all those things done. Ibadan airport can serve that of Ogbomoso. There is a functional airport already, even in Akure, and I think they built
That
one
was
in.
that was serve Ondo now. That should serve Ondo is my point.
But do you now saying that
Is
they
it
should
about
have
airport only or
airport?
development?
Because the airport is more than just carrying humans. It's for agro processing as well. So if you notice, everybody
And
building
what
there
is
from
the
Southwest.
what I'm saying is that we have to look at the resources that is available also. Though there was a airfield that this guy was, it has been there somewhere in Ido Osun in Osun State before, right from even the time of Awolowo and Co. That was abandoned. Aregbe wanted to do something about it. This one is actually shifted it to somewhere close to his town in Ede. And I think he's doing something about it, but I
But
don't know what he
it
wanted to
needs
use it
to,
for.
my point is that
Ola,
does it
please let me come in here.
let me finish please, before you add
Okay.
please. So I don't mind him moving the airport to Ede or whatever. But my question is, does it tie to the Don agenda? Because the whole point is agro processing. It cannot be too far from your hub. So I don't know where the hub is for Osun when it comes to agro, or what their plans is in regards to that Simba. So the question to you is that is Ede close to wherever you guys are going to pick in your own area? For Akure now, where is their own agro hub? Like everybody now has a place where they can put their stuff. I don't know for those two things. Is my point, Simba.
I don't think or shouldn't really have. If you are looking at one of the states in the southwest that's densely, as in is very small in size, and the towns are close by, they don't really have much land. I think in the whole of southwest, if you take Oyo, you follow by Ogun, I think probably I don't know much about
Okay, Simba, my point is, okay, I'm sure during the Don plan, there's a place for Ondo and Osun, but we don't know what it is. So let's even ignore the airport, for example. Okay, you don't want to do the airport, but how do you connect into the program? Make it public. I don't know anything about those two. Is my point. So let's even forget the airport. Where is your hub? How do you key in?
Whatever you are asking for now, I cannot ask you about my state for now.
Okay.
What I think will happen, our election is coming up maybe in a year time.
You can hear more about. Okay, thank you guys, and that's my point. But kudos to Ekiti State as well, Lagos, Oyo, and Ogun, Ondo, and Osun. We need you guys. Thank you guys. Yeah, we can hear you, woman.
We can hear you, but your voice is very low.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted Emmanuel to speak. He's been asking for about 15 minutes. He wants to speak to the day.
I just came in, one man. Sorry, I didn't know.
Because he's a new voice as well. So, Emmanuel, if you want to unmute, I think he wants to speak to the Umahi Rufai Oseni saga. Emmanuel, unmute. Emmanuel. All right. When it's ready, try and invite him in. It's been there for a while.
One man. By the way, I just praised your state or what you guys are doing or plan to do. So
Baba was praising you guys that the first flight came out of your state from.
yeah. What can I say? August is in the next level now.
No,
But
really go to space.
one man, I just told you I praised your state. Don't let me take it back, please. I just praised your state, so don't let me take it back. But yeah.
You're at the next level. Anyway.
But by the way, your airport is even bigger in Ibadan. If you look it up on the internet, it's a very big airport coming up by next year June. It should be ready. So we look forward to that as well. Let me use my mic now. Thank you, guys. Let me use my mic now.
Okay, Midwest. Where is Midwest? Midwest, you can make your.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is this, but I know it will not settle well with so many people here because you guys are from Southwest. Now you praising all this development. Do you see any federal might, for Yoruba people occupying this seat for so many contributing to this development, or is just something that have to do with the initiative of just the state alone and all those kind of things? Because other people from other regions,
can I provide you?
They strongly believe that there is no balance when it comes to the way the government distribute the wealth. Those who have the federal level, they always try to put up a lot of development for their people. Yeah, I'm hearing you.
No, because you asked a question about this development. So what is happening is that states have their own plan, right? That they want to do. Like the Ogun State airport thing, it's been there for 20 years. All the deals that they're getting from all these countries they are leveraging on what they have. But federal government, if you make a move as a state, right, and you say, federal government, I brought Simba in with 10 million pounds to invest. Can you help us out? They will be happy to add their own 1 million to it, as opposed to you say, okay, come and build something for 100 million. So what we are doing here is that we are finding those investors. So
yeah, please, I think Emmanuel is back. Can we give Emmanuel audience?
Let me just run up, please, so I can explain to Midwest because he has a question. So these are not federal government driven projects; they are regional and state driven projects. So
what I'm saying, don't you see also the tribal connection? Because as you said, when other people from other regions fight for that support, how would they assess the president? Whereby the people that are supposed to
they have governors, they can affect it.
Okay, let leave it there. But for me, everybody, I think the point I'm trying to raise is we'll also be ringing in the heart of the people. Fellow Nigeria, wait a minute. Fellow Nigeria from other region, we always question. We always, raise this kind of suspicion.
That means they are misinformed.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, go ahead, Manuel.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, I was following from YouTube and I love what was going on and I appreciate. Speaking on the Umahi and Rufai Oseni saga that took place yesterday, and I'm also a media person. My contribution to that particularly, firstly, one of the speakers spoke about mistrust between the people and the government. Yes, you are right about that. That's one of the things why you see that many Nigerians are supporting Rufai Oseni, even though we know that when it comes to conduct, everything they did yesterday was bad. And the questions, before you give your judgment, I would advise every one of us to go back to an interview that was done in 2024 between Rufai Oseni, Abati, Mayo, and the same Umahi. When the project was about to begin, he brought up when the former vice president gave an allegation about the money spent and everything. The same minister came on air. They calculated everything. I even posted the video on my WhatsApp X just this morning for people to see. And Rufai was also mentioning the same question about cost per kilometer. That was last year, about the coastal highway something. The minister corrected him more than 3 times in that video to let him know this is not the right manner of asking the question, and which was settled that particular way. To balance the whole equation, where the minister had problem yesterday was the fact that all of them coming to Arise already knows who Rufai is. He shouldn't have lost his composure because he's still a public servant and he's still supposed to, even though the question that, according in engineering, that the anchor was asking was not really in line. He was still supposed to have kept his cool instead of the outburst that happened yesterday. And number two, also, my advice to journalists: when you want to argue some particular topics or subjects, make sure that that particular anchor or presenter has read more or knows well or is good in that particular field or has some kind of basic knowledge, good knowledge in that field to be able to talk with something. So in general, the minister is accountable to Nigerians where he needs to explain everything. But what happened yesterday, the minister has his fault, while Rufai also has his fault. And also, I think the minister is always just about coming to the TV station to come and talk about many of all those things. I believe the country should go to a level where, when such projects want to come on air or wants to happen, there should be the website or something where all these things should be explained, apart from coming for an interview, where all these things is supposed to be lined out, the cost of the thing, like the man explained earlier about if there's going to be subset contractors and everything should be explained to Nigerians, so that it will not just be that when the government comes to speak, we'll be doubting them. And
sorry, can I ask a question, Ima? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask a question?
Thank you, man, for your balanced, submission.
Hold on. Let me ask him a question. Hold on. If I, as a journalist,
yes, sir,
I'm going to bring you on my channel.
Yes, sir.
Shouldn't I? They call it Freedom of Info Act, where I can request documents before bringing you on, right?
Yes, sir, it's possible.
Shouldn't I then investigate that info before asking you questions on live program? Normally, if I'm a journalist, I will request those info. I will study them first, so that when I bring you on, I'm better informed.
To be done.
So why are they allowing this guy that doesn't do anything, no form of investigation at all?
Let me give you the reason. Let me give you the reason.
Asking you what he can. No, I'm like, guy, he can ask the government for this document, not on a live program.
Sir, you're 100% right.
Sorry guys, let me just come in for like a minute. I don't really have much time, if you don't mind. Just a minute.
Sorry. Can I answer that?
Hold on, please. Go ahead, Emmanuel. Sorry.
Please. What you said is 100% right. That is, for example, if you check, there was an interview by Mr. Debanjo last week. Before he came to channels, if you can watch the interview on YouTube with Sheung, they will send the document to you, so that you can go through it yourself and master it to ask and all that. Or even Rufai Oseni is someone top where you can easily get those documents. That's what I'm telling you, that Rufai had his own fault to that day. Rufai, he turned the interview to a personal.
What if he asked for that document in advance and it was not given?
If he asked and it was not given, then Rufai can say it. Rufai can say it on air.
Can say
why
it
he's
now.
Giving his intro. Why he's giving his intro? Rufai can say it on air. Like the way you're going to bring it in when you're trying to introduce the senator and all that, like to not be. See, we need to go and, for example, now that's one thing why many people love Sheung of channels for. There's a way Sheung is going to ask you a very tempting, provocative question in a very respectful manner. You will know that this is a tackle, this is a target, but you won't be able to get provoked with Sheung, because Sheung knows how to twist a question that will not be provocative. Go and watch his interview. That is what Rufai is. Rufai is a journalist. Rufai is a Nigerian citizen. He's also but Rufai should know that when he's on air, you are no more a Nigerian citizen for that moment. You are an anchor of a program where you are neither here nor there. You have to be in between. Throw the right question to get it. Let the man be the one to, because even if you want to give him such a provocative question, there's a way you are going to ask it. Sir, let me give you an example.
Emmanuel, let me ask you a question as a journalist.
Yes, sir.
Is it proper for a journalist to be seen to be partisan?
No,
while
no,
you
no,
are
no,
while
no.
you're
No,
exercising
it's not
your
right.
duty?
Even me, I'm against Rufai in all this. Do you know that when Rufai was in Abia State last year, when he interviewed the governor, when the governor told him
playing
that,
now.
Yes, God bless you, sir. You are right. See, do you know why Arise TV will not chase Rufai away? All this thing is doing for Arise TV is bringing more traffic to them. Many media houses in Nigeria now think about
because
traffic.
what Nigerian like is negativity, and it's bringing
God bless you, sir.
No, everybody has his own style. Let's not overflog this issue. Everybody has his own style.
It's not style. It's not about style.
Let me say this. Let me say this. It's not. It's not. If you say, can I say this? When Omoyele Sowore started the Sahara Reporters at his basement in New York, a lot of people thought it wasn't going to last for a week because of his manner of reportage. You know, he didn't come to, I mean, in terms of conformity with the status quo. He came to disrupt the style, the old style, the normal style of but I mean,
but
for some time, let me say something. Let me land my point. Let me land my point. Let me land my point.
Any impact?
Let me land my point. Let me tell you how he made his impact. That little thing he started under his basement with one laptop, it took a lot of people to prison, made the Nigerians to, I mean, he was able to unravel a lot of secrets. The normal media, the normal mainstream media could not.
The names of people that have gone to prison.
A lot.
I think your information is gotten.
You said my information is nothing. A lot of revelations. Let me answer him. Please let me answer him. Let me answer him. The revelation of Sahara Reporters led to the detention of 15 in the UK. The revelation of Sahara Reporters led to the corruption of those government, Lucky Gbenejo, and so many others, even the one in Bayelsa. So he made a lot of difference, different from from the normal way of reportage. So everybody has his own style. You know, you don't need to be, don't need to respect. You don't need to demonstrate before this minister, before you know you are doing your work. What he did.
It has done more damage. If you don't know, sir, I'm a journalist. I'm telling you the truth. Forget the name.
What damage has it done? What damage has it done?
This style, a lot of damage it has done to the media. A lot of damage.
By who? By who?
Now, many journalists publish stories that without, because for example, okay, for example now, look at the tussle between him and Wike in the last few weeks. All those things he has been publishing online. How many of them are found out to be true? Because they're throwing shades.
How many of them have been found out to be false?
Media is dying.
How many of them have been found out to be false?
A lot of the Nigerian media is dying because of this. If I just looking at you people are looking at the immediate something you are saying, but you don't know
how many of them have been found out to be false. You're not answering your question.
He's doing a lot of damage.
How?
He's doing a lot of damage. A time will come, people like you will start saying that Sowore, because
if you are a journalist, it's not like a Brian fellow journalist like you. You know, you have been able to disrupt the system with his own style, and we are getting results.
You are not getting results.
A lot. We are getting a lot of results.
It's not correct. If you say it's bringing results, you are lying, sir.
You said nothing has been. You said nothing has been proven. Which one has been proven to be false? You have not mentioned anyone.
They've seen him like.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Comrade Omoruyi, we don't need to accuse a panelist of being a brown envelope when we don't have an evidence. So I think we are discussing of their public matters. So we just want you to keep.
I was talking about the style. Everybody, Jelejiwa has his own style. Sowore has his own style. Everybody has his own style. Even the CNN, the BBC of this world, they have their own style. There are people like that in CNN.
Sorry, sir. Please, can I come in? Please, can I give an example, sir?
Hold on, please. You will continue. When you know that Emmanuel, before from what I heard there, probably Emmanuel is a journalist.
But when you have a journalist or a professional person around us, it's not good to accuse the person of brown envelope just for his opinion.
I'm not accusing him. There are a lot of brown envelope. They just stay on their social media and report. They don't do investigative journalism. They just stay there and report nonsense. They print something from social media and report it.
As long as you are not accusing Emmanuel, that's fine. You understand?
No, I'm not accusing. I'm not reason to accuse him. I said there are brown envelope journalists, which you also know.
Even if you call me a brown envelope journalist, I'm not angry because that is
no.
what
I know you may not be angry, but I won't allow that.
But sir,
right.
sir,
I won't allow that.
Sir, let me give you an example.
Please go ahead.
When Adeyanju, when Deji, who is an activist, as at last 2 years, when this same man was making noise, insulting the president, insulting different people like us, we are the far back. We were saying this is not activism. This is not activism. But last 2 months, when the same man now bounced back on their love candidates, I'm giving an example now, which is a Labour Party candidate. When he started entering in, what are they calling the Adeyanju now? A Temu lawyer. What am I trying to say in all this? When you believe that Sowore something is doing something now, I'm in the field. I know the damage that it is costing more, but you are outside because of your emotion. You are feeling like, yes, you're exposing them.
You don't need to tell me. I don't need your validation of what Sowore has done and the result he has yielded. Maybe probably when you were not even born. I don't know how old you are. Now you're telling me he has not done anything. I'm telling you what we got from Sahara reporters. People were giving, even in sort of giving information to Sowore, especially during Jonathan and Co. Now you're telling me he has not done anything. What do you know as far as journalism is concerned?
You are missing the point. I'm not saying he has not done anything. What I'm saying is that the type
that was exactly what you said. You said he has not done anything. That was my point of argument.
Damage. It's causing, and it's going to cause more damage. What Rufai is doing for now, which is people are seeing him for boldness. They are seeing him for something. He's causing more damage to the field, to the journalism job entirely. Not the
in terms of Sahara reporters, what damage has it done to you?
Can you hear me? I've been trying to come in. No, this guy will not allow me. I know for sure. Can I come in now?
Come in,
yeah, Prince Daddy, please go ahead. Go ahead, Prince Daddy.
Okay. Yeah, we all know our friend Oseni Rufai. He has no personality and he can be aggressive during an interview. But nonetheless, I have to give Arise Television and Rufai Oseni credit. I think they've covered a niche somewhat in the Nigerian media, in journalism, and how they do their reporting. Oseni's way may not be ideal, but I'm not a big fan, but I think it's fine. Whichever approach he uses is fine. Apart from Oseni, though I prefer Seun Okinbaloye's approach, he is more tenacious and more respectful, right? But nonetheless, he gets the job done. Oseni Rufai and Arise Television, I think they're fine. There's nothing wrong with them. That's just their brand of journalism. I don't think they're killing journalism at all. I think, in fact, they've reinvigorated journalism in Nigeria because their constituent or followership is quite solid and people like what they do. Okay, they're not your traditional journalists or journalism that you guys maybe know or talking about. But even if you want to compare Nigerian journalism to, let's say, America, for example, in today's world with America's media, with all their juggernauts, independent media is making wave and headway into journalism. A lot of people now in America, they actually defer to independent journalism or media. And I think the same way goes in Nigeria also. Maybe not to that level, but a lot of people get information online and they defer to independent sources. For all we know, a lot of people may see the way Oseni Rufai and Arise are kind of maybe anti-government, if you want to say that, even though they like Peter Obi and others, right?
Prince, my brother, I get your point about independent media, but Rufai doesn't say it's independent media. He's masquerading as a trained journalist. That's the difference.
God bless you, sir. I appreciate that, sir.
If you say
you don't have problem, you don't have problem when we can gather those Arab boys and talk to them like slaves. You don't have problem with that. I would not allow them to talk. You don't have problem with that.
Comrade, okay, please, maybe if you let me talk, don't be Rufai on the platform, please. This is what I'm saying is this. If you say you are independent journalist and you put yourself on Twitter or Facebook, then we know that's who you are. But don't tell me you are a trained journalist and you don't act like one. A Prince. That's the issue I have with Rufai. If you
Well,
want to
I
say,
hear your point, BT,
yes,
but the reality actually, if I'm not mistaken, most of, especially in America, most of the independent so-called media, they're not really journalists. They don't have a journalism background. They're just like Oseni Rufai. They don't. I mean, they are self-taught and they are not true journalists at all.
I
They
agree
are
with
not.
you. I know I agree with you, but you don't put them on a news channel like your Fox. You see,
I don't even know why Prince Daddy is now saying
I'm not
somebody that
discussing
was
Facebook.
employed by a news
I
media.
am
You
not
are saying he's an
discussing
independent
Facebook,
journalist.
Prince. I'm saying that if he was by himself, then I would say I agree with you. But he's on a news channel, so you can't
But
bring up
that's the point I'm
Facebook.
trying to make now. Listen to me. I say, a right television is carved a niche for itself, and it goes about journalism like an independent journalist.
Oh,
They
live.
don't follow the
Okay,
traditional steps.
okay,
So
okay,
because
okay. I get
Simba, because you work for a network doesn't mean that is the owner or his bosses don't like what he does. Trust me, they see the numbers. It's all about business at the
But
end of the day. They see the numbers.
let me ask you, Prince Daddy, if you are an independent journalist, does that give you right to be abusing your client or your does it give you right? Where did you
Does the
see
guest also have the right to
wait now,
belittle?
Omoruye, I'm not talking to you, please. So have you ever seen a place whereby a journalist will call his a visitor?
Keep quiet. Keep quiet.
Keep
Tell
quiet,
him just to keep quiet on
or
the
I where did you see that?
I put it to you.
Well, Simba, I'll tell you, Oseni Rufai, we've seen him. When it likes personalities, he embraces them, he jokes with them, whatever, he gives them softball questions. When he doesn't like you, we know what he does. So nothing does surprises me. Again, I'm saying that it is a right television is saying Rufai, they've carved a niche in that place and people enjoy what they do. See, me, I'm factual in terms of. Listen,
Prince.
let me line. I present
The line of
my
line of
opinion based on what I perceive or see. Rather, I'm not saying I enjoy what he does, but nonetheless, let's not pretend that what they're doing is not effective. I think it's highly effective, actually. Now, if you like it or not, it's secondary.
Prince Daddy, sorry. Let us look at it this way. If you think that the people because people thought they are working for them and they are looking for the betterment of their life. I mean, whatever. But if what people feel is that anybody that's criticizing government is actually working for the people. But we see these same people when the opposition comes, they are more friendly to them. They dine and even whenever they say they are intervening, then you see the way they don't even ask them questions. They just like like a beer parlor kind
look
of.
at Simba's governor, the way they dance with that guy. Of all people,
You understand?
look at the way they treat him on the right
So
TV like a
you now
celebrity.
want to be encouraging people that are deceiving the masses in the name of saying they are helping them.
Simba. At the end of the day, Oseni Rufai is one person, and Arise is just one network amongst other networks plus independent media. Now, let's not, personally, I don't have no problem with what they do, and Hussein, I don't. To me, it's just another flavor in the pot. That's what I see. It's come on. Unless you're telling me that they control the entire Nigerian media and they're the finest say, then you have an argument of monopoly. If you're not saying that, then leave them alone. Let them be. Listen, what they're selling, if it doesn't sell anymore, trust me, people will drop them. But as long as they still get clicks and likes, people still no quote them online and on shows like this. Trust me, they're making moves, they're making money.
God bless you, man.
No, come on. I think no. Simba, wait. I think comrade is missed Prince point. He does not like that line of questioning, but he understands it. So don't conflict the two. It's not agreeing with what they are doing, but he understands why they are doing it for numbers and ratings. So it's not on page with your comments. Stop saying I agree or stop something like that.
I say God bless him for information. Is there anything wrong with that?
No, you
I
are
say
wrong.
God bless him.
Don't,
You want me to
don't,
curse him? If I curse him now, you start accusing me. I say
don't be
God
quiet.
bless him.
No,
Do I
but
say devil should punish him?
no. Just making a
You were
point.
expecting me to say devil should punish him? I said God bless him.
No, that
What is wrong with that?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Emmanuel. Thank you. But Emmanuel, can you put your link in the chat? Let's see your ex handle.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, please. Are you guys also comfortable when Wike gather those journalists, so-called journalists together?
Stop
I
that
start treating them like shutting them
Comrade.
up and don't allowing them to say what he takes charge, he takes control. He's the Alpha and Omega. Are you comfortable with that kind of journalism?
Comrade,
Sir. For Wike's own, Wike called for the interview.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to bring out information. The journalists are asking him information. You don't force the person that wants to
You don't force them, but you expect them to take everything from Wike, hook, line, and sinker because it's Wike. What kind of journalist are you, man?
I'm not saying because it's Wike. I'm not saying this because it's Wike.
Because he paid for it, he has every right to say every nonsense and put it on their hook, line, and sinker.
Are you saying that Mr. Umahi did not pay for that interview too?
See, what did you see?
Answer the question. You asked me a question.
No, two ways. It's two ways. Sometimes they don't pay. If they let me explain to you. You ask the question, you answer the question by yourself. If he was invited, he doesn't need to pay. If he call for it, they need to charge him. It's two ways. It goes two ways.
No, sir, that interview was a rebooter. The main purpose of that interview was because of that woman that accused the government of our land $250 million. If you remember, so
you don't know the purpose. You only watch it. You don't know. Do you work with Arise? If he was invited, he didn't need to pay anything. If he called for it, he can pay them. He can pay them for the airtime. I'm coming down. What is wrong? You telling me to calm down? It's not an insult. Oseni telling Umahi to calm down was an insult. You guys need we need to watch ourselves of this bias.
Let us educate you on this. You are
not educating me. Don't mislead me.
I'm not misleading you.
You trying to mislead me and gaslight me. I'm not taking that from you.
The job of a journalist. Okay,
you're telling me to calm down, and that's not insult. That is cool with me. It's cool with me because I was shouting. You're telling me to calm down. Telling Umahi to calm down so that I can listen, so that I can get the question. That was an insult. We are not ready in this country.
After all the shouts yesterday, did you people get the cost per square meter?
Exactly. Well, exactly.
After all the shouts,
if it does not have anything to hide, if that question was not just start that day, it's been on from beginning. Why is he dodging the question?
Comrade Omoruyi.
What is even difficult there?
Comrade Omoruyi.
That is not the right question to ask.
Emmanuel,
you ask the right question. You the best journalist. You the generative one of our time. Tell us the right question that you were supposed to ask. It's not you. You are you. Oseni cannot be you.
Go and watch the interview of last
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Comrade Omoruyi, this is what we are saying. I know some people triumph in kiosk. You understand? This is what we are trying to correct. You see, one thing is this: you do journalism with sincerity, and you do journalism for private reason. The journalist, whatever Rufai was doing, was, to me, if you ask me, it's not about educating the people. It's just about creating some kind of uproars so that he can drive people to his own Twitter page. Let's forget about this. Now, someone told you here that this man presented this thing.
He was so emotional. That's just the truth. Not that he want to drop people. I think so.
Oh, hold on, because I follow Rufai on his Twitter, so I know that it's more of drawing traffic and we are talking of someone that has over 1 million followers. You understand what I'm saying? So this thing is all about profiteering. It's not about you and I, because if it's about you and I, you will ask the right questions.
God bless you, sir.
You were
What is
talking
it?
to a professional. Our professional was correcting you that that's not the way to ask the question. Then you should agree with him. Okay, this is okay. How you could have asked that? Okay, how much is section 1?
He
of that
corrected him
to
last
cost?
year. He corrected him last year
You
too.
understand? So by simply asking how much that entire section 1 will cost,
I think
it's
it's
enough
by
for you. If you like,
gauge
you can
something. That's what they
exactly.
He
If you
wasn't
like,
asking the entire. He was asking him what is the cost per kilometer, which is also the same thing as
hold on now,
average
hold on.
cost. He also means average
But
cost. Instead of
I
giving
think
him the
Umahi
answer,
answered that. Umahi answered that
Umahi
question.
was busy telling the grammar. He was busy as if it was a grammar section. What you said is different. It's not per kilometer. It is average cost. What's the difference? Can you tell me the difference, please?
Wait. Okay, you are constructing, let's say, 10 kilometers of road for 10 billion. Right. Okay, I ask you say, okay, this length of road is 10 kilometers. And I say, okay, Comrade Omoroyi, how much did this road project cost you? It's 10 billion.
I will simply tell you 1 million.
Hold on now. On your own, because all of us we did arithmetic. On your own, you can put your calculator, okay, 10 billion divided by 10, and you get it yourself. Why do you have to ask question how much per kilometer? If you are not adding anything, you can ask, okay, the length of this kilometer is it. And the entire project for that section 1 is going to cost 100 billion. Now, you know it's 18. Why can't you use, are you telling me that Rufai will not know arithmetic of dividing 100 billion, for example, by 80 kilometers?
He might not be asking for his own sake, but the sake of audience.
It's for his own sake.
Just
hold
on.
So everything he does is for his own sake, for his own consumption, for his own knowledge.
He can as well
You guys are wonderful. You guys are unique.
He can as well ask that question and do the division on behalf of the populace. The question is this, because the motive is totally different. The motive is like, okay, let me ask some leading question and just create some kind of opportunity just to cause some kind of some kind of argument, uproar and chaos within the polity. That's what it's trying to do. You understand? That thing is so okay. Someone is telling you that okay, it's not even for you to even ask for per kilometer. That okay, you have to be average cost. You understand? And this guy took time to say, he said, look, we have different sessions, and each session will cost different amount of money. But you were looking for loopholes just to make sure you mess him up. Because all Rufai was trying to do was just looking for loopholes. So
okay, that was an opportunity for the minister to clear the fault. Clear the air and make them move on.
If you have ever handled project before, if you have ever handled
we have a doctor here. Please let me come with this analogy. We have a doctor here. Yesterday he saw a patient. Today he wants to minister something to the patient. He already knows his name, his age. He's still asking, "What's your name?" You know, that is how they do their job. You already know his name. He's familiar. The patient has been with him. The patient has been with him for almost 3 months.
Asking. Let me ask you what is similar, because you mentioned the doctor. It's like a patient coming to the hospital for admission, and that day of admission, you're asking me, when am I going to discharge you?
No. There are two different things. There are two different things, doctor. Okay, let me explain the difference to you. Let me explain the difference to you. This is a contract that has been signed and given to somebody. Before then, one will have assumed that they have done their feasibility studies. You know, inconveniences. Let me lie. Somebody asked a question. You cannot even let me talk. You cannot let me talk.
No.
You asked a question. You want to answer your own question. When I talk, you say I'm shouting.
We have overflogged this issue.
Somebody asked me a question. Can you let me explain to him?
We are not here to
contract is not gambling. It's not gambling that at the end of the day, you know, before you know whether you will win or not. Before you go into a project, you must have known the cost benefit analysis. You must have done your feasibility studies. You know if you can embark on something, you have an estimate. You have an estimate. You have your budget for that particular project. So if somebody is asking you, how much is it going to cost you? It's not Umahi's money. It's not Tinubu's money. This is Nigeria's money. It's not asking for too much.
Hold on.
What is the problem here?
Breaking news.
Okay.
A new ANEC chairman has been appointed in Professor Amupitan by the Council of State.
Okay. Amupitan. Which state is from who?
I know it's a Yoruba person, but
Is it Kogi, right?
There's
It
no
was
news here. We're not surprised.
by all the ex presidents, head of state that we have. They are the one that approved him.
I know. Where is he from?
I think it's Kogi or something. I think it's Kogi.
Because I know that's the work for the opposition for the next month. That's why I'm asking, because
it doesn't matter.
There's some kind of battle. We are
Doesn't
going to
matter
come
now.
to that space.
We'll be having Northerners as presidents, and they have been having Northerners as so what
I know. I know for sure.
The ringing has just begun.
Hold on, Comrade Amoruyi. Let me tell you something.
Comrade, can you take off your comrade hat a second?
Ola is from Kogi.
No. Hold on. Let me just address Comrade Amoruyi.
Mr. Moru, you too the hammer the something. Give time first.
Let me attend to Comrade Amoruyi. Let me tell you one thing. This is where you will know that Rufai is not sincere, and I'll tell you. There used to be Federal Executive Council meeting, and every ministers, they make presentation of the progress of whatever they are doing. They don't just talk in blank, they add cost. Okay, this is the cost we have for this. This is what we spent so far. This is what we've achieved. Then we will need so to get to this. So if Rufai is that really sincere, it will follow, because if it's not trying just to create confusion and to because unfortunately an erudite like you, he has managed to even mislead you as well. Anybody that wants to know the cost of those kind of things, it's not so difficult. You follow the Federal Executive Council meeting and you will see their presentation. Okay, we are going to construct from Lagos to Ibadan for 120 billion. And with so the length is 120 kilometers. So we've achieved 80 kilometers and we've spent 80 billion so far. So when you go to Federal Executive Council meeting, you will hear all those presentations and you will get all those things. And journalists, they are there. They have information about all those stuff. So journalists that will want to give you all those facts knows how to bring those facts out. But someone that want to create scene to drive traffic, they know how to do that. So Rufai is more of traffic driving than journalism. So so everybody has internet. You can use your internet, ChatGPT, different Llama, whether you are using the DeepSeek, you can follow all this. So see, information and education is cheaper than it used to be before. In fact, it's like if education used to cost like 100,000 before, you don't even need more than $50 now to even learn what you could have learned for like 100,000 like 20 years ago.
Does that mean there's no need for interview or journalism anymore?
I know. The question is this: your position, the way you are supporting this guy by not even analyzing.
I'm not supporting. It's not perfect. It's not a perfect human being. But you guys are one-sided. You are biased. If you say Oseni was wrong, Umahi was also wrong. Instead of which one is even easier? Okay, the cost per kilometer for now tentatively is also amount. Then who are saying who are you? Who are you, Rufai? You are an animal scientist. You are this, you are that.
Said that
your grammar is wrong. Your grammar is not supposed to be cost per kilometer. It is average cost. Which one is easier to say? Which one is easier to say? Let's be honest here. Let's be balanced.
People like who confuse Nigeria then and brought Buhari upon us, and we are worse for it. See, people like Rufai, all of them gang up against Jonathan, and they've not come here to apologize that okay, sorry for promoting person like Buhari because we are worse off with Buhari. And what are they busy doing? They are busy trying to promote another agenda to bring another person. You should look at these people are not apolitical; they are political. If they are neutral person, we understand. But we are not talking of neutral person here. People that we almost roll red carpet for Peter Obi, and when it comes to Tinubu, they will just go the other way around. That doesn't sound neutral. So, and you think some people are neutral or are biased just for the fun of it? No, there's a benefit to gain for you to be biased. Don't think that Rufai is supporting you. No, he's a business person. He's just seeing this place as let me maximize the opportunity. That's what Rufai is doing. Let us just wake
Somebody
up and
asked me
work
not
on
to
it.
accuse Iman of being a brand envelope journalist. You are just accusing Rufai now when
I
you are
said
not sure.
when
You don't
someone
have
is
the
on
facts.
panel, wait, when someone is on
Do you
panel,
have the
is Rufai
facts?
on this panel? Is Rufai on this panel?
Do you have the
Is
facts?
Rufai your
You are,
company?
he's still a human being, still a citizen of Nigeria.
It don't, no, it's not there. It's just like
How much was he giving? How much was he paid to be
let me tell
biased?
you one thing.
We all have our biases. Let's be honest.
I can call Buhari names, all those things, but once Buhari step into this, I will change. I will address him as personal person. But once it's out of this place, I will address him as a public figure. That's the difference. You understand? So there's no Buhari or Rufai for me to agitate. But you see the co-panelists and you accuse him of brand envelope. No, it's emotional blackmail. But if it's not here now and you are talking to him as a public person, it's another point of communication entirely. That's what I'm
sir,
telling
don't worry. I'm not offended, though. I understand.
I know you are not offended, but I'm not going to accept direct attack on co-panelists. That's what I'm saying.
I wasn't even attacking him. I just said there are some brand envelope journalists. The way they do things, you cannot expect them to be the way the journalists of this world do their own things. He came with the intention of disrupting the status quo. And what exactly what he achieved? And we got a lot of results for him.
He's not a brand envelope journalist. He's a white one.
If he was giving, by now they should have told him. I remember when this musician's mother was sick. He wanted help from what was this Minister of Aviation. When they had a disagreement with the present government, he brought all the communication, all the screenshots out where the guy was begging them for money. So if they have anything against Showore, not that he's calling them criminals and otherwise, let them bring out how much they have given to him with proof, and we will relegate Showore to the background. You cannot use a fake program for 35 years. It will kill you. You cannot even use your fake materials. You can't use fake food for 35 years. If he was fake, by now he would have been fired.
But I expect you to be, since we're in this panel, I'm very sorry, but I expect you to be more enlightened than this. Even the show.
You can't tell me the way you want to be enlightened is different from the way I'm enlightened. Your enlightenment is different from my own enlightenment.
Do you know how much they get from international something to sponsor?
What's your problem with that? What is your problem with that? Is it your money? Is it Nigeria's money?
Do you know?
It's aid now. It's aid. People Harvard.
So
Harvard takes.
It is not aid.
Harvard, a reputable institution like Harvard, they do get aid. They get financial aid from such institutions. What is the problem there?
Which negative thing about this country to get those aid they are getting?
Which one is the positive thing you are pushing as a journalist?
Your country is as a bad country outside there. It's because
what is the positivity you are pushing as a journalist?
They want to get. It's because of the aid.
So are they giving aid because to bring a bad reportage about their country? Is that the intention? Is that the purpose of the aid?
Mr. Moruji, make we talk about the 100 kilometers where they want to come at those states. So whether
what is even wrong? You ask somebody how much you say you want to buy me a car from America. I'm sending you money. I need to know how much will it cost you to buy it? How much will you ship it to Nigeria? How much will I clear it? So that I know what I'm preparing my mind for. What is difficult there than telling you who are you? Rufai, who are you? You are not a journalist. You are an animal scientist.
Comrade Omoroji, see, look at
how do we elevate these people to the level of a demigod?
Wait, look at it this way. You understand? We have
people we elected to work for us supposed to be our servant, not our masters.
You are listening to yourself only now. At least let us dialogue. Let us dialogue. Look at it this way. Now, whenever we are doing railway in Nigeria, let's assume we are saying we are doing railway for 5 billion. Let me make this disclaimer. I don't trust public servants, all those ministers. I'm not saying they are not eating from that money. That's not even the point. But the question is this: don't mistake the public if you don't have your fact. That's what I want to know. We'll be building rail in Nigeria, for example. Let's say we spend, like, say, $5 billion. Suddenly, someone will be quoting someone in Ethiopia where they are building the same thing for, like, say, $1 billion. Right. Now, when you do project that way, you are misleading a lot of people because there are variables. Okay, Lagos Coastal, Lagos, maybe 5 billion in Nigeria. You have to demolish some existing structure. Maybe there are power cable along the line. You have to move all those stuff. So the structure you are demolishing, you are compensating people. You do a lot of things before you do that. Probably the one in Ethiopia you are talking about. Maybe there's one existing project there. They are just removing the other and are upgrading. So when we are talking of engineering projects, there are a lot of variables. What we spend in Lagos per kilometer is totally different from what you are going to spend in Calabar per kilometer. For example, now, if you want to now do your own estimate now, you are saying, okay, 188 billion has been budgeted for section 1 of Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. So you on your own, you may decide to say, okay, I will divide it by 47. Maybe you divide by 47, you come to 4 billion. The next thing you can start asking questions. Wait, Oga, are you saying 4 billion is what you do per kilometer? Then the minister can start explaining to you that, okay, this is why it costs 4 billion. Okay, we demolish some houses, we compensate, we have to do some piling here, we have to do this. That's the way to say. But when you are going combat ready already, you want to ask a question, but right from your tone, you are being combative. These people are human beings too.
Is the tone the problem? Is the tone the problem?
Everything
or the questions.
Let me tell you one thing. If I was made a minister today, the fact you are seeing me as a public servant, if you insult me, the fact that I'm a public servant doesn't give room for you to insult me.
What is the insult here? Can we bring out the insult so that we begin to understand where we're getting it?
I'm making an hypothetical situation. I'm just trying to make to create some kind of scenario. Now, when you are addressing me, you have to address me like human being. There's a room for being a public servant, and there's a room for you to just being seen as someone that you as your mate or someone that you just deal with. You understand? Every public servant, they must be accountable. We agree to that. But don't think because they are now, you can, especially as an African person in Nigeria, that you can now just capitalize on that to insult. No, I will default to my native sentiment immediately. You understand? Even if I'm a public servant, if I happen to be 60 years old and maybe one 125-year-old just want to insult me just because I'm a point, I deal with that person in an African manner first of all. That look, that I'm a public servant does not mean that you will forget our culture. So that's what I'm saying. So go and look at how Rufai deals with opposition and how he and okay. Look at when Obi came now. Obi said, I would have done it in a something, use one word, something manner. You understand? Now, Rufai now said, okay, in what manner? And that man started rambling. You understand? In all that situation, Rufai was calm with him. You understand?
Will you give me opportunity to react to what you're saying right now? Will you give me the right of reply?
No, of course, you have right to respond. You have right to respond.
When you are done, let me know. That's why I'm quiet.
I'm okay. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Beautiful analysis. The cost of building 1 kilometer road in Niger Delta is definitely going to be different from the cost of building it in Ogun or elsewhere. Because of the difference in topography. I'm aware of this. And this is why where feasibility studies comes into play. You take cognizance of all these differentials before you come to say, okay, even the contractor has to do their own due diligence before coming to say, this is how much you're going to charge. This will be taken into consideration. Inconveniences on the part of the people living along that route, the structures that will be affected, compensation that will be paid and everything. There's nothing wrong with what you have said. Beautiful analysis. This is what difference. This is what makes project or contract different from gambling. Because from the beginning, you know where we're going to ab initio. You know you have your estimate. The problem is somebody asking it because you feel the tone is bad, the tone is using is bad. It doesn't demand the answers. I think that is the bone of contention here. So whether in Niger Delta, whether in Ethiopia, whether in Nigeria, whether in Namibia, no matter the cost, the cost may not be exactly the same everywhere, but it still has cost per kilometer. That is exactly the question he was asking. To come back to the other one, if you look at in America where you live, I don't know where you live, if you look at CNN, if you look at Fox News, they have their own biases towards either Republican or Democrat. It's not new in Nigeria. Why are we having a headache over, simple question as what is the cost per kilometer? Instead of telling him this is the cost, he was busy, turning to a grammar section. It's not cost per kilometer, it's average cost. What's the difference? Google it and see they are saying the same thing. This is my bone of contention. I'm not citing Rufai. I'm not saying Rufai is a perfect human being. I'm not saying all he does is, is perfect. He has his own biases. He, just like every one of us.
Okay,
This is my bone of contention. I'm not for Rufai. I'm not for Umahi. We need to know. We need to know how much we are spending.
Okay,
we're not spending Umahi's money. We're not spending Tinubu's money.
I got your point. Okay, wait now. Now let us do fighting together. Is your skin open before you dare? Look at this. There is an article that there is something published by Punch on 11th April 2024. Now look at this. This from Punch. Lagos Calabar Coastal Highways.
That was what I was talking. The interviews on my page.
Per kilometer. Exactly. So when you look at this thing now, you understand. You will see there being Minister of Work Umahi has said the government is constructing Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway at a total cost of 4 billion per kilometers, and not the 8 billion per kilometer reportedly claimed. There was a claim before that they were going to do the thing for 8 billion per kilometer.
Yes, sir.
And the guy came and the bomb.
Fight them.
Exactly. So they went further ahead to now say this. He reported it now. This is one, and I know they've done that of section 1, that 47 kilometer. They say, see, the question is this: some of these information, they are in the public space already. The other media, they've already said something about it. So the question is this, and that's why I'm telling you that sometimes when someone is doing something, don't look at that thing, because I understand what you are saying. You are interested because
the governor even said this on Arise TV. The governor said, this thing just read. It was on Arise TV last year that the governor said it. The minister said it.
Exactly. So the thing is this: to you, this guy is trying to do fact finding. No, the facts are already there in the public. The facts have been contested already. So whatever Rufai is asking, because see, he has succeeded in making.
Sorry to interject you here. Just a 1 second. So you assume that because you are aware, Rufai is aware, Umahi is aware, you assume you have the dangerous assumption that everybody is aware. The entire audience is aware. This is a wrong, conclusion of a hasty, what do they call it in philosophy? You assume that everybody is aware. So Rufai has no right to ask Umahi any question. Whether he asks him 1 million times, he's a public servant. Constitution demands that he answer people ask him 1 million times. I've watched them more than 3 times. He has been dodging that question. So after him, if you are not hiding anything, if I ask you what is your name, you are scratching your head, it means you are hiding something, or you are something fishy. If I ask you what is your age, which is supposed to be at the tip of your finger, you scratching your head, it means either you're not willing to tell me or you're trying to tell me the wrong age. This is the thing. It will be easier for me to say, okay, for now, tentatively, what we have is this and this. It's subject to variation, depends on the inflation or whatever. There could be, variations later. This is the estimate.
If you watch the interview to the end, he said it.
The altercation would have been avoided if instead of asking him, who are you? Who do you think you are?
I've called the question in the right and sensible manner.
So the way your manner, you want to impose your manner on the Rufai's manner. You are Emmanuel, that is Rufai. You can't change that.
You can change it.
You can't change it.
You can change it with Obi and Alex Oti.
You guys are playing politics with everything. If you are talking about Obi, let's talk about Obi and Tinubu. You guys, now I know where you're coming from. If you are playing politics, you are playing politics. I'm not playing politics. I'm analyzing what I saw.
So you are the one playing politics. You are the one playing politics. If you can change
it's not a bad thing
to
Emmanuel, just give me a minute.
Without him challenging them.
Comrade Omoruyi, who does Rufai work for? Which company does Rufai work for?
Who does he work for? Arise as much as far as I know.
Okay, let me share something with you now. Because
no, now just hold on.
Can you read what you say? Can you read what you say? Arise TV, arise.tv, right? This is their website. Arise News. Okay. As of 17th of January, there was a report by one of the reporters, Melissa. Now, Umahi Lagos Calabar Coastal Road included the 2025 budget, erroneously written as Lagos Port Harcourt Road, because this is from Arise people. Now, when you read at this, you understand. Now, look at this now. The project is estimated to cost 4 billion per kilometer, following an engineering, procurement, and construction EPC plus funding structure, requiring federal government to contribute. Now, this is published by Arise now. Now, you said because you made the statement the other time that because Punch knows, so I assume that Rufai knows. So if Rufai will not know, will not be aware of the information within his
Bro, you are misquoting me. Not Rufai. Rufai may be aware. You may be aware. Umahi is aware. What about the audience? What about the Nigerian people? Man, why you guys believe? You just want to make me wrong by all means. I'm telling you for the sake of the audience.
Wait. For the sake of the audience, that's what you are saying. Because if I go ahead now and bring another YouTube now, or another evidence now that they ask that thing for the audience to see, you will see come. See, let me tell you something. There's no point of shifting this thing. Even if you like, keep announcing everything today from now till eternity. Those people that will still claim that they don't have that information, they will still come to you and still tell you that they don't have that information. What I'm telling you now is this: the rough estimates of what this thing will be done. You understand? We've got it all over in the space. Anybody that can use internet, you are so interested in knowing all these things. You understand? You know how to find these tools. We have tools to find all those stuff now. But the question is this: that you are still not accepting, and this is not just a matter of argument for argument's sake. It's just a matter of us to argue to learn. The question is this: the cost of this thing is in the public space. We've given you two evidences now, but you are still not finding something wrong in what Rufai was trying to do. Rufai was
okay, bro. Can I respond to that briefly?
Hold on. Let me lie. Rufai was not interested in making the public know. No, because we have this in all the public spaces already. Both NTA, both Channel, both Arise TV, both whatever TV you want to talk in Nigeria, they have this information. So I don't understand. So
okay. Let me come this way. If I get anything from what you are saying Rufai was asking for too much, or he was asking questions for answers that we already know to him. No, but I got your point.
Just
like you are saying maybe Umahi should have just told him. I told you the other time. I'm not repeating myself again. Maybe that would have settled the matter.
Now, my God.
Okay. Let address
your voice. Come on. Rufai never wanted that thing done in the first place. So he never believed in that project. So that is where it's coming from. So when he tells you should have gone through a committee, we should have gone to do what he's saying is that if he had gone through so-called due process, they will have stopped it because he never wanted it. Now, let me ask Amoru a question. Just 10 seconds, you can respond. You know, there's a diversion now of this highway. They said yes. So because before it was we're back. Now that it has not gone to Edo now, all of a sudden I'm not hearing Edo people like it's a wonderful, we love it now. So I'm asking you, 100 kilometers of this road will now come to your state. What do you feel about that? As somebody from Edo, that this will now pass to your state. How do you feel now?
How do I feel? My personal feeling is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Whether he passed through, if he passed through Edo, it's a good thing. It's a good domain for Edo people. But whether he passed through Edo or he doesn't pass through Edo, it wasn't the bone of contention. You throwing it at me as if it's about me. It's not about me.
No,
if he passed through Edo, kudos to Edo people. If he doesn't pass through Edo, they have their reason for not making it pass through Edo. You cannot pass through every state.
I'm saying no, but I'm saying that what is happening is that those that oppose it, if you ask them, even on this show, they will say, well, why are they building that road? Why not the one in my own area? Why are they building that one? I'm like, if they can build that one and build yours too. So, but when they now make some kind of direction towards that road, towards their own side, they change tunes. So the hatred or anti-PH road to Calabar, whatever, is not because the road is not good for all Nigerians. They know that. Okay, they know it is good for everyone.
Do you also blame people that are saying that the existing roads should have been taken care of? You see this dilapidated set of federal roads in Edo alone. In Edo,
Hold on.
do you think they don't have a point?
Hold on, Omori. You know, they can do both. You can fix those roads and you can also build this highway, right? You can do both. Is my point.
Yeah, that's what we want. That's what we want.
So why oppose something because one is not getting done when you want it done?
Okay, why putting so much on one at the detriment of the existing one? That is also good. That is also detrimental to the users of those roads.
You don't have any evidence.
Have you been to? Can I send you some pictures from Edo? From Edo and see the Edo Wari Road and see what is happening there, the situation there.
Mr. Edo.
So even those that were somebody said that Rufai was not interested in the project from beginning. I just want to make this, and I'll give you the space. I will yield after this. Somebody said Rufai wasn't interested from the beginning. He beat it from the beginning. People already, having suspicion about the project. So people have right to ask questions. Give them the answer. That is clarity and accountability.
Oh my God, Omori, you say you should send me picture from Edo. I'm from Ogun State. Maybe I send some picture from Ogun State. You are from Edo complaining. I'm from Ogun. Maybe I should be the one sending you pictures. So it's not about not fixing one A or B or C, D. The coastal road itself has a long-term gain to it. But I get why you're saying that they should have fixed A, B, C, or D. But don't say, if you say, okay, because you have a road in Edo that's enough, I get that point. Just tell me, okay, don't build coastal road, build the road in Edo. I see your point. But don't make it look like it's because of the process. It did not go through committee. What annoys me is the so-called excuses for not building road. We did not go through process. We did not go to the committee. Just say you don't want the road. Stop making up
bro, I want it. I even want more. I want more. Don't get me wrong. I want more. I want more. But then there's what we call scale of preference in economics. Which one comes first? The egg or the chicken?
No, my guy. I am with you. I'm saying that if you say we should build the road in Edo as opposed to this, okay, I'm like, okay, give me proof and we can have that discussion. But you will not say that, if you just go to the committee, I will agree with you. No. The committee is an excuse for stalling the project. My point with Rufai Oseni. Just say you don't want the road. Stop telling me that he did not go through due process. That's my issue with him.
My point is the altercation should have been avoided. There was only for the altercation and the unnecessary argument. Simple question, simple answer. They move on.
So there are some things.
It is not a simple question.
What was difficult there? What was difficult there?
Umahi also has his part to play.
What was difficult there?
There are some questions that
go and watch the interview. You will know that it's not about.
I already did. If I didn't watch it, I would be arguing here unnecessarily.
Sir, I have interviewed the former. I interviewed the former deputy CBN chairman before.
Can we? Sorry.
You are asking questions. He said he could not.
Emmanuel, sorry. I saw Tinubu he went to the North Central earlier this week to talk to the Christians, right? And there's this the talk from the West is like, to me, that they have Nigeria on their target map. Do you think that they might invade the country all in the guise of defending Christians with the way they are talking? Because I'm hearing from more senators now. I'm hearing from even the White House are talking about the Christian persecution in Nigeria. It's like they're ramping up for something. Do you think that they will ever, let me use the word loosely, invade the country with the kind of talk that Ted Cruz and co are putting out there about they're gonna come and defend do everything in their power to defend Nigerian Christians, including
for me.
Yeah.
For me, they might not because the things they're saying the thing they are true, but it's because the question is the character, the behavior of Nigerians towards Nigeria. If you ask the question, yes, the whites has their own plan already. But Nigerians ourselves, because of the hatred that Nigerians have for Nigeria, they are going to make that thing to be easy. Go online, go on everywhere. Who are the one popularizing the news about this thing that the US are bringing in? It's mostly Nigerians. Even though we know that, yes, there are killings of Christians, there are killings of Muslims, but the lot of Nigeria, maybe because of the person who they wanted to be in power is not in power, or because of different reasons, they are even supporting the wrong narrative. So why, for me, they might achieve it. They might, because not because they have the power to, but because Nigerians ourselves, because of hatred, we are clapping for them to come and do it. That's what I have to say. Little thing I have to say.
See,
Go ahead.
I don't believe they will invade Nigeria. You understand? I don't believe they will invade Nigeria. See, the thing is this: it is true that there may be some agenda, sponsoring agenda against Nigeria, all those stuff. Yes, that is understandable. But US cannot just.
Let me find. There's one guy is a US senator. He said he's even talked to Trump that he's suggesting that they should maybe drop bombs in some locations in the northern part of Nigeria. Go and read the report. It's like they should need to start dropping bombs on all these terrorists in Nigeria to defend. That's what I'm saying. Like, even I say invade, not in terms of like of boots on the ground, but in terms of
Okay.
Can I answer? I thought you were talking to me. Can I answer that?
I'm talking. Just hold on. Let me. At least we are engaging now, so you will answer. The thing is this. My opinion about it is this: if there's any administration that has ever supported Nigeria in terms of weapon, even at least on record since 1967, Trump is one of them. So if Trump is interested in invading Nigeria, do you think he's going to sell us their weapons? So yeah, some senator can be talking about that, but I don't believe that Trump is. When you look at the
send you
Trump
weapons,
policy,
no, you're mistaken. No, they're going to just fly over and drop some bombs. It's not selling it to you. They're going to target so-called terrorist hideouts in Nigeria and just do carpet bombing. Go and read this.
But you know that Trump is not interested in wasting American money for foreign war.
Oh my God! No. Once Ted Cruz is speaking, you have War Hawk speaking in the administration, and you're telling me he's not interested.
Okay,
that's the point you're missing. I'm just asking that. Do you think that Nigerians are not doing? Because Tinubu is now in churches now? I won't use the word begging them, but he's in the North Central. And I even heard that they might even put a military base in Kogi. Nigerian military might put a military base in Kogi. But I'm asking, do you think that Trump will ever even carpet bomb some parts of the north?
Can I answer you?
I don't think so, but answer about Mori. Go ahead.
See, don't forget that. See, let me be clear here. I want Nigeria to succeed, but some of us started fighting for the betterment of Nigeria when we didn't even know exactly what we were trying to achieve. We took all manners of risk for a better Nigeria. So we don't forget that Nigeria is a sovereign state. America will not just jump into anywhere and start throwing bombs around. If they will not succeed, they know the implication of that. They're not going to succeed. So if they want to do anything like that, there's need for collaboration, because they know that they have not really. America has not really won any war. Every war you see comes to a roundtable talk. So they have learned their lessons. Is it in Iraq? Is it in? You saw the shame they got in. It was in Afghanistan recently where they put that and people were hurrying to leave the country. So they have learned from their past mistakes. So if there's anything like that, it's going to be a diplomatic arrangement, a synergy between Nigerian government and the American government. Remember, they wanted to intervene at a point. The Jonathan government, was it Jonathan also that said no? Our Buhari, I can't remember exactly. We don't want this. We can help us with arms. We can, deal with our people. Though Buhari was biased. Buhari wanted to protect his own people. He called the Boko Haram his own people. There was politics to that angle. So to answer your question in a nutshell, they can't jump into, throwing bombs in northern or western or any part of Nigeria. There's going to be a synergy because they know they cannot succeed if they do that. They need information on ground. They need information on ground. They need they need they need to work. There needs to be synergy between America and Nigerian government. If there is anything like that, without the approval of Nigerian government, it will be tantamount to, going against international treaties. No country does that. We're not at war with America.
That's been done.
If they come into her, there will be a synergy. Okay, in this area, provide this, I provide this. If Nigerian government does not agree, they are not coming. We're a sovereign nation, for Christ's sake. Thank you.
No, but they about 7 country brothers have been invited this year alone. So don't tell me about. Prince, can you respond to that question?
They can invite Tinubu to say, what are we hearing? Is it true?
No,
what is going on?
I'm already going down now. Prince, can you respond to my question, please? Prince Nadia, can you respond to that question?
I know what's the question? I didn't catch the question.
I said you have about 4 guys in the American Senate now proposing America intervene militarily in Nigeria if Tinubu does not sit up, in terms of like not invading with boots on the ground, but military intervention, like air power and carpet bombing. So I'm asking, do you think that will happen? Like America might intervene militarily in Nigeria against the so-called war against, like Ted Cruz said one thing, and I forgot the name of the other senator that said he's met with Trump, and they are thinking that they might even bomb some areas if we don't stop killing Christians in Nigeria. So I'm asking the guys, like, do you feel like that will happen this year or anytime soon?
Yeah, a good question, I guess. Trump he likes precision bombing, if you put it that way. What happened in Iran, for example? If Ted Cruz a Zionist also, and they can make a proposal, and Trump is strong with protecting Christians. If they can make a presentation whereby they can justify, we will bomb some places in Nigeria. And by the way, I think I heard Maury Comrade say Nigeria is an independent country.
Are you for it, though? Are you for it? Is the question.
Yes, I am. If they're killing Christians, yes, I am.
Okay.
Baba, see. What I feel is, if you ask me in the real sense of it, if the genuine reason, because I don't think if they are coming now, I don't think it might be just because they want to help us. In the past, when the like of Buhari that was messing up the economy was there, you understand? If they come that time, you understand? Take all those terrorists out, it'll be okay. But now, when the like of Francophone Africa, they are taking over from France, and when the economy of Nigeria, we are having some kind of economic policy that is going to impact the Western economy negatively. If that's the time they are coming now, so my suspicion now is now beyond taking all those people out for the sake of Nigeria. There is another motive, but they are just using this one as a shield, just to come and say, okay, we want to help Nigerians against all these terrorists. But what I think will happen eventually is that America will not come. And I think the threat may be strong enough for Nigeria to accelerate. By the way, today's Thursday, right? We should be, I want to know the outcome of that state police, because it's supposed to be one of those things to be discussed. I think what might happen is that Nigeria might accelerate state policing, the state police policy.
But Ola, in that state policy, please, maybe if you have details, do they have a clause or thing for community policing too, where they will where, like the Rangers thing that we discussed on the platform years ago, the Rangers, forest guard stuff. Is there a provision? Is there a provision in that bill about forest guard and community policing?
Well, I don't. That's why I'm waiting, because I know that forest guard things was what Tinubu ordered earlier this year, that they should recruit. Was it like I forget? It's a 7,000 of a forest guard, but I think that thing was I
but
think
they
they slowed
said
down then.
under a security package. Remember during Buhari, that his ID would not allow them to carry. They could only carry like pop action. That was their limit. They couldn't go beyond carrying pop action during Buhari, and we raised concern
No,
when hold on. When the late governor Akeredolu met with him and said that they need to give them the powers to be able to carry semi-automatic and whatever, and he said no, and they came with Amotekun then. So I'm now asking that groups like Amotekun and all those kind of other groups under that security act for the state, would they empower them to carry like AK-47s and all this kind of thing? Because if you're doing
okay, no, definitely. See, when Tinubu is talking of the type of state policing they are talking now, there will be serious weapon bearing police, for sure. That's the purpose. It's not, see, that the purpose of state police here is that you want to give them that command, you want to give them structure to be able to prosecute. It's not the one that you go arrest and hand over to the Nigerian police that is being commanded by the Inspector General of Police that can that in the situation whereby they keep referring everything to Abuja. No, the way they are creating state police, my understanding of that state police bill is that, number one, if you carry a criminal that enter your bush in your state, they are going to be prosecuted there. Nobody is sending anybody to Abuja. They are going to be dealt with there. These people will carry weapon and they will have power to be able to take criminal to court and prosecute. It's not the one that police will be, even though they don't have that power other than to give to the Directorate of Public Prosecution. You understand? But the one that the police.
Magdaleno. I have a question. Somebody raised a point. Do you think that perhaps Tinubu is the one that, because politically now, honestly, if America has interest in Nigeria, we should just forget anybody becoming president from the north. Because now it's like you better go find somebody from the south to like get somebody from the south or we can't bomb you. Like, do you think that this was Tinubu politically America's interest? I mean, and second of all, do you think Tinubu is secretly nudging the American government to show interest in that security issue in Nigeria? Like, do you think like he's even behind it?
I see. I don't know what to say.
Somebody put it in the conversation. That's why I asked you. Somebody said maybe Tinubu.
Can I come in?
On that note, quickly, actually, see, whatever America is going to do, it's not like Nigerian army is not capable of, or Nigerian military is not capable of doing it. It's the lack of interest and the corruption involved in the whole thing. We can do it. I don't believe for a second that Boko Haram or whatever those terrorists are can actually defeat Nigerian army, and they can't. But we're not doing it. That's the thing. And innocent women and children have been killed.
Because to me, it's always the same story that I hear all the time. Even in Igbo, they will come to you. The Nigerian military will come to a community, disarm them, and within 2 days they will come attack them. The Boko Haram will then come in.
But I've said it before. I've said it before on the show numerous times. So why it's this insurgency or this terrorist it's a money-making machine for the military. There's no way the military has interest in squashing this terrorism. They don't have that interest, because if they did, then where would their funding money come from? So they come there, just like you said, they disarm, and this terrorist groups, they rearm, and they get information intelligence, and they move on. It's a business. I hope you all understand it's a business, right?
Yeah, does that sound like an indictment on the commander-in-chief?
Do you want to blame Tinubu now, or where do you want to start from?
No, I'm not blaming anybody. Does that sound? I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question based on your own statement. Does that sound like an indictment on the commander-in-chief?
But we all know that the Nigerian army as an institution is a very powerful institution in that country. It's not a joke institution. Okay, they have tentacles all across the country.
Under which arm of government?
Let me remind you, Umahi. Let me remind you. 2 years ago, a Fulani man that was wearing a cow invaded somebody's farm, ate the farm up, right? the villagers, out of anger, went there and beat him up. Right? They were angry. Guess what happened? The next day, this guy came back with Nigerian army, and they flogged the Baale of the village. They flogged the Baale. This is no good. This is no good. They flogged the Baale. The people got angry. They got into tussle with the military. Few days later, guess who showed up? Boko Haram, all these bandits came up and shut up the whole village. So their work is like they have elements within the military that are Boko Haram, either Boko Haram sympathizers or Boko Haram full-time members.
That is not doubt at all. There was a time they were rehabilitating them and recruiting them back to the army.
Why?
So we already aware. That's a public knowledge.
Comrade Omoruyi, let me just add something to what Babati just said. You know, when Nigeria hired the foreign mercenary under Jonathan, before Jonathan said there are Boko Haram in his government, so they involve some people. They will map out strategy that, okay, this is where we want to go and operate tomorrow. Now, before that tomorrow, you will see ambush awaiting them. Okay, they now discover, okay, the plan was not leaking. So they now got to a stage that when they plan that, whenever they are planning that thing, I don't recollect everything fully, but just manage it. So, but I'm not saying this is the whole truth I'm saying. So it's just my word, and I start to be corrected. Now, whenever they are holding any strategic meeting of where to attack, everybody in that room, you are not leaving that place until that thing will be executed. So it got to a stage like that in Nigeria. Because before, you will have a strategy today, you will go home. By the time the military guys got to the place the following day, they've already ambushed them already. Or they started planning that strategy. Once you plan that strategy, nobody is going anywhere. So until the execution, you are not calling out, you are not doing anything. Everybody, you stay in. So the truth is this: there are so many anti-country, you understand, the people unpatriotic elements within both in the military institution and in our political institution. So I think it got to say that Boko Haram now becomes something like economic, like the banditry, and Boko Haram, I think, got to say they become something like economic interest.
Yes, but we've heard where they change. It's my point. The people are chased out of their ancestral homes, right? And they rename those places, and people move in. So my question is, if somebody chases me out of my ancestral community, and then people move into that is telling you who is behind it then, right?
Yeah, you know, like I keep saying something.
If I rename your home now, if I rename your home and I move my people there, so that should tell you who is behind it. It should be obvious now.
So you see the thing I see there. You know, there was a time, I think 3 years ago, that I was providing a solution that if we are seriously have a good government, that what the state government should do is this: they should go and look at all the land of that country, do your complete survey, digitalize it, put the name of the family there, so that even if it's 20 years time, that you see someone that want to claim the land just because they are asking that they've occupied the land, you see, expect them. It doesn't matter, because when you chase a whole village away and you take over their land, that's not good. So what I think is, because that was why I suggested that solution. Now, this is the problem we have in that country. When you have to, I think sometimes too, the leaders, they have something to hide, and that's why some of them, they're afraid of doing the right thing. And I believe that the state police will reduce all those stuff that we are talking about. So to me, I understand what you are saying, that some part of it is all about land grabbing. Some part of it is just about economy, just the mineral resources they want to see there. And some is just because some of those leaders, they don't have that gut. You understand? They don't have that gut, especially when you have leaders that are not upright. So I believe that some of those leaders, they have something to owe them to ransom to. You understand? They have something to blackmail them. That's why they are unable to act. So to me, the project Nigeria is better managed at the state level, equip everybody,
and let everybody fight for his own territory. Because if you unbundle Nigeria properly, or you develop power properly, I think it's just a matter of time. Give country the next 5, 15, 10, 15 years, or all this kind of insecurity will become unfashionable. So I got you what we are saying, but the best bet is for those people that think they can grant land. If the state governor really love their citizen, go and gazette everywhere, put the family name there. Even if it's in 50 years, if you see a foreigner claiming that they own the land, you understand, you fight them. And another thing again is this: there are some patriotic elements. I like the situation whereby Trump is now auditing those so-called non-governmental organizations. You see, there are some foreign elements that even anytime you even see the Nigerian military launch attack against all these criminals, all of a sudden they start talking of human rights. You understand? The human right that was not there when all those Boko Haram were slaughtering all those villagers. Suddenly, when Nigerian army start attacking, all of a sudden, human rights watch, all of them, they are just alive all of a sudden. You understand? All those things too need to be pro. Because see, don't let me deceive you. If I were a governor of a state today, I'll be very careful on how I launch attack on people, because I know that co-Nigerians or patriotic elements, they will brand you in such a way that by the time you finish your government, they will not be seeing you as someone that has committed crime against humanity. Because that's why some of these are people, they don't have boss sometimes, because they don't want to carry a heavy weight whereby they work for the country. Maybe after you are leaving power, you just step out of that country because some anti-Nigerian patriotic element managed to brand you as someone that has committed a crime against humanity, and just step out of the country and someone just carry you to ICJ. You understand? So all those stuff have to be balanced. So Nigerians say themselves, especially those people that are reporting human rights abuse and those people that are blackmailing government sometimes, I think they need to get the source of the funding. You understand? You have to demobilize them. All those funds they use to run campaign against the government while doing their job too. You need to find a way to demobilize them too. So a lot of things are working against Nigeria. That's just the way I see. Otherwise, this issue of Boko Haram and all these things, irrespective of whether they are bringing weapons from Libya or whatever story they want to, it should be lingering more than this. Then we can't deny the
Okay. Well, I hear your point, but quickly to say, listen, fighting terrorism or any form of war, costs a lot of money and resources. It costs a lot of money. That's why when all these state governors get their, what you call it, the allocation for their security, they don't spend the money to protect their state. They don't do that. So I do agree with your submission about the Project Nigeria, about devolution of power, whatever. At the end of the day, right now, the states or the regions that are not working, that are overwhelmed with insurgency and terrorism, will continue to be overwhelmed. Okay, only places that are relatively safe would have make a strong impact, because the expertise, the resources, the money, and all those things to fight insurgency, it costs a lot of money. And these terrorist groups, they have miles ahead of the states. They do. So nobody wants to invest in it. It's a lot of investment. That's why, when countries like America and whatnot spend a bunch of money on military, there's a reason for it. It costs a lot of money.
Prince,
so it's only going to work for certain regions and not all regions.
I like your new mic, by the way. You sound way better than before. It's a new phone or something.
Yeah, can I say something, please?
Yeah,
no, you will say something, Comrade Amoru. Let me just please allow me
to. It sounds way better now. It's like a new.
Well, I don't know. Say you Americans. I know. I won't step in between you, because at the end of the day, I don't want you to use me to.
BT, are you talking about me or what?
Yeah, I'm like, it's like you ask, you're so clear. I'm like, but
Oh yeah, I was using my headset. My headset is always,
Okay,
staticky,
yes,
so I took it off.
Oh, okay. I don't know. That's what you are talking about. See, let me tell you something. Anybody from Ekiti can correct me on this because I've said this several times. You see, sometimes what we think is money, sometimes it's not money. That's why I said some of our leaders too, because of the type of person they are being blackmailed. Because when you stole the money meant for your state and you stack it in the United Kingdom, you put it in America, you put it in Switzerland, so you become an object that can be blackmailed easily, just because already you are corrupt. There's there's everything they can use to get you if you move against some certain interest. That's what I'm saying. Unlike when like of Rubadu were fighting against some powerful people that were corrupt, they chased them out of the country. Even this Rufai that changed today, it was among those people that all those powerful politicians chased out of the country when Obasanjo left. When you look at that scenario, you want to be very careful. But let me give you an example. Ayo Fayoshe, this is the one I say you correct me if wrong. Just by buying Shakabula, Dingon, and Machete to to ask people that if you see any criminal herdsmen that try to destroy you, chase them. You know what happened? Without even claiming any casualty, those people disappeared. Just dingo. Even despite the fact they say they carry automatic rifle, all those stuff, they disappeared. But immediately the like of the one that thought he was going to become our president, Fayemi, came. You understand? Those even some people that even fought against all those criminal herdsmen. These guys started using a subtle way to defend them. That no, you guys, you cannot cause problem in my state. Started fighting those people that were defending themselves. They return. So sometimes it depends on the body language, because you will normally think that people were mocking Fayoshe that time, so they gun is what they are going to use to chase a criminal away. But those people, they ran because they knew that this governor Nawiri, unlike the one that was trying to so the thing is, it's all about the willingness of your leaders. But my hope is this: if 36 states can have their own state police structure and they're properly armed, nobody needed to tell you that when Akeredolu of blessed memory you will see some governors say they were dragging. I believe that if you still mention Fayemi, will be among those people that were dragged, but I cannot say I have evidence against him in that dragging there. But this of Oyo Makinde of Oyo, you understand, he was very careful when they were talking of that Amotekun. It was Akeredolu that drove that in and that made sure that Amotekun just stayed. What Amotekun needed that time was just to give them proper weapon. You understand? And then they will have fought better. So if you get to that stage, because I would prefer even that state police to have some kind of regional structure that will be able to checkmate, because I know people are afraid that the
because
governors
they need to address interstate lines, because you have forests around. So what happens if somebody crosses state lines from Ogun to Oyo, and you don't? So that's your point. There has to be some kind of regional command system.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So and they're abused by the governor too. If we have some kind of regional command, so the fear that maybe your state will misuse, so if they have some kind of regional structure that checkmate, because at least I've experienced that kind of thing in Canada here, that the Ontario, for example, now is demobilizing all those radar, all those speed camera, because they are accusing city that okay, you only use this to generate money, so we are withdrawing that one from you. Those are the kind of structure, you understand, because you were already seeing the city abusing, they set trap for you just to make sure you fall into trap. You understand? But Ontario province said no, you guys are not about, you are no longer about safety, you are all about money. So they said, okay, henceforth, speed camera, everything, demobilize everything. You understand? So I want something like that. That once you see that
You know, once you see that the governors trying to abuse, you understand, abuse like state police or regional police, that they'll be able to be in control. So I still think the better way for us to go is to return the military to the barracks. They should go and be facing some kind of the foreign war, the foreign this thing, and allow every state to deal with how they want. You understand? Imagine Metiala to be shouting against Akeredolu in the reserve forest in the in Ondo State, telling that for the airstrike can be anywhere. No, you cannot be in the reserve forest, because even you as Ondo State indigene or Ekiti State indigene, you understand, you are not supposed to be in the reserve forest without license. So where all those people were getting there, just because they lack the structure to enforce it, that's why they could not enforce it. So honestly, we need that state police, and especially those ones that will be in the forest. So we need that. So I think if you address our state police thing, we're trying to look for the outcome today. You understand, on that state police to know where we are. Because like Tinubu said, well, when you look at Tinubu, he has always believed in the state police anyway. He has always believed in this state police. He has always. So to me, that's one of the reasons I'm even in support. Everybody here knows that state police is not negotiable as far, because if Tinubu, if you like, if we turn Nigeria to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, where and he lives without a state police, to me, it's 100% failure. For any president to pass, from my own view, you have to address that state police structure. Otherwise, so to me, I don't think we need America to retire. We don't need America. All we need from America is just to be a strategic partner when it comes to security and defense. That's the point. You don't need them to invade. So,
any more topics that you have?
Can I come in, please?
Yeah, well, yes.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you very much. State police is very, very good. It's even long overdue. They have my own reservation. You know, are we prepared for it? We need the training and retraining. We need to be prepared for it as a people. We need the massive orientation, because if you see what is going on at the state level, what some state governors are doing, I give you a vivid example. If you see what is happening in Anambra State, what they are doing with the Eguni Chamber, for example, it becomes worrisome. If
Amori, can you tell us about this? Nobody knows what the. Can you tell us what?
No, I'm talking about the state governors hijacking. The reason behind state police is very, very nice. He's 100% okay, and he's.
You said Anambra.
Even I'm coming to that point. I'm coming to that point. I just gave the example of Anambra. I will go to every other state to tell you what state police, what state governors are doing with the vigilante and the so-called community policing they are organizing at their own level. So that does not mean it's not enough to say there's no need for state police. Don't get me wrong. You know, it's long. I started by saying it's long overdue. But I also say we need the orientation, we need training and retraining. We have to be prepared for it as a people, because so that it will not be tantamount to double standard. You try to achieve one goal, at the end of the day, you end up causing more confusion and catastrophe. That's just my point. So I'm not saying if there must be state police, they have to be retrained, not the one we have right now, because state police are in the hands of some state governors will be very, very catastrophic. If what we're judging by what we have right now, you saw what the Eguni Chambers are doing to people, the opposition, number one, to UCOPAS in Anambra State, invading people's home, and that is not the kind of state police anybody would be interested in. That is not enough to say state police is unnecessary. That's the point I'm trying to make. And again, if there's anybody that has to change the narrative in Nigeria, I think it's somebody like Tinubu. You might not like him, whether you like it or not is immaterial. The guy has been around. He's been around long enough to know most of the problems of Nigeria, just like the OBJs of this world. And the willingness to solve the problem is another thing. I came here one day, I was like, okay, Now that we have somebody like Tinubu that's been around, he started as a young senator. From there, he graduated to state governor, a two-term state governor. Now he's the president. As a student union leader, we were very close to these guys. We work with them at a certain level. So we knew what their beliefs were. I was saying this thing one day. I was saying, like, this is an opportunity to change a lot of things. We have some intelligence reports. There was even somebody that worked with Nigerian Secret Service in the equivalent of what you call the American FBI. Even more than that. He said he wasn't supposed to speak, judging by his the nature of his profession. But because of what was going on in the country, he came out. He said he was not supposed to show his face in the public. He came up on channel to say, look at the report we got. Look at the intelligence we gave to the government of the day as at then. They refused to act on it. There was even another one that came from Dubai that, okay, this is the list of people sponsoring terrorism and the banditry against Nigeria. Don't you think it's high time we work on those, intelligence reports? Now that we have somebody like Tinubu that has been fighting, tooth and nail for restructuring, for state police and other things. I was surprised on this platform. Somebody said he can't do it. They will kill him. I'm like, I think it was Simba that said that thing on this platform. Yeah, so at least we are helpless. If somebody has been saying, oh, this is what we need to do to move Nigeria forward, now he has the opportunity. No, this is not Fulani president. This is not a northern president. This is one of our own. One time an ADECO member, a one time a Democrat, a one time this and that, and a political strategist. Now, I see it as an opportunity to achieve most of these things, without, much headache. Somebody on this line will tell me, no, he can't do it. They will kill him. I'm like, which means we are helpless. If you don't have if you know what to do, but you don't have the courage to do it, I think you're indirectly telling me that Nigerian people are helpless. This is my humble submission. Thank you.
Comment on a more lighter note. Nigeria plays tomorrow. World Cup qualifiers. Do you think we are going to the World Cup, or I should just give up now?
BT, stop that. What kind of mathematics are you doing? That is not possible.
I'm only asking now.
Upon this, as I said, intelligent report.
BT, what they playing?
How would I act on it? You break in a World Cup qualification to shut me up. So we are not ready for. We want to go to heaven. We don't want to die. This is the problem. So I don't have answer for you. But whether we qualify or not, security. If we're not secured at home, even when we win World Cup, I mean, it doesn't give me any joy. Thank you.
No. We are playing. Lesotho tomorrow. And even
I'm a lover of football.
What is the margin? How many points goals we have to score?
If you don't have anything meaningful in what I say, intelligent report, somebody came up to say, look at what they got. It's opportunity to add on those intelligence. If we must stop insecurity in Nigeria, you bring in football to cover it up. It means we have a hidden agenda. Thank you.
You can't be too serious all the time. You got to relax once in a while. Prince, even if we win our 2 games.
Omaru, is it the first time we are talking about security?
Yeah,
so, today you want to
we have to be secure at home before we can enjoy good football.
I
just told you, if Buhari sat on those intelligence reports protecting Boko Haram as his northern brothers, if Jonathan didn't have the balls, the courage enough to deal with them, this is an opportunity to deal with those intelligence reports at his table. The files are still there. Somebody came out to say, I'm not supposed to speak, but I'm bringing out my face on this. I'm putting my face to this.
Let me ask you.
I'm damning the consequences.
Well, okay, let me chime in on that.
Except we're all conspiring. I mean, we're all accomplices to what is happening.
You don't want to listen to yourself.
Yeah, I don't want someone like you that told me they will kill him. Yeah, I know what you are going to. If he does, he cannot do it. He asked for the job. He should have the courage to do it.
Okay, the question you're supposed to ask yourself is that we'll be having successive government. You ask them, okay, you're supposed to bother yourself that what is the reason why it's so difficult for them to do? I don't think there's any rational human being that will see his country in a state of insecurity, and if it's easy for them to solve and they will leave it as if it's part of them. So when you are not there, you are not there.
It seems bad, the president is only as good as the report or the information is given. So it's not an issue about, they sat on their butt, don't want to do anything. Okay. And by the way, Jonathan, my understanding, wanted to do stuff. He actually went all the way to want to hire mercenaries and whatnot. Fine. But in Buhari's case, Buhari perhaps, I'm not sure it's perhaps actually, was the worst president Nigeria ever had, hands down. There's one thing to have a leader, right? They have leadership. Leaders make decisions, right? Right or wrong, you can point finger and blame the leader that you made that decision and you were wrong, and they can take the blame. But in case of Buhari, actually, I don't think there's nothing we can blame Buhari for. We can't blame him because he never actually took any real decision for that country. He never did. The other day, a couple of days ago, people were trying to give him a lot of credit for all the infrastructure, building of Niger Bridge and this and that. You guys make it sound like it all came as a result of Buhari's ingenuity, his thinking that brought about all this construction. No. By the way, at the end of the day, and I think a lot of people have concluded actually that Buhari's government was actually more corrupt than Jonathan's, because Buhari never had a clue about what was going on in that country. For example, Emefiele, are you telling me truly that Emefiele brought to Buhari less change our currency, right? And Buhari agreed to it. Are you guys going to say that? My point here is that Buhari was a hopeless leader. There was this nostalgia about him when he was a military leader. And I told people, like my younger brother, like, look, there's one thing to operate in a military setting and another thing to do so in a civilian setting whereby you have to negotiate and talk to your opponents or the people you don't like. Buhari has zero skills for that. We all know that. So, back to the security thing, Buhari, he never made any decision. They probably told him things, and it did nothing. It did nothing. Now to present government, Tinubu, right? Tinubu can just jump up and try to fix the insecurity that has a rot dating back 20 years or so. It's not going to happen overnight. And we know Tinubu is a strategist. It's going to take It's going to take his time.
It's going to take his time. You don't do with the supply chain. We are just making noise on social media. We are not ready to fight insecurity. We have a list of people sponsoring them. Deal with the root cause so that they will be helpless.
Easy said than done. Listen to what I'm saying. See, Omori, you don't fix a problem. You don't fix a problem.
People will be helpless.
Omori, you don't fix a problem.
Holding the AK-47, they don't have access to those things ordinarily. They have sponsors. Bring out that list, deal with the sponsors, and see how we're beginning to have results.
Okay, easier said than done. If you listen to what I'm saying,
most of them are still in this government.
You're talking about something that has tentacles all across the country, that has deep roots in different institutions and individuals in that country. See, Tinubu is not going to succeed just pumping money and being aggressive about it. No, you have to be strategic and play the long-term game. Okay, part of trying to devolve power and empowering the state is part of it also. So it's a long-term thing. Not just say, no, Buhari didn't do it, Jonathan didn't do it, now Tinubu should do it. No, it's not going to happen like that. It's going to take time. And I think truly Tinubu wants to do something about it, but it's not going to happen overnight. And he knows, based on information and intelligence that he has received, what it takes to get it done. And he probably would need help outside of the country at the end of the day.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where the help is coming from, provided we deal with the root cause of the problem.
Listen to this. Just in, Atiku Abubakar demand release of Nnamdi Kanu and condemn prolonged detention.
I said Atiku to me. Sorry, Simba.
That is a hypocrite. Atiku is a hypocrite.
Remember, Simba. This is the guy
when Deborah was.
Hold on now. Okay, go ahead. Let's go ahead. That was when
yeah.
I was going to.
Okay, when Deborah was a kid, a tweet came from Atiku within a twinkle of an eye because he wanted to win the election by all means. he removed that tweet. Tomorrow, he never made any comment on the coup.
Is pandering towards the Southeasterner now.
Yes, politics. He's playing politics. He will never be president in Nigeria. Whether he likes it or not, he will go to his grave with this ambition. It is a desperate ambition. Atiku is wicked. Atiku is desperate. Atiku will be worse than Buhari if they give him opportunity to rule Nigeria. Thank you.
So are we saying that Peter Obi is still in the ADC then? Is he trying to woo him to the VP, or because I don't get the need? I mean, you say he's pandering to them. The pandering will only make sense to me if Peter Obi has agreed to be his vice president. That would make sense to me, because if Peter Obi is going to run on a different platform, then they will still vote for Peter Obi regardless of his pandering, right? So if he's doing this, that means, I'm just speculating. I don't have any facts. It will make more sense to me if the pandering was getting Peter Obi on the ticket with him. But it makes no sense to me if Peter Obi is not going to run on his own, maybe in a different party, and you're doing this because it's not going to be effective. So that's that. To me, I just don't see.
Let me tell you, BT. These guys, they are smarter than Peter Obi. And the way it's going now, the best Peter Obi could get is either as a bias to him or not even be on the ballot at all. So he knows what he's doing.
Politically, they are far smarter than him. And he's not ready to play that kind of politics that will even give him the ticket, because Obi, from what I can see, because of emotion, sentiment, and coming from the wing of the obedient movement, Obi is the kind of person that wants presidency on the platter of gold, and it's not done that way. He's doing his I think he's trying, but he's not doing enough. What he's doing is necessary, but it's not sufficient enough to grant him the ticket. If you're not willing to go into primaries, why should you be the same with the likes of articles of this world? Even an average this man from Port Harcourt, was the former governor of Port Harcourt, would defeat Obi anytime, any day in a free and fair primary.
No, so, but Umahi, I heard that from Obi that they are putting pressure on the ADC to give, that they don't want primary, that they should zone it to the south.
But as much as you know politics, I know
they're crazy, but that's what.
When the last of articles are involved, what do you think? You see articles go into.
Umahi, you see why people should be very careful of the like of Atiku and Obi. To start with Atiku. Atiku has already shown you that he is not a unifying factor, as people used to say, because this guy doesn't play by the rule. He only plays by, I'm the only one.
By the dollars.
So when you were supposed to, when the thing was zoned to the south, you were not even supposed to come out. You still went ahead, you contest. You are not following the rules at all. So that alone is a red flag, even if you don't know things.
Then, even Tinubu that said Imilukan, he still went for primary now.
No, I know.
He didn't say that.
Now another thing about this about this article is this: how many governors can you even point to that this guy has to become the governor? That okay, you are the former vice president of the country. How many people you build into that leadership position? That okay, because when we want to talk of Tinubu now, we will talk of how he managed to help APC get Ekiti State, how he helped Osun State, to Edo State, to Ondo State, to Ogun State. You will see how he has.
To Kwara State. What are you talking?
Kwara State.
To Kwara.
No, just point to the one that Atiku has supported. No, there again. Now come and talk of that of Obi. Just talk of how many governors that this guy has. So when you don't even help in building leadership, how can you be a good leader when you get to that place? I know that people now are accusing Tinubu now that everybody is dancing to his toes. No, everybody is not dancing to Tinubu because Tinubu earned that respect because he has helped a lot of these people you see in power today by helping them to even get into that place. That's so that they can reference him. You understand? If there's anybody I thought that some people want to say, not that close, he did anything to even help some governors, some people get power. probably you will be talking of Jonathan. You understand? So all these jesters, you know, all these jesters like Atiku, it's not even a person. See, at the end of the day, I think PDP shot themselves by even allowing the like of Atiku to even be the presidential flag bearer. You understand? So to me, those people that they did not, you cannot really see what they do other than coming for their own gain. I think they're even dangerous for our politics. You understand? Because if you forget about, if you are trying to forget about Buhari of yesterday, then you still have a lot to learn. Because I'm even seeing those two people as another people in the category of Buhari, and I see Prince Daddy is just trying to say Buhari is not at fault. In fact, Buhari is at fault even to even put himself forward to run. You understand? If you know you are not competent, sit down in your sitting room. Don't come out. But once you come out, you understand. You've crossed the line. So I will blame him.
So just 1 minute. I think the opposition is not formidable enough. I don't see any opposition anywhere for now. You know, the masses are hungry, the masses are complaining, people are complaining, but I don't see any opposition trying to take advantage of the complaint to unseat Tinubu. You know, considering what APC did against PDP when they were in power, I don't think there's opposition anywhere. Indirectly, all of them might actually be working for indirectly, whether you like it or not, they actually be working for Tinubu one way or
Have
the
they
other.
even joined the Omori?
I think
Have
we are
they
not
even
even
joined
let.
the AD?
Look at the mistake. The same mistake he made in. No matter how you want to blame Wike, you know, Wike has some facts. He's telling you this is supposed to be the turn of the South. You wanted to shortchange everybody, you manipulated everybody, and you were not supposed to participate. You participated. As if he had not learned anything from that mistake, he's trying to repeat another mistake. A Southern City president is here. Now you talking of opposition, you're talking of coalition, you're talking of everybody coming together to be able to unseat Tinubu. Now you're doing everything for your own selfish interest. You don't want to let go. I expected the article to be saying by now, for the sake of the country, for national interest, for the sake of the opposition, I would jettison my ambition for a younger person. He made such a statement recently.
For who?
Who
Who is the younger person that can change
I don't have
things
anyone.
that
I don't have anyone in mind. I'm just telling you.
Stop that. We know your. What do you mean you don't know the person that you're doing? Come on.
No, Shogore should be a very good alternative.
Come on. You knew. Come on.
No, you asked me a question. I wasn't willing to go there, but you smoked me out, so I give you an answer. But let me just conclude by saying,
you know what he's doing.
I expected Atiku to be saying by now, if he had learned anything for the mistake he made, if Atiku is still interested in this race, it means he has not learned anything for the mistake he made in 2023. So they are bound to repeat the same mistake.
You see, the problem about the opposition you just mentioned is this. Normally, opposition people, they are supposed to look at your policies. Look at the policies, dissect the policies, and suggest alternative one that they think is going to be better. But look at the opportunities today, and look at the type of opposition we have today. They will be looking at, did you go to university? Okay. This your certificate was like a dark brown when they were issuing it there. How come your own is light? That's the type of position we have today. Opposition that they are not really ready for leadership. They don't even know exactly what to do. But they are seeing that office as something to fulfill their ambition and for their survival. Many politicians we have today, you understand, probably more than 70% of them, they are the one that see politics as something to survive. Just a survival means. And that's why we find ourselves in the position we are today. So to me, that's why that I keep encouraging Nigeria that when you see the like of Rufai, the like of Aisha Yesufu, and when you see them on Twitter just giving story, all those stuff, if you really want to engage them properly, just put some policy in front of them and just tell them how you are going to suggest alternative. And I can guarantee you the best we are going to get from those people is this: where we get there. We don't want to expose our policy so that they will not steal it. Those are the kind of rubbish we hear them say. So the thing now will now be, why are they even agitating? They are just seeing that in as an opportunity to survive. We find them everywhere, even during Yoruba nation agitation. You understand? Those people that want to use that platform to survive, you'll be shocked that there are more than 70% of those people that really want Yoruba nation. Those people that are saying we want better government, we are fighting for good governance. No, they are only fighting for good pockets. Those are the ones you see. So to me, we have a lot to do. So I'm not campaigning for Tinubu, but unfortunately, I can tell those people, I can tell people that that's the only politician that I'm seeing currently, that can handle the affairs of that country. So, and I understand those people that want the emotion of my people, let my people do it. Yeah, it's good to have emotion, but let me know one thing: emotion doesn't protect you against insecurity, whether economic insecurity or whether physical insecurity or whatever you want to talk about. Because this is why we need a very strong opposition to really lead us. So,
bro, you should do less of politics and more of governance, please. If you have access to him, that's my message to him. He has won. He's already the president. He's campaigning for another tenure, but let what you have done speak for you, so that you have less campaign to do in the build up to 2027. Please, he's a political strategist. He's political this, political that. We are aware of all this. It's been a long time. It has come a long way. Can we not do more of governance, please? More of the governance. Deal with insecurity. More of insecurity. Deal with this insecurity. Don't tell me they will kill him if you want to tackle the insecurity.
Let me tell you what Tinubu has done that you are not paying attention to. In solving Lagos State security problem. Then, when he got to that place, he canceled the operation suite, bring rapid response squad staff. At least he still try. He still uses the security vote to even buy them some equipment, all those stuff. Then the thing is this: we should know that we still have revenue problem too. That the story of borrowing money to do a lot of things to even develop human capital, you need money. Now, what Tinubu has done today is that you are not paying attention to all this tax reform, all those stuff. Don't you think that a significant part of that money too will go, or reasonable part of that money will go into security? Just watch out and see what is going to happen next year. You understand? So, unlike before, that the country was drained to the point that the drain of revenue that you have to borrow. So even where you have to budget for defense and security, you have to borrow the very meandering because everybody just wanted to eat rice and beans in the name of subsidy that we're not even benefiting from. You know, so raising revenues now, you understand? I think we give room for more for us to be able to equip our security institution. You understand? Whether it's going to be both state and federal, but let's just watch out. So when you solve that revenue problem, you have money to do a lot of things. And I think having more money will help that country to fight insecurity. So to me, like I keep saying, Comrade Omoroji, I'm just encouraging and all this. You understand? You have to be very watchful for the like of Rufai, for the like of Aisha Yusufu. Are they really representing your interest? What they are doing, are they really? Are they really? If they are sincere about it, okay. I can tell you, if the like of Rufai and Aisha Yusufu just want to be transparent and want to say, okay, we are really helping Nigeria. Let's do this. Put your social media in trust. Let some people be monitoring the income that is coming to your social media and let the money be separated from your income. Then continue without relying on money you are making from social media. Then I will take you seriously. But you can't come here and be gaslighting and be making money through Twitter and all those stuff. I want me to believe you. For me to believe you, find A and B and C, those people that are reputable, that can be publishing. Okay, this is what I'm making on my social media. I'm not earning money from this place. I'm earning money differently. So all this money I'm getting from social media, I give it to Nigerian people. So just to show that I'm fighting for you. Any day they can do that, honestly, I be one of those people to stay here and support Rufai and Aisha Yusufu. So Nigerians should be very careful of that narratives of what they get online. And you should always look at the motives of those people that is leading you against the government. We know the loud voices when they were campaigning against Jonathan Ude. They all got themselves in power. What did they do? They made the situation worse than Jonathan.
But Ola, I have been hearing you these days. Why are you having sympathy for Jonathan, for God's sake?
I'm not. Who told you that I'm having sympathy for
See if I
Jonathan?
don't come again.
Yes.
I'm not having sympathy for Jonathan. I'm comparing what was there when Jonathan was there and how Buhari met Jonathan and he left off.
Because to me, if Jonathan should win that 2015 election, do you think that he will be in a better position than even where Buhari put us?
The truth is, do I think I will be in a better position? Probably in terms of, but I will tell you why I say properly. Probably in terms of all those bandits. You understand that Buhari did little or
Jonathan,
nothing
that
about.
was not even able to take care of any security this thing that time. You remember what happened even before the election? That
I
was saying
understand
he
what.
has to pursue. He was not
No,
on top of anything now. That guy was not
no,
on top
no,
of
no, no,
anything.
no. Well, no. Look. You see that election was
Stop
not
all
going to
this
hold.
sympathy that you have, all this comparison that you are making for Jonathan. I beg.
No, let us be factual. Let us be factual and logical.
Mr. Simba, he has the right to hear his own view. That is his own opinion. You cannot impose your own on him.
You understand? Now, it got to a stage when the Nigerian security, they could not handle this thing. And when they were blocking Jonathan from even accessing weapon, this guy hired foreign mercenary. Nigeria was making gain. And all of a sudden, some people started saying, oh, persecution against Boko Haram is a persecution against the North. Everybody knew that he used the foreign mercenary to eliminate some of those Boko Haram for Nigeria to run election. So the thing is this: do I believe that if Jonathan had returned the second time, that would be better? Probably, because I wanted to believe that maybe it will have continued along the line of using the foreign mercenary to eliminate, to decimate these people. That's my belief. And bandits, and all those expert menace, all those stuff, probably would not have occurred. So it depends on how you are looking at it. And do I believe that the way we were printing money, the way they destroy, they were using
Why
our
did he need
forex?
to wait for election? Let me ask you, Ola.
I can listen to
Why
you.
did he
I
need to
can hear
wait
you.
for election to do what he did in the 2015?
Because number one, to me, he has tried everything, right? And
So
maybe the thing just
suddenly, because of election, he had a new idea.
no. Look. Sometimes you try. Okay, let me give you an example. Obasanjo was struggling with the power situation, didn't know where to go. Even maybe probably should have listened to Tinubu earlier and should have embraced Tinubu model when that guy brought Aaron.
Privatization.
But exactly, maybe exactly to deregulate, to unbundle electricity, to take that in off exclusive list. Maybe he should have done that. He didn't. He was just bent on trying to continue the same way. Look at what Fashioner unfolded. Some power equipment arrived at our airport. No, seaport, as far back as 2023. What happened? Some Nigerian frustrated. They made sure those equipment just got into demurrage. You understand? It's telling you that a gang up in a country where they gang up against you, even the president himself is likely to fail if you don't apply the right strategy. Now, the gang up that kept power equipment in our port for that long, what do you think would have happened if Fashola didn't discover it? Some people would have sold it again. You understand? So by the time he started getting that strategy, you understand, it was too late. It was too late. So look at all those payment for all those turbine and everything they bought. It was toward the tail end of his government. So the thing is, there are some things that occur to you very late, not necessarily because we're not trying to uncover. You understand? Don't forget that we were there when Jonathan was even trying to buy weapons through the back doors, where they were using a private jet of the PFN reportedly. You understand? Then to go to buy. Who tip off? Who gave those tip off? Opposition.
But Ola, is it not the same Jonathan that you say he used machinery? So the people that are not ready to sell equipment to him, they are ready to fight for him. Is that what you are telling us?
No. You see, those are private mercenary, not government. You should understand what we are saying. He wanted to buy weapon for the military to fight.
Private? No, wait now. Private machinery from where?
From South Africa.
Okay, so it's the South Africans that came and fight Boko Haram.
No, South African government.
Mercenaries.
Mercenaries.
We call them mercenaries.
Wait now. So you think that those machinery can come to Nigeria to come and fight for him without the knowledge of the government of their country?
No, okay, let me tell you, see, America said they were not selling us weapons. You understand? Because Gowon came out. I said, this is the same excuse of human rights was what America said when Nigeria wanted to buy weapon from them during the Civil War. It was after Gowon made statement that Jonathan started looking towards Russians because they've depended on America for a very long time and America was not responding. Even when Nigeria tried.
Ola, sorry. So if Jonathan uses private machinery, so what happened? The subsequent government that now find it, they discover that, okay, maybe our military are not capable to fight this. They can also use the same private machinery to conquer these people.
No, it was obvious. Buhari wasn't willing to do that. Buhari called them his own brothers.
We are talking of Jonathan, but you've not even let us start that. You've shifted the argument from what we're saying.
Buhari wasn't prepared to continue with that trajectory.
I'm just trying to look at the what you are saying.
Buhari terminated the contract.
It has to make sense to me.
Buhari terminated the contract of those machinery. He terminated the contract. You know, so that's it. You know, opposition, they fought against that guy, ran campaign against him. APC went to report Jonathan to Obama. You know what Obama did against Nigeria is what America will never allow anybody to do against their country, because they will call it a foreign intervention.
You know, when we talk sometimes, it's not the same Obama. Well, Obama came. Okay, no, it was Bush. It was during the time the same America that we are labeling bad. They were the one that prevented Obasanjo from cutting the second and the third time agenda.
See. You are moving away from the normal.
I'm not moving away. Sometimes we praise them. Sometimes we label them.
So is that not how it's supposed to be? When they do good, you say good. When they do bad, you say bad.
You are moving away.
Is that not how it's supposed to be?
The question was that Jonathan, you thought, say, if Jonathan had returned, whether I think it would be better than Buhari.
Let me ask you.
You didn't let us even finish that topic. You moved to another one.
What did he do against the US that US was not supporting him? What did he do?
Okay, Obama wanted to establish AFRICOM in Nigeria, and Obama said no, and Jonathan said no. They wanted to bring African command of American military base.
And then the opposition that are coming, they gave him that assurance. And has it been established today?
I don't know whether they gave that assurance.
Oh, so why would they not support them when they have not given that assurance? If that is the reason.
There was another issue. There was another issue. The issue of LGBT and they wanted Obama wanted to bring that thing to Africa, not make it as it is in America.
Yeah,
like
at that
a lot
time,
of people.
LGBT issue was not an issue. It wasn't a
It was a serious issue. It was an issue in the Senate, the National Assembly. They were making law against it. Obama wanted to prevail. Obama wanted to prevail. Yeah, they made the law. Obama wanted to prevail on Jonathan to say this is what is obtainable in the world. This one you are saying is primitive. Allow people to be free to do what they wanted to do. And that is said, Jonathan government said this is alien to our, to us in Africa. So that was also another bone of contention. Just to add that one along the line. You can continue, please.
As far as I'm concerned, all those things that we are saying are just speculations. Nobody can say they are.
No, they were not speculations. They were real. He came to Africa. That was why he avoided Nigeria. He said he went to Ghana and Kenya and avoided Nigeria. It was real. It's not speculation. It was very, very real.
Well, so because if we have a something that works for us, as in, let's say that all those private machinery that we are talking about, I don't think that now, even if Buhari was not ready, Tinubu would not have used that one. At least even for him to win this, because one of the major things that they are using against him is insecurity. So I don't know how easy it is for a machinery from another country to come and be fighting without the government of that country being aware of it.
It's actually contractual. Most times it has nothing to do with the country, like the one that came from South Africa, has nothing to do with South African government. I think it was a private security arrangement. That's what they do. They are known for that. I forgotten the name of their master, their leader. That's what he does for a living. He's been doing it for decades.
Another anti-Jonathan is coming. Let me put him in. So
okay, let me just end this one. You brought the issue of insecurity back, and I'm still hammering on. Please, you guys are close to Tinubu, and you guys are, this platform is actually for him. Please, let's do less of those those people that were blacklisted by Nigerian intelligence and intelligence from UAE. Can we begin to dust that list from the dustbin now, act on those sponsors so that we can cut their supply chain and weaken
Omaruyi, let me tell you one thing. You said we are closer to Tinubu. The guy just left my room this morning. Tinubu just left my room.
Tinubu just left your room this morning. Please send the message to him, please. This is not Buhari anymore. This is an opportunity for us to deal with insecurity
How
squarely.
you arrive at that conclusion?
I know. I don't need the prophet to tell me that. I don't need the prophet to tell me. I know you guys are very close.
Can you just imagine?
Please help us to tell him. Deal with these people. Deal with them squarely. Even if he doesn't get the second time, let's deal with them.
You think that kind of paper that you are reading, you think a government will just take it and arrest those people that they lead? Who are the people?
So if we don't arrest them, where is the political will to do the right thing? What are we supposed to do with intelligence? Act on them.
Government doesn't work. No, government doesn't work the way you are thinking, comrade.
How does government work? Have intelligence and put it aside. I ignore it. I pretend that you don't know it before they strike.
Comrade Omoruji, let me tell you something. You are undermining the strength of individuals.
I know there will be consequences. Let him down the consequences.
That's not even the point. Let me tell you one thing. If you want to try those in government today, if you want to try them for one offense or the other, this is just an hypothetical situation, though. So I'm not saying it's real. If you really want to find whether they have committed one atrocity or the other, you may be shocked. By the time they investigate them, probably more than 70% of them have one question or the other to answer. That can even land some of them in jail. You understand? Now, fighting those people is not a joke. when people talk of institutions, sometimes it's not fighting corruption in institutional manner. Sometimes it's not as if we don't recognize that police can be running after someone or all those stuff. That's why we believe that fighting at institutional level is better. What institutional level, for example? A typical example was how Tinubu brought Alpha Beta to eliminate tax stealing. I call it tax stealing in Lagos. You know, when Lagos was making 600 million a month internal revenue, and when he implemented the e-governance, e-collection, whatever the name, you understand, collecting money, and he started realizing 10 billion. The money, that money was there before. The problem was that the money was going to individual pockets. If he now decided to say, okay, I will run after those people that were taking this money into their own private pocket that time, the guy will not succeed in doing anything, because those guys are stealing enough to even buy the police to mess up the investigation. Because you will rely on people to fight, you rely on people to do investigation. So as long as you are relying on those people, you are not going to get any result. So what did he do? He put something in place to checkmate. Now, how are we eliminating corruption in subsidy?
Yeah, what did he put in place? Alpha Beta, his own private firm? Is that instead of strengthening public institution, you're trying to make your private establishment stronger than public institution? Was that a plus or minus to the people of Lagos? Was that selfish? Does that have any selfish dimension? Any greedy dimension from what you have just said?
Look at it.
Ola, can you hear me? Ola?
I can hear you, but just give me a second. I
just want to put a breaking news. Professor Amun Peton is now the new INEC chairman.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, okay. We know. Just give me 30 seconds there. You take over from me, then Remy. What I'm telling you, Comrade Omorui, initially they were not even seeing that money. Government was not seeing that money. Government was only seeing 600 million. Okay, he brought Alpha Beta, and government started seeing 10 billion. Please make sense out of that.
Okay.
So exactly, has it not reduced or eliminated corruption in that place?
Of course, let's say reduced.
So what are you talking about? You concentrated on Alpha Beta, but you forgot that they were making 600 million. And this guy put those people away by not even prosecuting them, but use institutional instrument to conquer them so that they could not. So the best way to prevent corruption is to make that corruption very hard to commit, not you running them after. The first subsidy matter, you remove subsidy. What happened? The petroleum industry start growing. So they know avenue to steal. That's how to fight. Sending police after people will not work.
Can I say this? On one hand, he has succeeded in reducing corruption astronomically. But on the other hand, he also created a fortune. He also created an avenue for his selfish agenda. If you put it side by side,
do you have evidence to back that one up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, he governed